What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the story where Issei was neglected and married Gabriel. Issei Hyoudou was just a simple boy born into a wrong family. His family wasn't so loving and kind due to his already lack of talent and capabilities. He was hated by almost everyone, and even his own parents. His siblings already gave him even more trouble and were the sole reason why his achievements were also kept in the dark. Even Ddraig decided to go to a stronger host, in an attempt to not burden him with more problems, and due to the fact that an old host surviving and returning back from the dead through an unknown means. He had no one, except for a very few people. Soon 2 people granted him the power of Rider. Becoming a Kamen Rider, Issei had only one goal in life. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now let's get into part 1. To quote from Tsukasa Kadoya, "I am just a Kamen Rider passing by." Remember that. What pushes a man to his limits? Is it love, is it care, or is it trauma? The answer, it can be all depending on the situation. Issei Hyoudou, he was a simple boy, born in a very wrong family. A clan that had been producing mages and god-class wizards for a family that only provided with more prestige and strength as time passes by. The family went on for several centuries defending humanity from evil malicious yokai, and even gained the honor and prestige from the strongest. Being simple wasn't accepted in his clan. The day he was born, he was always met with scorn and hatred. Ever since he was identified to lack any magical resource, he was barely trained and cared for, while his 2 siblings gained all the love they could have gained. They were Max Hyoudou and Mia Hyoudou. Turns out, they were prodigies, as opposed to Issei. He looked at how he had been the black sheep of the family. He saw that they were showered with gifts and many prizes for their hard work and efforts. If they wanted to Disneyland, that was granted. If they wanted to go to any other location, that was granted. Their prowess was powerful and they would soon reach the level of gods if trained rightfully. And because of that, they became really arrogant. They lost their way and became condescending, heartless, and downright evil. Issei remembered on how he was treated compared to them. They always got the new stuff and he always got the terrible things. His bed and linen, they were barely washed, and if it was washed in secret since Issei never got the chance to do so. Since it was always thrown outside, primarily by Max and Mia, where his parents didn't even try to reprimand their behavior, and sometimes even actively encouraged it, since he was not even treated as a member and more or less a stain or servant. He got stale food. It was a miracle that he didn't fall sick so far, until he did, and it was a miracle that he survived the sickness, causing him to start defending himself. Things became so bad, causing him to steal the good food which they had. He succeeded in this for a while, till he was caught wind on. Needless to say, his so-called parents beat him to death after that, along with his siblings, even using magic to do so. That was when he realized one major thing: even if he died, there was no one that was going to cry for him. He had to do something. It was a matter of survival. Fortunately, the initial beatdown didn't deter him from stealing or doing actions meant for his survival. Despite the beatings, he was able to survive. At one point, he was able to seriously even injure Gora by getting a magic wand and shooting him in the groin, making him yelp in pain. He tried to escape the first time, and was freed. He got what he wanted, but at a heavy price. Upon his capture, his treatment worsened. He lost what he had aside from the traditional living requirements he had. He didn't get any access to the locations like kitchens or rooms that were meant for the others, so he was not going to get anything. He even lost what remaining things he had. But that didn't stop him from trying. He had the mindset of a survivor at a very young age, and knew that if he had to survive, he had to deal with his enemies. He tried to but couldn't even escape, since he tried to do so yet again. But his family, thanks to Max believing he cared for him, used to always force him back to this house. He was still 7 years old. Outside, his life was as bad if not worse. His 2 siblings constantly spread rumors about him being a creep and disgusting, which caused his only friend Shido to turn away from him. Rumors and wordings were being spread about him, such as, "Issei's weird. Don't play with him, he's boring." It all started when his so-called siblings broke his toys and other equipment that the kids had and turned them against him by spreading lies. This was coupled with other rumors as well. He had been an outcast outside as well. There was no hope, or no one meant for him. It only became worse when things escalated to middle school, where rumors only worsened when they met 2 devils, Rias Gabrie and Sona Citri. The 2 devils befriended them, but thanks to rumors, he had his life ruined even more. They saw what his siblings saw Issei as, nothing but a scapegoat, someone that would frame him and make his life miserable. He hated what was happening to him but was helpless in this case. The bullying only got worse. He was framed for breaking vases, tearing books or anything. He was the one that got framed and, as usual, beaten to death by a select bunch of bullies including his two so-called siblings. He survived for an unknown reason, he didn't know why. It would be something that would change his life permanently. He remembered walking into class every morning, my stomach twisted in knots, knowing what was waiting for me. His desk would be scribbled with insults like loser, failure, trash. His bag would be stolen and emptied, his homework shredded. He'd get accused of cheating on tests he hadn't even taken yet. This was when he was enrolled in Kuo Academy. The games they played started innocently, at least to an outsider. They'd accidentally spill water on him during lunch, or worse, some would even spill milk, or in very rare cases urine. Hide his books so he'd get punished for losing them. Trick him into showing up to empty classrooms, where they'd laugh at my confusion and call him pathetic. Students and teachers used to say the following: "You're so dumb, Issei. Why can't you do anything right, you moron?" He tried to ignore this at first, and when it was too much, he informed his parents, and the response they gave was a getty. It was like they never cared for him, especially after the past incidents. "You're being dramatic, Issei. They're just playing." So he stayed quiet due to having no option. He swallowed it all, every insult, every laugh, every smirk that chipped away at my soul. At school, his classmates avoided him, treated him like a pariah and a stain. The rumors had already spread. He was lazy, weird, and useless. Teachers treated him like he didn't exist. When he raised my hand to answer a question, they ignored me. When he asked for help, they sighed like he was a burden. Or if unlucky, he was straight up ignored. Issei remembered pouring his all hard work and efforts into an exam, and when the results came, he had got his marks. It was a complete zero. When inquired, the response he got: cheating wasn't tolerated. He tried to appeal but was rejected on the spot. Realizing the injustice he had to go through, he had given up. He was aware that this was his teachers who were influenced by Max and Mia to do this, and he understood that he had no place here. People started to speak behind his back as well. Issei cheated. It shouldn't be surprising. He's pathetic. Figures. He's too stupid to pass on his own. Giving up, he was barely passed and he eventually reached high school, where his real nightmare began. The first girl was kind, or so he thought. She smiled at me, said all the right things. For a moment, he felt like he mattered. He thought maybe, just maybe, things were changing. Then he found out she was dating me to get closer to my brother. Sorry, Issei, but Max is just better than you. The second girl did the same. And the third. And the fourth. 10 times. 10 girls who pretended to love me, who used him, and tossed me aside like trash. Each time it happened, he felt myself break a little more. He stopped looking at mirrors because he couldn't stand the face staring back at me. A face nobody could love. He soon got his answer as well. Why would anyone choose you when they could have Max? Their words echoed in his head every night, as he lay alone in the dark. The more this happened, the more he started to cut and hurt myself, since he knew that nobody will care about me. So why bother? Even if he dies, they still won't bother. He couldn't escape it. Not at school. Not with friends. Not even at home. Home should have been his safe space. It wasn't. His parents adored Mia and Max. Their achievements decorated the walls. Their pictures filled the shelves. When he walked into a room, it was like he didn't exist. Issei, why can't you be more like your siblings? You're such a disappointment. Even when he achieved something, he was always thrown into the dark, as they had spoken. So that's it. What's so special in your achievements? Max did something better than you. He was tired. He didn't know what to do. He was tired of being hated only and not loved. He tried to make his parents happy, but they didn't seem to care. They didn't seem to bother or even look at him. When Mia and Max broke something, he was blamed. When they failed, he was scolded for not helping them. No matter what they did, he was the villain, and all they needed was an excuse. Soon enough, he had finally had an encounter with Ddraig, who was seemingly disappointed at his lack of powers. But Issei was used to it, and unlike the others, he treated him well for a while till he was with him. However, Draig's patience got the better of him, and when he found one of his old hosts alive, he asked Issei for his permission to leave. Since only Issei can grant him such a permission, and he had no intention to force Ddraig to be with him if he doesn't want to. In this world, The sacred gears have a mind of their own. If they wish to leave the host, they can do it, for any amount of reason. But they need their host's permission, and Issei gave just that. He didn't even bother convincing anyone. He had started to lose hope. He did just that, and granted him the permission to leave. Issei was bitter, but he agreed regardless, respecting Ddraig's choice. He was once again all alone. His life took a turn for the worst. When the family came to know about the supernatural courtesy of Rias Gabrie and Sona Citri, turns out Max had the dark gear which had the soul of Apophis, while Mia had the Chaos Talon that had the soul of Tiamat. They became even more arrogant, and used Issei as a test subject or dummy. He was beaten and tortured to death, and they laughed at his suffering and misery. They enjoyed it the most. Then came the time when several things happened after entering, like saving the nun named Asya from fallen angels, battle with Riser Phoenix to prevent the marriage of Rias, battle against Kokobile, and arrival of two exorcists from church named Irina, who was his ex-friend Shida and Zenobia, peace meeting of biblical factions, and the attack during meeting at the hands of Kateria Leviathan, who was the part of Kao's brigade, then going to Underworld during summer vacations, and the meeting with Norse faction to join the alliance, then the attack of Loki. After all of that, they met with Serord Bale, and Max had a fight with him which he lost in humiliating way. Then comes the time of Kyoto trip, which thankfully he was not part of, but how wrong he was, since he was sent to help them when the hero faction who wanted to use yokai leader Yasaka to summon Great Red, which came out to be futile since they defeated them. Max lost consciousness when he fought against Saul, the wielder of the strongest Longinus, the holy spear true Longinus, and the leader of the hero faction. He fought him and sent him away with the rest of the supernatural who barely tolerated his existence, and managed to save Yasaka losing her life force, but Max got the credit, as he claimed that he wanted to take advantage of Yasaka when she was weak, and he got more hate, and was sent back to Kuo, but not in one piece. He was beaten to death yet again. After that came the rating game between Bale and Gabrie peerages, which Bale peerage won by landslide. During that time Rias and Sona graduated from the academy, and him. He was held back behind by the academy's corrupted system. Then came the battle in Romania and the revelation of RageRevan Levan, Lucifer, the son of original Lucifer, who acquired the Sephiroth Grail from Valerie Teeps. Then the start of the Evil Dragon War, so on many more events to name, but the final one was all-out war between DXD Group and Clippeth and Beast of Apocalypse Trahixa. He may not have power, but Issei made the plans to defeat my opponents. He outsmarted them, but then again Max and Mia got the credit as they claimed that it was their ideas. Despite the trauma, there was still hope in his life. Someone saw that, and it was revealed to be Gabriel. She also didn't hate him because she saw my heart, and that he was never the bad person but my younger siblings. She saw how rotten their hearts were and refused to associate with them, much to the faction's chagrin. She was always there for him. She even talked in his mind during sleep. She had that ability to come into his dreams and talk. Issei, for the first time, felt at peace knowing he have someone who cares. But later on he had to beg them to treat him like others did in front of everyone, since he didn't want to lose the only people who cared about me. He had someone, an unlikely person who eventually became his friend. But everything was not good. Why? Cheers. Issei was watching on how they were celebrating the graduation of Max and Issei Hyoudou. They all were enjoying it, and the reason being was that Venelana Gabrie, she being Max's mother-in-law as well as Kuo Academy's current principal, pulled in some strings to make them graduate early. But for Issei, she made him sit back for another year. She did everything in her power to make him fail, and she succeeded. Like everyone else, she relished seeing him suffer. He stood in the shadows watching them live happily. As he continued to walk into the darkness, he remembered on how his parents always preferred his siblings over him every time. He could see their achievements still plastered on the screen. When it came to his own, it was not there. He still remembered that Max and Mia did better, so his didn't matter. That was what his parents told him. Eventually he left the home. The traumatic past was enough. He didn't want to stay in a place where he had no one to care for, or love. He wasn't cared for, so why did it matter? Soon enough, he snapped, remembering that if no one cares for him, why should he? He soon decided to take his revenge. He wanted to make them pay. He wanted to make them suffer. Consequences be damned. His anger unleashed massive mana releases that were triggered due to his past trauma. He remembered all the insults and humiliations he had to go through. Words of their insults and humiliations ran through his mind. You are a disappointment, Issei. Why can't you be like your siblings? Cheating is not allowed, Issei. Max is better than you, Issei. You seriously think I'll fall for a trash like you? What a joke. Fuck off, pervert, because I castrate you. You deserve it for peeping on us and stealing our undergarments. I'll never fall for a perverted scum like you. You are not Max and never will. Max is better than you. Max is our only son. Max is the one son we are proud of. Max is the only brother I have. Max. 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 Issei soon heard the final whisper, something he detested with all of his. This is something you will never enjoy. Issei had unlocked his magic reserves and it was crackling. The aura reverberations were felt from miles away, with many supernatural panicking on who was responsible for such a power level, with many trying to scramble in order to save themselves or protect the town they were living on. I am tired of how I am treated, Max this, Max that. I will show them. I will show all of them. Starting from now, I will hunt them all down. They made my life miserable. Now it is my turn, Issei shouted, releasing even more of his magic. He wanted to rip Max apart, break him in front of everyone that saw him as their role model and their hero. He was about to head to kill all of them, torture and break them, but before he could, several chains bound him, imprisoning him completely. He was unable to move as he started to break them. He wanted to teach them a lesson. He was done tolerating them and being nice to them. He was going to destroy all of them. He soon heard a soothing voice. It's alright, Issei, I am here. He turned around to see Gabriel flying down from the location. She was a young woman with long, flowing blonde hair and striking blue eyes. Her outfit is a detailed military-style uniform with a black and red color scheme, gold accents, and intricate embellishments. She wears a black peaked cap adorned with an insignia, a high-collar jacket with fur lining around the shoulders, and a form-fitting black dress with red and gold trim. The outfit also includes a belt with decorative chains, white gloves, and black thigh-high stockings with garter straps. She holds a sword or baton in her gloved hand, and the background suggests a naval or battleship setting. She had worn her military uniform ready for war, in case she had to deal with a violent Issei who had gone berserk. Issei looked at her, and exclaimed, "Let go of me. I want to kill them." Gabriel could only look at him sadly. She should have taken him away from here a long time ago, and she then hugged him and responded, "It's alright, Issei." She used some of her magic to calm him down, as he turned to her, and she continued, "I will take you far away from here. You will never be tormented ever again. I cherish you a lot, and I will stay with you for all eternity. That is something I promise you." He started to calm down, and asked with slight tears in her eyes, "Why? 'Cause I love you. You are the most pure-hearted being I have ever met. I never got to tell you this because I was afraid that you will never see me as such due to what you had gone through. That is why. Just follow me. I will take you far away from here." Gabriel spoke, as she was about to teleport, but before she could do so, something grabbed Issei and took him away. "Issei." Gabriel grabbed his hand, and responded angrily, "I won't let you go." She was also consumed by what seemed to be a different dimension. The thing that took the two to a different location was none other than an aurora curtain. They had left in just a few seconds. And not long after, several magic circles appeared from which many leaders came, and they were Serzex Lucifer, Seraphal Leviathan, Azazel, Shemhaza, Barakiel, Odin, Zeus, Amaterasu, Ra, Shiva and Indra. They all felt an evil aura around here, an extremely strong one. So, the APL immediately left to check on it. "Did everyone felt that evil aura here?" Serzex asked in serious voice as others nodded as Michael asked. "Which being is this powerful to release such level of ominous and strong aura that all of us had to arrive here to check on?" Azazel's usual laid-back demeanor changed into serious one and answered, "Trahexa." Everyone fell into eerily silence. "That's not possible. Max had already sealed Trahexa back into the seal which Rosweiss created." Seraphal spoke seriously as others nodded. "Then who could it be?" Amaterasu questioned as she frowned in deep thought. "Whoever it is, we had to be careful." Zeus spoke in utmost seriousness, at which others nodded and left. Scene change. Los Angeles, United States of America, 9:30 a.m. In an unknown location of the United States of America, Issei and Gabriel had landed from the aurora curtain. They looked around and wondered where they are, as someone spoke up. "I was honestly going to only bring the eldest Hyoudou kid, but it seems like the Seraph decided to tail around." "Correct," a man spoke up, as another responded. "You can't help it, Tsukasa-san. From what we have been seeing, she is the only one that cared for him." The two looked to two people. The first individual is a man with brown hair, wearing a magenta polo with a stripped blazer, black slacks, and leather shoes. He is Tsukasa Kadoya. And the other is a young man with brown hair as well, wearing a blue and red striped polo shirt, a pink jacket, gray Toby trousers, and maroon rubber shoes. He is Sugo Tokiwa. Sugo walked to the two, and responded, "Sorry for bringing you two here, but we had to talk with you. We only intended to bring you, Issei, but it seems like Lady Gabriel also arrived with you." Issei was clearly confused. These two men decided to kidnap the two of them to another location entirely. Tsukasa, upon seeing this, responded, "Alright, seeing that he is confused, I might as well explain on why we decided to bring the two of you here. We both have seen you, Issei, and we see that you possess a massive amount of potential. Even more than what your so-called parents have seen." Issei looked at the two men for a moment and asked, "Why and how are you saying this?" "Because we both have been watching you for a while, and your magic reserves were always high. Hell, I firmly believe that it would easily surpass those two arrogant brats that you call siblings." Tsukasa bluntly responded, to which Sugo spoke, "I gotta agree, and it doesn't make it better that he is abused and mistreated at every step. They have no right to do that, especially with the fact they call themselves his parents." Gabriel was confused. How do these two human beings know about Issei so much, especially given the fact that he never met the two ever before, with the exception being meeting today. She looked at them and asked, "What do you two want with Issei? Are you here to hurt him like the others?" "Quite the contrary," Sugo responded while shaking his head, and spoke, "We won't hurt Issei. If anything, we have a proposition for you. In other words, it is your choice to accept it or not. Cause those factions won't take kindly to you hanging out with Issei." Tsukasa spoke bluntly, but with a serious tone, which made Gabriel understand on what the situation was like, as Issei turned to her and spoke, "That means my brother Michael knows about our meetup. He is aware that I care for you and he hates that. Not to mention he has been forcing me to marry Max or become his lover, from a very long time even before knowing about us. That, coupled with the fact that he actively dislikes you due to lies made by those two, is making him even more fervent in getting me with him." Gabriel responded while controlling her anger, as Issei widened his eyes in shock and horror. He never tried to go after Gabriel in any manner, and his brother tried to place his hands on her, trying to turn her against him even more. Issei was starting to get angry at this. Why does he have to still continue suffering for no reason? He wanted to protect Gabriel from them. There was no way he was going to lose Gabriel too. "That is why." Tsukasa walked to him, and spoke, "We wish for you to become the Kamen Rider. To become the hero this world needs to combat the evils of this world." Tsukasa and Sugo knew that Kamen Riders don't have their existence in this world, not even in other universes where they are just a show and a product of Toei Animation. Additionally, they knew that they had to step in since when they heard of this world, they used Aurora Curtain to find out his past and felt anger at what he had gone through and decided to do something about it. They also saw this world and on how humanity was treated, and they had to do something about it. They saw his soul, and knew that he was the perfect person to become a Kamen Rider, and were aware that he needed something to defend himself, since the factions have a unique fetish of making his life miserable and breaking him. "Kamen Rider," Issei asks with confusion before responding, "What are they?" Sugo speaks to him, "Instead of letting us explain, how about we show it to you?" Issei could only nod. He was confused of the term Kamen Rider, never hearing about it before, since they never existed in this world. Sugo looks over to Tsukasa as he snaps his fingers. From there, the four of them were no longer in Los Angeles but have now been transported to what appears to be a pocket dimension, where they are floating in space, and around them are 20 planets, similar to that of Earth. They can be seen circling the three. This action surprised both Gabriel and Issei, but they soon regained their composure, now hearing Sugo explaining what the Kamen Riders are. Well, to give you a summary of what they are, Kamen Riders are heroes, given the power to fight evil, with them also possessing the same power as the Riders. They fight for justice and have a sense of duty to protect the worlds they call home. To fight for peace, for friendship, for justice, for love. And as long as someone believes in them, whether it be one person, the Kamen Riders will always come to lend a helping hand, to reach a hand out to those who cannot be saved. And no matter the obstacle or foe, they will always get back up, Sugo explained with a smile, as Issei and Gabriel continue to watch the Riders fight against their enemies. As Gabriel asks, "Tsukasa-san, Sugo-san, what is that fruit-themed hero?" Sugo looks at her and explains to her, "That is Kamen Rider game. His real name is Kutakazuraba. It is more in line with the biblical mythology that you are a part of, as well as referencing the Helheim forest, which is in line with Helheim of the Norse pantheon, although the worlds are completely different as opposed to yours." Here, the young man finds a special lock seed and the Sengoku driver to become an armored rider, named Armored Rider Game. He must fight the sudden appearance of the Indies, but also against the armored Kamen Riders known as Armored Riders, effectively becoming a Sengoku period-like conflict for only one victor to prove themselves that they have the right to possess the power of the Helheim Forest, the proverbial forbidden fruit. But while adamant to obtain the golden fruit to save the world, Kuda's goal involves him having a predestined confrontation with Kaido, who desires the fruit's power to shatter the status quo of the world. They also have the man of the beginning and the woman of the beginning. Gabriel nodded. She could see the concept of the golden fruit as well as man and woman of the beginning of this world. She was curious on what more this world is like. Issei then looks at a certain fox rider with interest, before his attention turns to a gaming rider. While that was happening, Tsukasa gave Sugo a look conveying that he was right, showing themselves to Issei when he has someone that he cares for, which is better than doing it in the moment he loses everything. And another factor is, Issei wants to get strong no matter what, and can easily be persuaded given the situation since his only desire is to protect those he loves and cares for. So with this method, him gaining the powers at this situation, Issei can grow stronger and be able to master the power in no time, knowing how many supernatural beings, especially the Gabrie family and Hyoudou family, will do anything in their power to acquire what Issei will have. Tsukasa then looked at Issei's curious nature and spoke, "I will explain you all the riders, but only if you accept the deal and become one in the future." Sugo looked at Issei and explained, "You need to one day combat the evil of this world that is pestering it since a long time. The world of the supernatural that you once helped is only going to get worse. Humans and other supernatural beings will continue to suffer. That is why, in order to protect what people you deem as friends and even any people you will have in the future." Gabriel knew this to be true. The supernatural world had its fair share of skeletons, but she was starting to see it was getting worse and worse. What Sugo said was true, as Tsukasa responded. "That is why you will need to fight, for his sake, and for your girl's sake," Tsukasa bluntly spoke, causing Issei to have a slightly red tint, while Gabriel was turning her head away blushing. Sugo soon responds, "That is true, she was the only one that didn't hate you and always cared for you, more than anyone else." "Why yeah, well," Issei responded, as he continued, "It is not what you think. True, we are just well." Gabriel turned her gaze away, causing Tsukasa and Sugo to understand that the two have developed feelings for each other. And now all that remains was a proper and hearty confession. "Anyways, what is it going to be?" Tsukasa asked, to which he continued, "We are not forcing you, you can still be a hero. Her hero, and the destroyer to all those that wish to harm her. You wanted to get back at them, don't you?" Issei couldn't help but be angered remembering his past, as Gabriel held his hand, assuring that she would be here for him no matter what. She was not going to beside Michael and his brothers who will wish to control her even now. "I do. I want to get back at them," Sugo then responded. "Then do so. You living your life with her will be something that would be called, well, you know." Sugo turned to Tsukasa, which caused the destroyer of worlds to sigh and speak, "Kick in the balls." "Yeah, that," Sugo responded, causing Gabriel and Issei to nod in agreement, as Issei gave a nod, with Sugo asking, "So what will you do, Issei? Will you accept our proposal and become a Kamen Rider?" Issei and Gabriel looked at each other, as Issei speaks, "Yes, but will Gabriel become a rider too?" "It's her choice," Tsukasa spoke, as he responded, "Well, we will be taking our leave. Tomorrow morning we will continue this discuss. See ya." "By Issei, by Gabriel." Sugo spoke with a smile, as the Aurora curtain took them both inside away from the location. The dimensions returned to normal with Issei and Gabriel being all alone in a different country, as Issei turned to her and asked, "Gabriel, what now?" "We live a different life," Gabriel responded, as she looked gloomy and responded, "I came for you when I sensed your power. I feared the worst and I feared losing you." Issei could see tears in Gabriel's eyes as he crouched up to her and pulled her towards him. He didn't know why, but he did feel a connection towards her. As she responded with all of her heart, she decided to not hold anything back in any manner. "I really love you, Issei. I wanted to confess to you for a long time, but I feared on how they would react to, given the fact that I am the most beautiful seraph and one of the most beautiful women in heaven. I knew the factions would have done something terrible to you given this, and you didn't even possess anything. Not to mention you never saw me as a seraph or cared for me due to my position. You cared for me as a true friend. You always cherished me, regardless of what happened." Issei was dumbfounded. He never knew that Gabriel loved him. He knew that she enjoyed talking to him, but love was something he wouldn't go for given how many girls used him to get to his brother. He then spoke, "Why me? Won't you use me to get to my brother?" Gabriel knew why Issei said this, but she spoke in response, "If I betray you, I will become a fallen angel, since an angel like me cannot fall without betraying you." If you do see my wings turn gray during my confession, then you can understand that I am lying to you." Gabriel's wings were glowing, but much to their surprise, it was a bright golden color which only Archangel Michael had the glow. She looked at Issei in surprise even more, since she had told him about the heaven system and on how modifications to it has yet to be made to allow angels to commit certain sins. It would at least take some years to do so. "I am an archangel," Gabriel muttered in shock. She was not expecting this to be true, as she looked at him and spoke. "Have faith in me, cause you mean everything to me. Just give me a chance in this relationship of ours, and I promise you, you will be happy and cared for by my side." Gabriel responded with a smile, as she kept her hand on him. Issei didn't know why, but he trusted her, as he then spoke, "Then don't resist me." Gabriel understood this, as she spoke with a smile. "I trust you, Issei, more than anyone else." Issei held her by the chin and the duo made out, and started to French kiss him. She only had unconditional love for Issei, and this the love was meant for being a lover. After a while, they had split up, as she spoke with a slight blush. "So this is what a French kiss was called. That was my first. True, even for me." Gabriel was surprised, and responded, "You never." Issei shook his head and spoke, "No, I didn't even come close to them. Kissing was a far cry, Gabriel. You were also my first." Gabriel gave a nod, as she spoke, "We have our whole lives ahead of us. You want to come with me?" "Sure." Issei gave a smile, which was more brighter than ever before. Gabriel hides her wings in halo, as they headed into their house. Issei had booked a hotel room for the day, as they decided to sleep for the day. Issei was about to wrap her hands but stopped in the middle only for Gabriel to place it on her, as she pulled herself towards him and held him tightly like a koala. Issei sighed and accepted her feelings. He had some trust issues, but he decided to give her a chance, since he was starting to have faith in her even more. Scene change. 6th Heaven, 12:30 a.m. Michael returned from the meeting. He was not happy with a reason in the past. He hasn't found Gabriel, and she has been gone for a while. He thought of the time when she had lashed out at him, when he had a talk about getting with Max. She wasn't interested in love or care, and she left the room. Just the mere name of Max is enough to make her scowl. He knew that the love part is a lie, since he had seen that how close Gabriel was with Issei, the boy he hated so much. He don't want his sister to be with a scum like Issei who will take advantage of her, as even Max had said that Issei had even raped women in past, and how Max had showed him the proof, and him later showing it to Gabriel, who didn't believe this and told Michael that if he continued to press something on her that she don't like, or the way he accused Issei, then she will leave the heaven for good and permanently. He clenched his fists angrily, but then Lord Michael was brought out of his thoughts as someone called him. He looked forwards to see a beautiful woman, a beautiful blonde-haired woman with blue eyes wearing a knight armor. She was Roxy Hart, the ace of Gabriel. "What's wrong, Roxy?" he asked her curiously, since it is uncommon for her to be this worried. "Lady Gabriel is nowhere to be found," she spoke frantically and worried, which shocked Michael. "What? When did this happen?" he exclaimed, worried as he pressed for more information. "I don't know. I was with Griselda, and that was when we saw her last time, and she didn't come back since then, and not only that, we find this in her office." She handed him a piece of paper which he took and read it, and his face changed into horror, as he urgently ordered Roxy. "Roxy, fast. Get in touch with other leaders, we have to do something about this." Roxy nodded and immediately went off to Griselda. "Issei Hyoudou, I'll make you pay for this," he thought furiously, as he also left to call his brothers and tell them about this. Scene change. Max's room, Hyoudou residence, Kuo, Japan, 9:30 p.m. Max reclined in his dimly lit room, the dim light casting long shadows on the ornate walls. His harem surrounded him, most of them asleep after another night where he indulged in his desires. All of them were naked. The smug satisfaction on his face twisted as he glanced over the sleeping women. They were his trophies, proof of his superiority. Yet even in his triumph, an ugly thought clawed at the edges of his mind. He sneered, his fingers gripping the armrest of his chair as Apophis's voice echoed in his head once again. "You're pathetic, Max Hyoudou," the dragon spat, its disdain dripping from every word. "Shut your damn mouth," Max growled under his breath. He stood abruptly, his muscles tense, as he turned to look out the window. Apophis's laughter rang louder. "You're nothing but a parasite. Your so-called achievements, they belong to someone else. You've stolen your brother's life, his efforts, and his dignity, all to inflate your pathetic ego. Without Issei, you're nothing." Max's hand curled into a fist, his nails digging into his palm. "I've built this life. I'm the one who deserves it. Issei's just a failure. A stain. He never had what it takes to stand where I do. The dragon's voice grew darker, however there was a tinge of mockery in it, and yet, despite all your lies, you fear him. Don't you, Max? You know deep down that he's better than you. Stronger than you. You see it in every one of his sacrifices, every one of his accomplishments that you've claimed as your own. I said shut up, Max shouted, slamming his fist against the wall. The sudden noise startled several of the sleeping women, but they quickly settled, used to his outbursts. Apophis's voice was unrelenting. You think Gabriel will fall for your lies? You're delusional. She sees you for the fraud you are, just like Tiamat sees Mia. And soon enough, the rest of the world will see it too. Mark my words, boy, your time is running out. I can hope that Issei crushes you like the pathetic insect you really are. Max's breathing was ragged as he struggled to calm himself. He glared at the empty space in front of him, as if he could burn Apophis's presence away with sheer force of will. I don't care what you think, Max muttered, his voice low and venomous. Gabriel will be mine. I'll break her down if I have to. Just like I broke Issei. Just like I've broken everyone else. Good luck with that brat. When I free myself from these seals and then I'll reveal everything to the world and will laugh at your face. Apophis's voice faded into the gear with malicious laugh making him feel dread. Max shook his head and returned back to normal, as he headed back to his bed and turned to Rias who had just woken up, as she asked, "What happened?" "Nothing much," Max spoke with a smile, as he held Rias's naked body and pulled it to herself. With them soon making out with no shame, Rias showed no resistance nor she cared that she was the heiress of the Gabrie clan. She was just a slut in bed with Max. "So wanna go another round?" Max asked, to which Rias nodded, and spoke with a happier smile. "Yes, I would live to." "Well then, let's go." They continued to have their night of passion, enjoying their night out. Max internally laughed seeing on how he basically had everything while Issei didn't. As Apophis only turned away, he was waiting for the right time for exposing this man completely and his whole family falling into ruin seeing that they got reincarnated into the wrong people. 5 years later. Issei's house, Los Angeles, United States of America, 5:30 p.m. Years have passed since his initial meeting with Tsukasa Kadoya and Sugo Tokiwa, where he agreed to become this world's Kamen Rider, and heir to the power of the Kamen Riders in this world. He had settled down with Gabriel, their love blossoming, and he eventually decided to propose to her, thus marrying her soon enough. Their marriage was not attended by many, except a small bunch, but that was enough for them. Even Tsukasa and Sugo took their time to come along with some of their friends. After which, they decided to live peacefully in Los Angeles, buying themselves a mansion to live in far away from civilization, thanks to the money they both managed to gain using the abilities they were trained thanks to Tsukasa and Sugo wasting no effort in doing so. The reason Issei managed to beat his enemies early on like Saw and many others was not only due to his budding magic strength, but also due to his ability to use Aurora curtains being one of the rare individuals to do so. Due to this, Tsukasa knew that Issei may suffer amnesia if not properly trained in them. Hence he even trained them in this regard. Both mentors pushed Issei to his limits and trained him even further, with Tsukasa being the harsher one, but he was glad to have them as his mentors since the clan and the factions didn't even bother to help or care for him. Issei changed his name from Issei Hyoudou to Issei Tokiwa upon Sugo's request, who was more approving of the surname, although Tsukasa seemed a bit annoyed by Issei not using his last name. But Issei convinced him that at a later date he may consider it. As for Gabriel, he had settled down with her, with she also taking up Tokiwa as her last name, and they had a small child together, known as Reiha Tokiwa. Reiha was described to be a blonde-haired child with short hair. She was sleeping in his room. "She's so beautiful." Issei tapped her cheek once but gently, as she started to move, with Issei placing his finger on her hand, and she closed her hands grabbing his finger. He smiled seeing this, as he spoke, "You will grow up to be a fine woman, but for now rest my baby girl." Reiha dozed off in a deep sleep. And when her grip loosened, he gently removed his finger, and walked to the door and put off the light switches, as he spoke, "Good night, my baby girl." He soon gently closed the door making no sound, as he walked outside the room, with someone calling out, "Doting on your little girl, I presume." He turned to see Gabriel, who had thrown her military suit away and also agreed to settle down with him. She had worn a modernized, stylish version of a traditional Japanese kimono. The kimono is gray with a subtle checkered pattern and delicate white floral accents, worn off the shoulders in a contemporary, fashionable twist. It's paired with a striking red and gold obi belt tied with a decorative red string and white detail. Instead of a traditional kimono bottom, she wears sleek black pants. Issei turned to her with a smile and spoke, "Ah, is someone jealous?" Gabriel shook her head and walked to him. She then wrapped her arms around him speaking, "Maybe. But I also want to spend some time with my husband." "Well, if that is the case," Issei soon lifted her up in a bridal manner. With her gasping with a tone of surprise, she soon had a small blush. As he spoke, "We should probably head to bed and have fun." The two remembered on how they were able to use the rider belts and other devices to henshin into riders. Both Gabriel and Issei can become Kamen Riders, but it is Issei that prefers to become one, while Gabriel is content with her powers. The reason they can use them, it is because of being injected with something called as rider gene courtesy of Tsukasa Kadoya and Sugoto Kiwa, which change their body structure to make them compatible with any rider device, driver or anything else that they use to henshin. This allowed their body to use the drivers without any problems. For instance, they aren't prevented from using the gamer driver and gas hats without being denied access to using one. Another case is when they use the build driver and the full bottles where they need to have a certain hazard level and genetic alteration to even use it, otherwise it won't work. The rider gene circumvents that and counters this side effect or incompatibility with the drivers. The couple soon headed towards the bed, but as they opened the door, they sensed a presence which shocked them completely. Gabriel then spoke with fear, "Don't tell me they found us. I guess we managed to keep them away for 5 years. We always feared that this day would come." Issei responded, to which he turned to Gabriel and spoke, "Head to Reiha's room and use a barrier spell, protect her at all costs." "You needn't tell me twice about that." Issei put Gabriel down and rushed inside her room to protect her. Issei looked at this, taking a deep breath, as he decided to show them what he is truly capable of. "It's time to show you the power of Kamen Riders." Issei brought out the Zika driver, as he was ready to show them what he is capable of. He had his ride watches in his pocket, and knew what he had to do. He had to protect his family, and he will do so at all costs. Issei looked at the enemies, who had arrived. They were comprised of the faction leaders from the biblical factions, small part of their armies, and of course, Max and the Gabrie and Citri peerage, the latter having Mia. Max then demanded, "Where is she, Gabriel?" "Far away, Max. What are you all doing here?" Issei asked gently. He was ready to fight them at all costs to protect those that he cares about. "We are taking her from here, whether you like it or not," Max responded. As Rias added, "Gabriel belongs to the factions, we are going to take it from her." "Make me, bitch." Issei scowled, which made Rias annoyed by his behavior, as Max stepped forward and responded, "Gladly." Issei brought out the Zika driver and activated it, as an announcement took place. "Zika driver." He placed it on his waist, with some of the factions mocking him like Akeno speaking, Ara, you really think you can beat us?" "Doesn't look like I have a choice," Issei responded, bringing out the Zio Rai watch. He turned it, with another announcement happening. "Zio, you will surrender, whether you like it or not." Koneko spoke emotionlessly, with Issei not responding, as he placed it on the ride watch, inserting it into the D9 slot before pressing the ride on Ruzer. Issei summons a giant analog clock as he transforms, it spinning and pointing at 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock to make up the antennae, the katakana appearing as multiple watch bands form around him. He then announces, "Henshin." He turns the driver 360 degrees clockwise, and an announcement taking place. Rider time. Issei soon forms the armor, and it is placed on Issei, as a final announcement takes place. Kamen Rider Zio. Issei had transformed into Kamen Rider Zio. He was ready to fight his opponents. "So you think just cause you have changed your armor, you really think you can win?" Max demanded, as he lunged at Issei, only for him to dodge and kick him in the stomach, making him cough up. He tried to ambush him several times with striking several times, with Issei responding. Zekan Jurade. He brought out his saber and clashed against him, even keeping up with him. Training with Sugo and Tsukasa trained him even further. He tried to strike Max, who used his gear to defend, blade sparks flying from one side to another. He struck him in the chest, sending him flying, dazing him for a while, but before he could finish him, a barrage of projectiles struck him, forcing him to evade. He could see it was the Gabrie peerage and Citri peerage attacking him. Sona then asked, "He is stronger than I remember, how can this be?" "It matters not, we will crush him, like we always did." Rias responded with indifference, as she vowed to crush any spirit that Issei had present in him. "I would think otherwise, Gabrie whore." Issei leaped in the air, dodging the attack, as he brought out the build ride watch and turned it clockwise. An announcement following suit. Build. Issei inserts it into the D3 slot of the Zika driver, and repeats the same procedure with an announcement playing. Rider time, Kamen Rider Zio. A full bottle is summoned in front of Issei, blocking the attacks, much to their anger. Rias was even more furious at this, as she gritted her teeth in fury. The full bottle forms into the build armor, as it soon breaks down with an announcement playing with an electronic beat in the background. Armor time. The armor slams into Issei, forming the build armor, with another announcement being played. Best match, build. Issei had transformed into his first ride armor Kamen Rider Zio. Build armor. He soon spoke. The laws of victory have been set. This annoyed Rias and her peerage, coupled with the insult that was made prior, as Akeno decided to fly above and raise her hand, unleashing a powerful voltage of electricity, speaking, Ara. Ara, you should have surrendered when you still can. Akeno's attack struck the build armor, but Issei leaped in the air, and brought out the drill crusher. He soon slashed her in the stomach, making her groan in pain, and he did so multiple times to make the sadomasochist feel true pain. Akeno glared at him, but before she could do anything, Issei decided to end this fight by grabbing her and throwing her to the ground. The blow was enough to make her groan in pain. This shocked everyone, with Rias exclaiming with shock, Akeno. Koneko dashed forward and tried to punch him, only for Issei to use the tank full body side to block her attack with his hands and landed a brutal headbutt, sending her groaning in pain. He soon landed a high kick aimed at her ribs, making her cough up blood, but he grabbed her to prevent her from escaping, as she yelped in pain. Issei knew Koneko used to beat him every single time due to lies, even breaking his bones, and sometimes even unfortunately kicking him in the balls. The reason of her strength was due to the rook piece already enhancing what she was already capable of, and with her training. He continued to land several blows with the intention of breaking every bone in her body. He wanted to teach a lesson for ever coming here. She kept yelping and crying with pain, since Issei primarily used the tank full bottle to punish her even more. He soon kicked her, sending her flying. She was groaning in pain. As he turned to Max, who had charged at him in his balance breaker, he tried his luck again with him using Ascalon to try and slash him, with Issei countering his blows with the drill crusher, sparks flying from every clash, with Max trying to slide and ambush him from behind. He tried to ambush him only for the attack to be blocked with ease. As Issei spoke, "You've always been a pain, Max," Issei said through gritted teeth. "But today, this ends." Max laughed, pushing Issei back with brute force. "You're delusional, big brother. You'll never be anything but a failure." Issei's eyes burned with determination as he steadied himself. "And yet, here you are trying to play the dick measuring contest. Proving yourself to be the successful one. Why? 'Cause you are scared of me, Maxie. You've always been scared of me fighting back." This made Max angry. Since he called his name in a mocking manner, he hated that Issei looks down on him, and in his anger, he blindly charged at him, but Issei soon slashed him in the gut, sending him to the ground. He groaned in pain. He soon slashed him in the cheek, and decided to break some of his armor with the tank side of his armor. He continued to break some more shred of his armor, ruining it, and showing his face to everyone with Apophis gleefully mocking him. "Oh, that's great. I don't know how you gained the power to do it, but please continue, show this moron his place." Apophis mocked him, which made Max even more angrier, as he tried to attack Issei in response, who only blocked it with the drill crusher. "I grow tired of this." Issei kicked him in the stomach, and kicked him towards the Gabrie peerage, as Irina, Zenobia and Kiba all decided to ambush him at once, only for Issei to strike the two in the gut, making them scream and stabbing Irina fatally in the stomach, making her cough up blood. He was fast enough to do this, as he soon leaped in the air. Irina, Zenobia and Asya shouted, as Asya and Ravel were healing those that were badly injured by Issei's build armor strikes, and they used their sacred gear and phoenix tears to do so. Zenobia once again tried to lunge at him, only for Issei to slash her near the eye, making her screech in pain. Issei had to deal with the healers. As he knew they will continue to fight, he decided to take them out of the picture right away. Issei presses the ride on starter on any ride watches inserted into the Zika driver before pressing the ride on Ruzer and rotating the Zika circular 360 degrees. An announcement follows. Finish time. He leaps in the air and performs his first rider kick against the factions. He soon shakes his hand, creating several formulas confusing everyone, starts the finisher with an announcement following. Vortex time break. He uses a variation of the vortex finish that has the energy chart occupy a straight line. He slides on Asya and Ravel, who are healing Koneko along with the others. The girls try to escape by using their wings, but it is too late, as he slashes and stabs the enemy several times with the drill crusher. Zenobia and Kiba were caught in collateral, taking them out of the picture as well. The two scream in pain, triggering an explosion, as they soon were sent flying from the explosion, groaning and crying in pain. Issei soon lands on the ground and speaks. "How pathetic, you really thought you could beat me? In the 5 years, none of you have improved even a bit." Rias was gritting her teeth in anger. She hated that Issei had become stronger. With the leaders looking in shock, they were not expecting Issei to become this strong in the future, and they thought of him as a mere weakling that could get bullied. "Now then, do you wish to continue?" Issei spoke with a cold tone, as they all got annoyed by his attitude. With Surzex responding with anger, he floated in the air, his presence suffocating with the pressure. But Issei was not affected. He did deal with Sugo's strongest form, and the pressure it emanated. "You've fought well, Issei," Surzex said, his tone cold. He didn't interfere, believing they could do so. "But it's time to end this charade. Surrender now, and we may grant you a quick death." Issei stood defiant to them. He knew that they will only learn the hard way. "If you think I'll surrender to trash like you, you're as delusional. Then again, I was not expecting much." Rias stepped forward, her hands crackling with destructive magic. "You've brought this on yourself, Issei. You're an embarrassment to everyone who ever tried to give you a chance. Embarrassment, just like you, standing there and watching your peerage do your dirty work. I mean, you haven't even moved from that place, and here you are calling me an embarrassment. What work have you done aside from sucking Max's mini-max?" Issei spoke mockingly, making her embarrassed and furious at this attitude. She was ready to attack him yet again. But Issei decided to separately put her in her place. Surzex and many others were also furious at this, given how much they hated Issei due to Max at this point. Issei soon decided to switch armors and decided to play a game with them. He brought out the second ride watch, which was the X8 ride watch. As he rotated it, and it announced X8. He removed the build ride watch and placed it, as the factions decided to ambush him with Azazel shouting, "Don't let him change." Too late, Crow. Issei turned the Zika driver clockwise, repeating the same procedure. This time it only did half of the announcement, with a retro-themed music being played in the background. Armor time. The X8 armor formed as Issei kicked it towards the factions, forcing them to defend using barriers. The armor soon went back to Issei, and forming the X8 armor, replacing the build armor. A final announcement plays. Level up, X8. Issei had transformed into Kamen Rider Zio. X8 armor. With no continues, I feel like I can clear this game. Issei exclaimed, as Michael demanded, "You think this is a game? You have defied the will of the heaven, now perish." Chocolate blocks were formed surrounding the battlefield. These were from the game Mighty Action X, a game X8 is based on. Michael and some angels were ready to unleash some light spears, to which Issei spoke, "Oh, shut it, Mousy. You sound like those Arc Clan fanatics I have been reading recently on Wattpad." Michael was getting angered by this, as he commanded the light attacks to be aimed at them, but Issei managed to evade them by leaping around the chocolate blocks. He knew that his speed was less than the build armor, but his physical strength was far stronger than the build armor. He dodged the light attacks, spears, lassos and other attacks like nothing. While Azazel watched with amusement, he knew when he had to strike, all they had to do was either subdue him before they can kill him and take Gabriel by force. He saw Issei close the gap onto one angel, and with a quick jab, he strikes him twice. The kanji for hit being shown on impact, translating to Hito. He sends one flying, knocking him out, as he turns his attention to the female seraph who tried to attack him even more. He soon strikes her multiple times, each time displaying a kanji of a hit on every strike, making her screech in pain. "No, Sandalphon," Michael shouted as he desperately tried to defend her ally, as he leaped in the air and tried to kill Issei, but before he could do so, he kicked Sandalphon in the air and landed a final hit, knocking her out cold. He turned to Michael and blocked his hands and broke the saber out of his hand. Michael tried to overpower him, but he was unable to. X8 specialized in strength while sacrificing the speed in response, but the difference was marginal, yet it could make a difference in combat. "Impossible!" Michael exclaimed, as Issei soon decided to do something and break his arms, snapping them upon impact. "Aha!" Michael shouted in pain. As Issei kicked him in the stomach, he decided to end this, seeing him huddled near his army. He soon pressed the ride on starter yet again, and repeated the process like he did for build armor. Finish time. A prelude screen forms between Issei and the angelic faction, as an announcement takes place. Critical time break. Issei tosses the prelude screen to the air before pounding the ground with the Gashikon breakers to send the enemy flying, with all angels being forced up in the air while the fallen angels and Surzex protect their faction members as they try to save the angels, but it is too late. Issei then tosses the fake prelude screen's bar, smashing the green prelude screen on Michael, making him screech, and the rest on the angels, damaging them, making them groan in pain, and soon rushes through the katakana that make critical time break for a flurry of punches that project the attack names kana within each hit. An explosion soon takes place, making them scream in pain. When the dust settled, it was revealed Michael badly injured with several of his wings torn off due to getting struck by the prelude screen and the constant punches that were landed on them. Seeing this, Rias and the others were shocked. The fact that Issei managed to beat one faction single-handedly was really shocking, especially for a weakling like Issei. "We need to take him out, now," Surzex exclaimed, as he decided to enter the field. With Azazel speaking, "Volley team is arriving soon, she would be able to hold him off." Surzex joined the fight. Knowing he had to eliminate him, he unleashed a ruin of extinction on him with it, trying to destroy Issei, but he responded by moving out of the way and deflecting the orb and heading it straight to Rias, akin to X-Aid, straight up punting the orb, hurling it towards Rias, making her scream in pain upon contact. Surzex immediately tried to stop the attack, but Issei did not let that happen. He struck him in the shin, making him lose focus and strike multiple times, each time displaying a hit kanji upon impact, with many seeing the Satan Lucifer being beaten, annoying him to no ends. Once he was distracted, he pushed back Issei with his aura, angered by him as he shouts, "You dare strike a demon king, you shall pay for your insolence. False demon king, you were never a true demon king, just a power-hungry Baal sitting on the throne not meant for you," Issei declares, making Surzex even more angry. But before he could respond, a scream was heard, which was revealed to be Rias, as he turned to her in shock and managed to dispel the power of destruction, but it was too late. The damage was done, and she was crying in pain. "Rias," Surzex shouted, rushing to her, as Issei was soon struck by a magic beam blast, making him surprised. This triggered an explosion. Azazel sighed in relief, turning to the person that had attacked him. It was none other than Valerie and her team that had arrived at the nick of time, buying them some time. "A little bit late, don't you think, Valerie?" Valerie scoffed, speaking. "This damage is quite a lot. Did that perverted rapist really do this?" Kuroka looked at her sister's state, and was furious at what Issei did to her. She was going to make him regret ever being born. "Yep, and he is stronger than you realize, and be careful." Valerie nodded, but before she could react, a punch slammed her, with a kanji of hit striking her, sending her flying. Issei was effortlessly taking down his enemies one by one. Everyone was shocked by this, as Issei spoke. "How cowardly. Then again, I shouldn't expect much from you, Valchan." Issei spoke the last part mockingly, as he brought out the For's Ride Watch, and was being surrounded by the Citri Peerage, and the rest of the volley team. He soon turned the Ride Watch clockwise, and an announcement played. "For's, attack him now, before he changes into his next form," Azazel exclaimed, as everyone joined in trying to defeat him before he could do anything. Even Valerie managed to recover, shocked by the fact that some of her armor was destroyed. Kuroka used her flames, Arthur and Biko charged in, Lefei used her spells, and Fenrir was ready to chomp him. The Citri Peerage used their spells, and Genshiro used Vitra to attack, with even Mia joining and using her sacred gear flames to fight against her brother. But Issei only leaped in the air, removing the Ride Watch of X8 and replacing it with the For's Ride Watch, as he repeats the process of armor change, and an announcement plays. Armor time. A giant astro switch arrives, and transforms into a rocket, and starts striking several of the fallen angels, killing them, exploding them into feathers due to the damage, and the rocket or astro switch soon breaks down into armor. A final announcement plays with an epic orchestra music. 3, 2, 1, For's. Issei had transformed into his next armor, which was For's armor. "I am going to space," Issei shouts, which causes the voice to reach all the way to the ends of the universe. He soon turns to the rest, which look in shock and concern since Issei transformed into a new armor, unaware of what he is going to do. Seeing this, Azazel had to contact their allies. Only a powerful sealing device can stop him for now, or so they think. In the meantime, Valerie was furious at this, since the armor was a direct mockery of her own armor, since it was white in color. She took a deep breath to compose herself, knowing that her anger would only defeat Issei, to which she demanded, "You are out of your league, surrender and accept that you have lost." Issei turned to her. He knew that Valerie was the most ruthless and prideful, so he intended to insult her pride before breaking it, speaking. "I literally took down a leader. coupled with taking down one entire peerage single-handedly. What makes you think I am going to accept? Then again, you barely could beat your old grandfather, and without my help, you would have been dead a long time ago. Valerie dashed forward in response, and tried to strike Issei multiple times with him blocking, but Issei punched her hard, breaking some of her armor. She tried to dodge but was struck due to Four's speed and punching power. She was sent flying, revealing her angered look. She had underestimated Issei big time and was regretting it. Albion kept quiet. He knew that telling her was pointless since she just wouldn't listen in any manner. She hoped that Issei spared her life, so that he can take her away from this place, seeing her as a daughter. Issei soon saw the Citri peerage. Kuroka and Lefei ambush him, with Issei using the thrusters to fly off, evading the attacks with ease. It felt like an actual rocket flying in the air. He decided to ram some of them, with Kuroka and Lefei being primary targets, as Kuroka managed to dodge using her teleportation ability with her speaking mockingly. "Yeah, you cannot beat me." Kuroka tried to use her flames, but Issei turns around and tries to grab her, but she keeps teleporting across the battlefield, annoying him. He decided to increase the speed to see if she can keep up. Soon he waited for the right time. He knew Lefei's skill set isn't magic, so she would block his thrust charge instead of avoiding it. But he soon caught up to her, and landed a blow aimed at her stomach, making her vomit. Seeing this perfect opportunity, he did the same, immediately tackling Arthur and Biko first, causing them to drop their weapons immediately. This was Issei's intention since Arthur can use Caliban to escape from them. He intended to take 4 of Vali's team members to space. He ambushed Lefei, who used a barrier to protect, but it shattered immediately. He placed them all in the same location, trying to make them recover, but Issei was not going to let them. Valerie and Fenrir tried to ambush, but it was too late. Issei repeated the same thing again, as an announcement soon happened. Finish time. Issei entered into his rocket form, and was ready to end this fight with ease. Fenrir rushed to save them, but it was something he would regret, since even he was taken along with them, and the 5 all headed to outer space in just a few moments. They could feel breathlessness as they traveled higher in the atmosphere, eventually seeing the planet itself, much to their shock and horror. They were unable to breathe and were being choked in the outer space. Issei had placed them in Earth's upper atmosphere. A final announcement being heard. Limit time break. Issei exclaims with happiness, "Super rocket tailspin kick." He unleashes a corkscrew kick, with the lower half of the kick landing on them, as he sent them straight towards Earth's atmosphere, with them burning up alive due to being akin to meteors. In the meantime, what remains of the faction leaders, like Seraphal and Azazel, along with some others like Valerie, but before they could do anything, the meteors struck them, sending them all flying, as Issei and his Zeo-4's armor landed beside the house. They managed to recover but were seriously damaged, with many glaring at Issei with anger. Valerie watched in horror. Arthur and Lefei were barely recognizable, horribly burnt from the attack, passing out, and the others were critically injured. They were all crying in pain. It was a miracle that they even survived at this point. "My team," Valerie shouted, as she turned to Issei in anger, demanding, "What did you do to them?" "I took them on an educational trip to outer space. They learned a lot, especially Kuroka and Biko, given that they are the smooth brainers." Valerie was furious by this. She soon decided to make the chant to outer space, but before she could do so, Issei brought out the Zekin guard and struck her multiple times in the chest, making her screech in pain. He kept the Zekin guard and used the booster modules and punched Valerie multiple as small shockwaves strike her, making her damage even more. He knew that the Citri peerage was still out there, since they were recovering from the meteor strike that had ambushed them, injuring several of their members. He brought out the next ride watch, and decided to end this. He knew that he has no choice but to make them suffer, since they will just keep annoying him. He knew that killing them will only paint a target behind his back. His pacifism held him back from actually attempting to kill them. The ride watch he brought this time was the Ghost Ride Watch. He turns it around in a similar manner with an announcement happening. "Ghost." Before he transforms, "Quick," Sona shouted to Saji in the hopes that she can stop his onslaught. But Issei was quicker. He removed the 4's ride watch and inserted it into the D3 slot, and rotated the driver. An announcement soon followed. Armor time. A projection of the ghost armor making an eye sign was presented, with the upbeat music being played, as the armor replaced the 4's armor with the ghost armor, with a final announcement being played. Kagan, Ghost. Issei had transformed into Zeo. Ghost armor. Genshiro and the others tried to attack him, the girls with their magic and Saji using absorption line to attack him, only for an attack to pass through him. Issei was intangible in his ghost armor, making him almost like a real ghost. Azazel was gritting his teeth in anger, alongside an injured Surzex who was annoyed by Issei's armor. He was getting frustrated by how many armors he has at this point. Valerie looked at Issei and decided to divide his power, only for it to not work. What? How can this be? Valerie shouted, to which Issei only spoke, "You do realize you cannot divide an intangible spirit, right? I am literally between the living and dead." Issei floated akin to a ghost and struck Valerie multiple times. She responded with firing her magic blasts at him, only for the blasts to go through him. It was striking akin to a ghost, as Valerie knew she had to use Albion's poison to actually harm Issei. She was infuriated seeing on how strong Issei had become, as she started to unleash the poison that can even divide the souls, but Issei decided to not let her. He kept socking her multiple times, with the intention of breaking her armor multiple times. The Citri Peerage tried to assist, but Issei activated the Parka Ghosts, distracting them and annoying them. He sent some to Surzex and the others, with them annoying them even more. Some even tried to harm them by ambushing, but magic doesn't do anything, since their bodies are intangible. Now then, since that is done, time to end this fight, for good. Issei slashed Valerie multiple times, breaking what remained of her armor, while Albion failed to repair it with the Gone Gun Saber and kicked Valerie to the Citri Peerage. She was groaning in pain and glaring at Issei with anger and hatred. Issei decided to end the battle as soon as possible. He needed to get back to assure that Gabriel and Reha are safe. He once again repeated the process for a finisher, as he pressed the ride on Ruzer and rotating the Zika circular 360 degrees. An announcement follows. Finish time. The Parka Ghosts join him, as Issei forms the eye symbol and performs a variation of Omega Drive. An announcement soon follows. Omega Time Break. His legs forms with orange flames produced by the Parka Ghosts, as he unleashed a rider kick on them, triggering a massive explosion upon impact. They screamed in agony as Issei landed on the side, with the Parka Ghost standing beside him. "It's over," Issei spoke with a cold tone, seeing the Citri Peerage badly beaten, with Valerie crying and groaning with pain. They had several bruises and bleeding wounds, and were burned alive from the attack. "Sotan," Seraphal exclaimed with tears in her eyes, as Issei turned to them with Azazel glaring at him with anger, as he spoke, You won't get away with this. Do you want me to kill them, Azazel?" Issei spoke with a cold tone, as he responded, "'Cause I will if the situation calls for it." Azazel remained silent out of fear and anger. He glared at Issei with anger and borderline hatred. Issei then spoke, "If you value your daughter figure and students, run away and flee the scene while you still can. Consider this mercy, since the next time I see you in my place, there will be no mercy." Issei removed the Ghost Ride Watch, which caused his armor to return to regular zeal in it. The survivors felt defeated, but before anything could happen, Issei was bound by several chains, as the attackers were revealed to be Odin, Amaterasu and Zeus, who were livid at what had happened with Issei struggling to escape. "This has gone for long enough," Zeus demanded with anger, seeing the state of many individuals, to which he added, "You shall no longer defy the will of the gods." "I have been defying for a while, keep crying like the manchild you are, Zeus." Zeus only got angry at this. But before he could do anything, a rain of light was unleashed on them, forcing them to defend themselves and those injured from the previous attacks. The attacker was revealed to be Gabriel, as she spoke, "You are not harming my family factions." Gabriel's wings grew brighter than ever, representing her archangel status. She was going to defend her husband and daughter at all costs. She knew that she had to defend her husband now that he was down. She knew her husband held back against them, since in Grand Zeo or even Zeo 2 would have been enough for them. Once the dust settled, it revealed them actually struggling, and they glared at Gabriel, who had her wings completely golden instead of her usual white, much to everyone's shock, as Gabriel prepared another storm of light spears aimed from above. "What?" Max exclaimed, trying to recover from the initial beatdown courtesy of Issei. The spears struck them again, as they screamed in fear, blocking the attack. Once the dust settled, Gabriel asked, "You held back again, didn't you?" Issei didn't meet her gaze, and she shook her head. She was aware that this nature of his pacifistic nature was a problem. And that was something that even Tsukasa and Sugo couldn't fix, but they believed that with time this would go away. "It's alright, we both are fighting together this time." Issei turned to her and nodded, as he asked, "And Reha?" "She is safe. The barrier should even keep a god class being away from the location. Creating it took me a while, but I guess despite your pacifism you did quite the number on them." Gabriel pointed towards the volley team that was badly injured and the Citri Peerage, as Issei nodded. Max sneered, stepping forward. How touching. Gabriel, why don't you stop pretending and join me? You don't belong with this weakling. Gabriel's glare was icy. I'd rather die than stand with someone as vile as you, Max. And besides, he kicked your ass, remember? Max scowled in response, as Michael demanded, albeit his tone was weaker due to the damage Issei had inflicted when in his X8 armor. Why betray us for this man? This damned disgrace to human life. Gabriel scowled at her, Michael speaking with anger. I choose this on my own. I am still an archangel and didn't betray my father. I oppose your will. That is why you are angered. You threatened to inflict harm on my family, and then you tried to kill my husband based on baseless accusations. It is surprising that you haven't fallen yet like that Azazel. Gabriel declared, her wings shining brightly, showing no signs of falling, as Michael could only remain seething in anger at this. Serzex then declared. Then you give us no choice. Serzex entered his true form, and ambushed them, firing a powerful power of destruction, destroying the barrier surrounding the whole house, with Gabriel rushing to protect her daughter. But it was too late. The whole barrier that Gabriel had worked so hard to make was gone. No, Issei and Gabriel shouted. The house they worked so hard on was gone. Serzex managed to return back to normal, as they all saw a small child that was resting and crying. So you have a child, a baby girl, and Max spoke with an evil glint, as Issei shouted, you leave them alone. Oh, I am afraid not. She will be quite useful to me. Issei gritted his teeth in anger. His struggling of chains was increasing even more, making Zeus and Odin struggle to maintain them. The others fired attacks on Gabriel, as she used her body to defend her daughter, making her scream in pain, as Issei could only watch. Serzex watched this with a smile. He was happy that he was suffering. Guess we have to take her by force, Serzex spoke with a smile, as he watched Issei's struggle with a happier tone, walking towards Gabriel with Issei shouting, no. Leave them alone. Oh, worry not, brother, your daughter will be a new member of my harem. Issei glared angrily at Max, with him smirking, knowing that Issei will never be happy. Stay away from me, Gabriel exclaimed with anger, as the remaining leaders were approaching her. With her using a light magic to defend herself, she was able to push them away for a moment, surprised by how strong she is. But Serzex used his power of destruction to subdue her, making her screech in pain. The leaders then used their magic to keep her in chains, as Gabriel responded, I'll never become yours, then I'll force you to become mine. Max retorted with anger, as he used magic to attack them, but the attack misfired due to Gabriel's deflection and went after Reha, with both parents looking in horror at this. Gabriel managed to break free and exclaim with tears in her eyes, no, 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 not my little girl. She started shaking Reha, who was unresponsive. She was not breathing due to Max's attack. Gabriel feared her death. Issei could only look in horror. His pacifism was the reason this happened. His daughter was unresponsive. Whether she was alive needed to be checked. He hated this. He hated that the only people that he cared for had to suffer due to this. He saw Gabriel's despair ridden. Seeing his daughter's state finally snaps in him. He was always treated with anger and contempt by everyone, which was why he left. But no more. If they are not going to let him live in peace, he was certainly not going to let them have peace till they leave him alone. He screamed in anger, the chains breaking as the ground shakes violently, much to everyone's surprise. This makes everyone back away, a circle surrounding where Issei was, soon forming the Zeo circle but golden. Lava spreading everywhere. The parallel RageRevan turning up akin to a clock. Gabriel looked at Issei while cradling her unresponsive daughter with shock and horror, recognizing what the power is, the power of Oma Zeo. And no, she didn't want to lose her husband too. She had already lost their daughter, and now her husband was going to succumb as well. She remembered Tsukasa's warning of Issei being a ticking time bomb, and now that bomb is going to explode. Everyone get away now, Azazel commanded. As they got some distance from him, many refused to understand on how Issei became strong, especially those that detested him. A gold version of the Zika driver formed on his chest, replacing the original. Henshin, Issei shouted with anger, as he pushes in the Oma creator and Oma destrucer in anger. Shikufuku no Toki, Psycho, Saizen, Saidai, Psycho, Oma Zio. The armor changed, as golden bands begin to swirl around them as the katakana flies out of the clock, which merges with the user, as the rocks and lava form the suit, the katakana forming onto the user, and completing the transformation. Issei had transformed into Kamen Rider Oma Zio, and he was going to make them all pay for attacking him and his family. The strongest and true Demon King had arrived to deal with the factions as well as the false Demon King. Issei didn't say anything, with Max taunting him. Is that it? That fake transformation? You really think you can protect your family from me? I will take your wife, then I will reincarnate your daughter as my slave. She will soon be my sex slave as well. Issei once again didn't respond, but he was really furious at this. He was going to make an example of one of the leaders. That leader is going to die tonight. What? Your mouth is stopped. How pathetic. You were always pathetic, Rias exclaimed. The fact that she had opened her mouth really infuriated him even more. It felt like an annoyed and spoiled brat mocking him at this point, her tone having nothing but borderline arrogance. Come and try then, you worthless waste of space and air. Let's see if I let you pass me. I dare you to lay a finger on them, Issei commanded in response. He was going to make them regret ever coming here. He was going to inflict so much pain on them that they will remember this for the rest of their miserable existence. Gladly, Max exclaimed with happiness. Max charged at him. As he tried to kill him in his balance breaker, he tried to kill him only for Issei to kick him and send him flying, triggering an explosion. He had lost his armor instantly and fell to the ground almost half dead. He had coughed up in response. Max, Mia shouted, as she used her chaos flames, but Issei brought out the Kiva ride watch and turns it, tapping it, with an announcement happening. Kiva. He played the bloody rose that was formed after it, summoning a barrage of bats that had started to bite onto Mia, making her screech in pain. Tiamat not intending to heal her armor, as Mia demanded, Tiamat, heal my armor please. Don't expect any help from me, not after your actions killed their child. I wish I had your brother as my host instead of you, Tiamat coldly spoke to her host's mind, as she screamed in agony and fell to the ground. She lost her armor and was bleeding in several locations. Pathetic, is this what your pillar is capable of? The best of the Hyoudou clan has fallen, now what will you do? The leaders were furious at this. As Odin called out Gungnir and charged at him with the intention of striking him down, he charged at him with Amaterasu joining in with her sword Kusanagi, which was burning with the power of sun. Take this, Odin exclaimed with anger, with both of them charging to slay him. Issei didn't move from his location or do anything. They were confident that they could beat him. Issei only brought out the Ryuki ride watch and turned it on, with an announcement following. Ryuki. Flames were unleashed upon them, as a Chinese dragon struck the two, making them scream in pain, causing them to back away. This entity was the Ddraig Reader, which decided to make the wounds each blow was struck with a severe, with the Ddraig Reader chomping on them multiple times, making them scream in agony. The Ddraig Reader landed beside Issei, as he commanded the Ddraig Reader to attack them again, not making them recover, as the Ddraig Reader kept striking them faster than they could ever notice. Odin tried to block the attack, but the Ddraig Reader just moved gracefully around, turning and striking them even when he dodged. He struck him, eventually making him scream in pain. Amaterasu struck the beast, but her sword didn't do anything, with her exclaiming, Impossible! What is this damned lizard made out of? The Ddraig Reader only roared, as it struck her multiple times, breaking several of her bones from every swing, as Issei decided to let the Ddraig Reader make quick work of them. He turned his attention to Zeus, who was looking at him with anger. He only spoke. Come, Thundercock of Olympus, Issei called out, his tone having a tinge of contempt and mockery. Zeus charged at him with anger and fury, ready to kill him. He made a war cry, as he spoke. I will kill you, the one that defies the divine order. Issei only waited for him to get closer, and with a precise positioning. He placed his leg behind and waited for him to reach the distance, his leg glowing with powerful gold energy near the time catastrophe leg. Before Zeus could even land a hit, Issei landed a fatal kick aimed at Zeus's chest, making him widen his eyes in shock and cough up. He was soon sent flying and exploded upon impact, much to everyone's shock. Zeus fell to the ground, groaning in pain. He was bleeding, bruised, and had many of his bones broken. Issei soon decided to walk, and keep his leg on his chest, making him groan in pain. Zeus had a look of fear, with him begging. And no, please spare me. Issei scoffed at the pathetic attempt of this. He could see Zeus crying with fear and terror. Like the pathetic coward that he is. He knew that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. He is like his father Kronos and grandfather Uranus, both of whom met terrible fates in the end. Spare you? Did you show any consideration when you attacked me to get Gabriel for your pillar, acting like a bunch of dogs? I have one word for you to say. Survive. Zeus felt even more terror. He tried to escape from the location using a teleportation skill, but Issei was not going to let that happen. Issei lifted his leg and stomped it with the golden energy he used earlier, making Zeus scream in agony. The others watched with fear, seeing on how Issei was effortlessly bashing literal gods like it was nothing. Max managed to get up. He was coughing up blood in response, and watching with anger and hatred. He hated on what was happening. When the dust settled, it revealed Zeus, who had passed out, having a look of horror. His eyes were open and looked at the ground in terror. He was barely alive, as Issei kicked him towards the factions. The Ddraig Reader joined him, as he roared. He had tortured Odin and Amaterasu to the point of suffering with several bones broken. They had passed out and were groaning in pain. Issei walked towards Max, but Serzex and Seraphal along with Azazel, the only one standing, as Grafia stayed behind to help and recover Rias. She was still recovering a bit. Serzex and Seraphal combined their magic, creating a massive sphere of crimson and ice. Absolute convergence. They shouted, hurling the attack at Issei. Azazel did the same as well, with him throwing a barrage of spears. The blast engulfed him, shaking the battlefield with its immense power. For a moment, there was silence, and the attackers held their breath. "We did it, we defeated him," Max exclaimed, as he continued with happiness, "We defeated him." But before they could celebrate, the Ddraig Reader rushed outside of the dust and chomped on Azazel, as he decided to deal with the fallen angel. The Ddraig Reader kept chomping on him, breaking every single bone, crushing it underneath its teeth and causing bleeding in Azazel's body, making him screech in pain. "Impossible!" Max shouted, with other survivors looking at him with fear, as Issei came out of the dust unscathed, with him speaking mockingly, "Is that all you got? Shouldn't have expected from the false demon king." Serzex and Grafia were furious at this, along with Rias. Issei was at this point mocking them for their powers and helplessness. They wanted to make him pay but were feeling downright fear on confronting him head-on. Seraphal was gritting her teeth and helpless. They cursed their situation and of not bringing enough healers to fight against them. Issei soon spoke with a cold tone, "Time to end your miserable existence for good." Issei wanted to end this fight and protect Gabriel and possibly use his power to save Reha. He tapped the belt in anger and channels energy in his entire body before rising into the air as a series of gold kick characters appear and circle the enemy. An announcement following. "Shuin no Toki, Oma Zio Hisatsu Geki." "Brother, wait," Max screamed with fear, afraid of what is going to happen next. Serzex and the others tried to teleport using a magic circle to escape, but Issei doesn't let that happen. He used his power to freeze them in time. Issei then performs a powerful rider kick with the Apocalypse of Kingdom acting as wings. Upon striking the enemy, the characters combine with Zio's foot and strengthen the attack to the point where he destroys the enemy. A massive explosion was triggered, sending them flying to the ground, with many having their bones broken and their bodies completely charred. Rias coughed blood, her crimson hair matted and dirty. Serzex lay motionless nearby, his once proud form now broken. Even Michael, the mighty archangel, could barely lift his head from the ground. Grafia was battered and bruised, her clothes torn, and was barely awake from the blow, and Seraphal was barely recognizable due to being the closest from the attack. She had several concussions and brutal blows on her entire body. Azazel was badly beaten up by the Ddraig Reader, with having several bleeding wounds, with his bones being broken. Several of his wings were chomped up, as the Ddraig Reader returned back to his own time. The attack also unleashed a powerful shockwave, destroying the armies of ultimate-class devils, and sending them flying to the ground. Issei landed on the ground, seemingly satisfied with the carnage he has left behind. But he was not done yet. He walked towards Serzex Lucifer, wanting to put him in his place for enabling Max to get even till here. He walked to him, and grabbed the weakened Lucifer by the throat. He was struggling to even land a hit on him. He tried to use his power of destruction but failed to do it. "Now then, I will start by ending your life. Goodbye, false demon king, Serzex Lucifer." "No, my mistake, Serzex Gabrie." Issei was deathly calm, as he could only look at Issei as Oma Zio in complete fear. He then brought out disintegration energy that Oma Zio had specialized in. Issei's intention was to show what happens when they cross certain lines, teach them a lesson no devil or supernatural being would forget. He soon threw him in the air, and unleashed disintegration on him, intending to erase from time, space, and this very reality itself. "A monster," Serzex mouthed the words, seeing his end to come. He didn't want to die. He feared the prospect of death, his end by the hands of someone that he looked down on, as nothing but a mere stain on this world. He regretted not killing him before, but now, he had nothing but fear in his mind. He fired the disintegration blast aimed at him, which made him screech in pain and agony upon being wiped out. Issei wiped him out without any mercy. As Serzex felt his whole body being erased, he tried to defend himself, and when it didn't work, he tried to escape, but even that didn't work. All he could do was scream in agony at being erased from the very existence itself, as he soon exploded, leaving nothing behind. His whole body was wiped out from existence itself. Surzex-sama, Grafia and Rias shouted, the former passing out on seeing her husband's demise right in front of him. She had almost lost him once against Trihiksa when he suggested to go into the isolation barrier, but was stopped seemingly by Max. Rias was weeping in sheer agony upon seeing her brother's demise right in front of them. And good riddance, Issei spoke coldly, as when the dust settled, there was nothing left of him. Issei stood by watching the reactions, ranging from passing out, and even despair and sadness. But all had fear in their eyes, knowing what Issei will do next. But before anything could happen, Gabriel called out, Issei. He turned to see Gabriel having tears in her eyes, speaking, she's breathing, but needs help. She had a slight smile on her face, relieved that her daughter didn't die. She had used all of her power to keep her alive, using any healing spells that she had to do so. Issei nodded, returning to the beaten-up faction leaders and their armies, making his final message. Let this be a message, you harmed my little girl and there is no forgiveness for that. I will never forgive or forget what has happened here. Keep one thing in mind, Issei decided to bring out the Aurora curtains. As he forcefully sent them back to the underworld, he then spoke the words. Run and survive, whoever is remaining alive. Keep surviving because now my intention has changed. I will fight in order to live in peace, and if it means you end up dying, that is no longer going to be my problem. Issei's declaration sent shivers to the spines of all those that are still conscious as he closed the Aurora curtain and sent them back. He looked at them with one last look. Before he turned to Gabriel and Reiha, he had to set things right. Scene change. Serafal Memorial Hospital, Underworld, 11:30 p.m. Chaos reigned in the underworld, seeing so many powerful figures and other leaders in their badly beaten states. They were all seen in stretchers and other medical devices just to keep them alive. This is madness, Ajuka spoke with fear, as his usual calm demeanor replaced with a tension-filled one. He couldn't see Surzex at all with them. Beside him, Yasaka's tails swished anxiously as they watched the medical team's work. Their injuries, Yasaka murmured, I've never seen anything like this. The energy signature is completely foreign. Hours passed before the first of them regained consciousness. Max, his body wrapped in magical bandages that glowed with healing energy, was the first to open his eyes. Ajuka approached his bedside, his expression grave. What happened out there? Who did this? Max's laugh was bitter, ending in a painful cough. My brother happened. Issei, he's not the same anymore. After what happened to Gabriel and... Gabriel, is she alright? Yasaka asked with fear, not having an ounce of care after what he had done to her daughter and tried to do with her. She is fine, Azazel spoke up, anger in his eyes remembering what had happened. He watched Surzex being killed by Issei without any mercy. But there was fear and despair as well, with Yasaka speaking to him. Then what happened? It was their daughter. She was killed by my attack. It wasn't my intention, but it misfired and went to her. The two went horrified by this, as they looked in terror upon realizing this, with soon another person waking up. As they turned to see, it was revealed to be Grafia. Grafia, what else happened? Grafia could only respond by crying tears of despair. She remembered what Issei had done to her husband. Serafal then spoke with tears. It was that monster. He had killed Surzex without any mercy or care. Serafal had spoken, as the tears increased even more, with Rias weeping and wailing in complete agony. They were completely despair-ridden at this. Ajuka then spoke. How can this be? How can someone like him kill Surzex? Ajuka exclaimed in shock and despair. The fact that Issei managing to kill Surzex was next to impossible, as Azazel spoke. We underestimated him, Azazel said weakly. We thought we could handle one human with some training. But what he became. He closed his eyes, remembering the overwhelming pressure of Issei's transformed state to Omazeo. He declared war on all of us. On the entire supernatural world. Ajuka's frown deepened. One man against every supernatural faction, that's suicide. You weren't there. Michael's voice came from nearby, the Archangel's wings noticeably dimmer than usual. You didn't feel what we felt. That power. It wasn't just strength. It was like the universe itself had given him permission to be our executioner. The same man that had mercilessly killed Surzex. We couldn't fight him. Even in his base form, he held back, till Max Gunn's attack struck their daughter. Michael spoke with fear and sadness. The fact that an innocent was taken down was terrifying, and what followed next made the Archangel even more terrified at this prospect. It pained his heart, but once he gets healed up, he would have to make Gabriel a fallen angel. Same goes for Reiha in case she survives, since he would use the system to do so. They had a daughter, then this means we have to. Yasaka spoke in response, to which Ajuka responded. No, Issei has declared war on us, we prepare for what comes next. We need to destroy him, before he kills anyone else, Ajuka declared in response, with anger in his eyes. He will avenge Surzex in the end, no matter what happens. Scene change. Issei's house, Los Angeles, United States of America, 12:30 a.m. Issei walked towards Gabriel and Reiha. As she turned to him with tears in her eyes, Issei only raised his hand and focused on Reiha in the house, with her asking with slight fear, her cheeks tear-stained, "What are you doing?" Reversing time to a few hours before, and stabilizing her body vitals, "Give me a few seconds." Gabriel could only nod. She noticed this man was her demon lord, her husband and king. To her, Issei and Reiha were her whole world, and Issei also saw the same. She watched him reverse time, but keeping the healing that Gabriel had placed. Once it was done, Gabriel could feel Reiha return to normal. Her breathing returned, and the baby girl slowly opened her eyes. Issei's Omazeo armor fell apart, and he returned to normal. "Reiha, please," the baby girl woke up. She looked at her parents having tears in their eyes. She muttered something with a low tone, "Pee Papa." The two cried even more, having a happier smile on their faces with Gabriel speaking. Issei, she spoke her first words. "Why yeah." They both were crying, as Gabriel lifted their daughter and hugged her with Issei joining her as they held her tightly. They were relieved that she was alive and well, as the couple went inside to their newly rebuilt house. They were happy that their daughter was alive and well, and they could finally rest for the day. However, deep down, they knew the battle for their peace was only beginning, and this battle is the one they will win. Issei's house, Los Angeles, United States of America, 1:30 a.m. Issei entered into his house. He was inside his room, looking at his daughter who had just fallen asleep. It was a dark day and it could have been worse had the henshin to Omazeo not happened. He still pondered on how this happened, since when he returned to his home. The golden belt changed into the regular Zika driver. All that happened because he wanted to get my wife and daughter. Issei clenched his fists in anger. Just the thought of Max wanting his wife and daughter for his own sexual needs made him furious. It even made him vomit, showing just how far his two former younger siblings have fallen. He also knew that they wouldn't hesitate to do anything to gain access to the rider powers, something that Sugo and Tsukasa had warned him about. Issei sighs to compose himself. He was more confused on his transformation to Omazeo. He wondered on how did it happen, since when he had asked Sugo about the transformation, he had responded by saying it had happened when Gi's Mayacoin was killed by Swartz, or another decade. He deduced that his transformation was akin to a raged-up yet conscious state that he was in. "Something on your mind?" Issei turned around to see Gabriel approaching him. Her hair was slightly wet from taking a bath, and she had changed into a different yet similar variation of the kimono she was wearing earlier. She had also worn a small track pants underneath it. Issei turned to her with a smile, and spoke. "Nothing much, how are you feeling?" She had sat down beside Issei, and spoke. "Better, after the bath. I feel lighter after what had just happened. Still, I can't believe my own kin wished to take me back by force and didn't try to stop him from going after our daughter. And for what? To satisfy that man's sexual desires. How far have they fallen in the past 5 years?" Gabriel's tone had sadness and anger present in it. She was furious at what the angels were trying to do with her own baby girl. Sadness due to how callous, narcissistic and unregretful the people she had been alongside with for centuries had become. Issei pulled her in for a side hug, with her gently lying next to him. She then touched her cheeks, and spoke. "It is a good thing I breastfed her, she is still a year old. Else she doesn't get sleep and can get cranky." "Wait, you did?" Issei asked, to which Gabriel turned to him and nodded. "I did. Once I was done with the barrier, I had her breastfed before she was put to sleep." She looked back at her daughter and gently caressed her head. I guess." Issei could be seen holding her hand tightly. When Gabriel sensed it, she understood one thing. He was afraid of losing her. He was afraid of losing them, as she closed her eyes. She turned to him, and spoke. "Issei, it's alright. I am here, I am not going. Just don't be afraid of losing us, none of us are going anywhere." She spoke with an assuring smile, keeping her hand on his cheek, making him turn his gaze away. He had almost lost both of them today, and with Reiha almost ended up dying by their hands. "I know, but I am afraid that things aren't going to be the same. I always thought they would let us in peace. But now, I fear that we have to fight." Gabriel turned to him, and asked, "Do you regret what you did to Surzex?" "No, I was hoping it didn't have to go this far. Surzex got what had come for him, but I hated that they pushed me this far." "You know how much I don't like hurting others, right?" Issei asked, to which Gabriel nodded in understanding, while this was a weakness in a kill or be killed world like the supernatural. This nature of his, along with his pure-hearted nature of being kind and helpful to others despite what he had gone through, coupled with the fact that he saw Gabriel as a friend and woman, respecting her, not treating her like a piece of meat and not seeing her for her position with the added fact of cherishing her. "I know, and you also despise hurting people. You have the kind nature which was influenced by Sugo's own, but also Tsukasa's taunting yet relaxed nature. You wish to become a photographer, which was something you are practicing. You wish to capture and rule the world. You don't see yourself as an overload, but you wish to become one. You are humble and kind-hearted, and that is why I fell for you." Gabriel ended with a smile. She didn't regret turning against the angels. She chose her love and left the angels, and she was glad that she did. She is the reason why he had someone that truly cared for him and had love in his heart. "So you wouldn't return?" Issei asked, to which Gabriel shook her head and spoke, "Never in my life, 'cause I would rather be with a kind-hearted demon lord than be with hypocritical angels who wish to control me." Issei smiled in response, and spoke, "I guess that is true. Even after being with you, once again my doubts resurfaced after 5 years. I don't blame you." Gabriel held his other hand, as she spoke, "You had fear, and I always knew it would resurface due to them, and even I am afraid of what is going to happen." Issei remained silent, agreeing with the words that Gabriel had. Both were afraid that their lives aren't going to be peaceful unless they fight for the peace. "Our daughter almost died to them, and I fear that they will try again. Issei, I cannot let this happen." Gabriel looked at him with worry and concern. They had lost their daughter once to them, with her almost dying by their hands. Issei had a grim expression on his head, and spoke in response, "We won't." Gabriel looked at him as she continued, "What's worse, I believe Michael will use the system to try and harm my daughter." Gabriel stopped calling him brother, and now called him by his name with contempt. She had lost any and all love for her brother after what he did. Issei turned to her in shock, and asked, "Can he do that? How would he turn you into a fallen?" "It is because of my father." Gabriel spoke with a sigh, to which she continued, "He gave Michael access to the system, and by that I mean complete access. Sure, he would need approval from all angels to make my fallen status approved along with Reiha's own status. She is a miracle child, born from an angel and a human." Issei did ponder on this. He would love Gabriel regardless of whether she is an archangel or a fallen cadre. Issei didn't care. For him, Gabriel meant everything, and so did Reiha. "That is why I have decided to fight as a rider too." Gabriel spoke her resolve, as she continued, "I am not losing our daughter again to them." "We won't." Issei spoke with a serious tone, with Gabriel pondering on what they should do, and she soon had an idea. "Issei, wait. I will be right back." Gabriel rushed inside her room, and checked something. She soon rushed back in, with her speaking, "I am going to use this." Gabriel showed Issei the future note. She always had a gut feeling that Michael may go back to the system and trigger hers and her daughter's fall into fallen angels. Tsukasa stated that she was going to be a miracle child soon, hence she had to prevent Michael from hurting her or their daughter. Issei widened his eyes. The future note can alter the very prospect of future itself, since anything that is written will become true in their current reality, manipulating the future. This belonged to White Waz before it went to Daiki Kaido, who was Kamen Rider the End, and eventually a copy of it was gained by Tsukasa Kadoya with the help of Aurora Curtains. "Gabriel, don't tell me you are," Issei asked with shock as Gabriel gave a nod, speaking, "I am. There is no way I am letting them harm our daughter, Issei. I am not against it, but are you sure of this?" Gabriel again nods, speaking, "They aren't giving me much of a choice, and I am not taking any chances." She lied on her husband's chest, as she was sniffling. She hated doing this to the people that she called her family once, including Michael, who was extremely close, but due to Max and Mia, along with the Hyoudou clan, they had turned despicable, showing no remorse for hurting a toddler. She hated this. She hated what has become of her factions. "All right," Issei responded, not intending to stop her in any manner. She gets up and speaks, "You won't stop me. I have no reason to. Plus, if it keeps you and our daughter safe, I got no reason to deny." Issei kisses her on her forehead, which makes her blush a bit as she soon gives a smile before using the pen to write the following on the future note. For some reason, the heaven system malfunctioned, making it unable to be accessed or repaired by Michael or any angels. As a result, all angels have turned into fallen angels, with the exception of Archangel Gabriel and Reha. The two cannot fall no matter what happens. The malfunction was sudden, and it happened 8 hours from now. The text she had written soon appears on the note. It lights up, showing the outline of the cover in the page, and what was written takes effect. Now we wait, Gabriel responded with a small smile, as Issei asks, why 8 hours? I wanted to wait since I am aware that Michael would try his luck to use the system, and I can't wait for the shock. Plus, it would make us look less suspicious since I don't want them to know about this just yet. Gabriel spoke with a smile. As Issei nodded, he knew that Gabriel wished to protect her daughter. She then again spoke, Issei, could you lift me to bed? Again, you don't seem tired. Gabriel shook her head, with her having a sort of a puppy look, speaking, please. Issei looked at her for a moment, speaking, sure, why not? Issei carried her in a bridal manner. As he lifted her and headed to the bed, she wrapped her arms around him and nuzzled herself to him, which made him smile. The couple soon headed to their bed, and decided to sleep with them, also desiring some sleep due to what had happened. The next day. Gabrie Mansion, Underworld, 8:30 a.m. There was a funeral, with a coffin that was being carried across the streets of the Gabrie Mansion. The coffin was being carried by Seorg Bale and his peerage across the streets. It was a dark day for everyone from the factions who had come to visit the funeral. To them, Sirzek's Lucifer was a great leader. The man that had orchestrated the form of the biggest supernatural alliance. That comprised of not only the biblical three factions separated for eons but also the formation and joining of other pantheons like Norse, Greek, Yukai and many more pantheons. Soon the coffin landed, and was opened as a sign of tradition, but to no one's surprise there was no body. Since Issei disintegrated him out of existence. Grafia and Venelana were weeping, both were wearing black clothing for the funeral of their husband, son. Ziacitus looks down in sadness, with barely controlling his tears. While Rias was also crying seeing this. Like Grafia and Venelana, they were also in black clothing, with Ziacitus tying his hair and dressing in a black suit for the funeral. Many others also paid their respects, as the coffin was closed, with Ziacitus speaking about his son. Sirzek's Lucifer, or I should say, Sirzek's Gabrie. He was one of the founding members of the Kuo Treaty, as well as the alliance that was now stretching all the way to the Egyptian pantheon as of late. But even then, the tragedy that had taken place after the alliance really hurts us. He was a good man, a good husband and a good leader. He always put his family and faction first over his own well-being. Ziacitus's words made the Gabrie family even more. They all were consoled by their loved ones. Ziacitus looked at them, and closed his eyes, controlling his tears. He soon opened them and spoke. He was killed by a monster that was always amongst us. The monster named Issei Hyoudou. He mercilessly killed my son, for the reason of keeping Gabriel from us. He forces her to be with him. And even bore a daughter out of her. Max always used to warn us, believing that he could change for the better, but he never did, and I pity on what he is doing to Gabriel, and I fear that she has changed due to him. He is a damned being, a plague to everything that he touches, and because of him, I lost my son. In the meantime, the others were speaking about Sirzek, good things about him and terrible things about Issei. They were being watched by Issei and Gabriel from a distance, with the latter about to join in, but Issei stopped her, shaking her head, speaking. No, don't. It is pointless to actually make them see reason. Gabriel looked at him and reluctantly nodded. They decided to check on the funeral that was happening, with an additional reason to check on whether the words in the future note have come true or not. They came here by Aurora curtains, which Issei can use with ease. He and Gabriel decided to see the funeral, with her speaking. Seriously, the words Ziacitus spoke, it is so wrong. How can they misjudge you this badly? Lies, reputation and finally false proofs can really change a person's perception. Honestly, it can be frustrating, since as much as Max ruined my life, the others are equally as complicit as Max himself, and even then, I didn't want this to happen. But what choice did we have? Issei spoke with slight sadness, but also with annoyance. He wanted to live in peace, but these people wouldn't let that happen. Gabriel could nod in agreement. They knew that the words these people were saying about Sirzek were putting him in a good light, unaware on what kind of a person he was behind the scenes, especially towards treatment. He treated Issei like a stain, and often looked down on humans in secret, except for a select bunch, as well as reincarnated devils. So we fight, and make more graves if they don't let us be. Issei nodded in agreement, to which he spoke, Yep, and are you sure about joining? I am. I will not let anyone else harm our little girl, ever again. Issei nodded, as they continued to watch the funeral. Many others like Zeus, Azazel and even Seraphol spoke their words and the factions seemingly agreed except for one person. That person was Milika's Gabrie, who was looking far from his room, where he could see the view of the funeral. He didn't understand why his family didn't want him there. When he asked, they said he was too young for it, and he was close to turning 15 years old. He sat back inside his room. Despite Ddraig being his father, he never felt sadness for him since he barely met or interacted with him. Same goes for his mother, they had never been there. Her grandmother was, but even she was busy. For most of his life, he was alone or treated as a powerful figure, but never as a person. Father, why did you have to fight for him? Milikas asked to himself. He never knew Issei, so unlike his family, he had no reason to hate Issei. He always pondered on what was going to happen to him now. He wondered what is in store for him since he has a feeling that they will engage him to a woman he has never met before. And given his family's background of enforcing pure blood engagements, he will have no choice but to do so. Now I have no friends, they just come to me cause I am the child of Graphia Lucifuge and Ddraig Lucifer. Otherwise I am all alone, nobody to call a friend, and nobody to call a loved one. I am all alone, Milikas spoke all alone, as he decided to head out of the room, to check if his family has returned, otherwise he would be seated in the hall waiting for his parents. He was all alone yet again. Unbeknownst to him, someone was watching him. This was Issei Hyoudou, the original Kamen Rider Dien and a friend of Tsukasa Kadoya and Sugo Tokiwa. He has light brown, tousled hair styled in a slightly messy, textured look. They have sharp facial features and a serious, focused expression. They're wearing a stylish white jacket with a wide collar, paired with a black shirt underneath, and a silver chain necklace. He also wore a matching black pants and black shoes. Guess I finally found my successor as well, Issei Hyoudou spoke with a smile, as he took a bite of the apple that was in the Gabrie family's fridge. Many of the maids and soldiers were frozen solid due to the temporal freezing ability that Issei was capable of. They were frozen in time. Delicious, no wonder these supernatural beings live a luxurious life and act even more arrogantly and evil than humans. Had to deal with a bunch of Nagas before getting this. Issei revealed the diamond, which another treasure of his. This was the Nagamani, and Daikei's goal was to steal the gem from the Nagas, unaware of what has happened. He used the Nagrani and froze her in time. Before using her to pick up the gem, he took it and left, after which he let the time resume to the Nagas, who were clueless and horrified at what had happened after this. He got down from the bench he was seated in, and decided to steal some more stuff before having his conversation with Milikas to make him the secondary Kamen Rider of this world. This place needs Kamen Riders to fight against the supernatural beings since sacred gears aren't all that useful. Thanks for your services, maids and soldiers. Issei walked away from the maids, and headed into the vault where he could steal some treasures from the Gabrie family, with them being unaware that another rider will soon be created to become even more of a thorn, and this time, it would be coming from one of their own kin. Back at the funeral site, Issei and Gabriel had watched Michael show up. Gabriel noticed that Issei had a scowl on his face. She held his hand and assured him that she was there for him. She looked at her watch. It has been an hour since they have arrived and the falling would soon happen. With her speaking, it's about time. Yes, I believe so. They continued to watch Michael speak his words. They knew that the words in the future note will start to take effect, causing the funeral to become more chaotic. They then watched Michael speak his words. It brings great sadness to me and the remaining angels about what has happened to Lord Ddraig Lucifer, but rest assured, his death will not go in vain. Issei will be punished, and we will find a way, and it brings great pain to my heart, but Gabriel will henceforth be considered as a fallen seraph. She is unworthy to being an archangel in the eyes of the angels and will be set to become a fallen angel after this funeral. That is something I can assure everyone of. The others agreed to this. They blamed Issei for turning Gabriel against them. As Gabriel shook her head in disappointment when she heard Michael speak so ill about her choices, she doesn't regret being with Issei. Issei was ready to torment Michael. He had a few ideas of sending him to locations that will make him growl for mercy. But he shook his head. He didn't want to deal with him yet. The couple soon noticed the changes in the wings, as Gabriel spoke. So it is true, all angels will fall instead of me and Reha. True, let's see on how their reactions are. Issei responded, a small smile curling on his face, since they intended to harm his wife and daughter yet again, but instead they are going to suffer karma. Back at the audience, Michael's wings suddenly started to black, with all the angels present also having their wings turned back. Irina's angelic wings also turned black, indicating their fall as fallen angels. Michael staggered back, his eyes widening in shock as his pristine white wings darkened, black feathers spilling onto the marble floor. Around him, the other angels suffered the same fate, their brilliant halos flickering and dimming. Irina clutched her chest, horror flashing across her face as her once divine wings turned jet black. Panic spread like wildfire. What is happening? One angel cried out, staring in disbelief at their fallen state. This can't be. Another clutched their head, trembling. We are heaven's chosen. How could we? Michael's breath was ragged, his hands shaking as he reached back to touch his now tainted wings. This is impossible. Gabriel looked at them with coldness, her expression calm yet unwavering. It seems the future note has made the words into reality, Michael. You sought to punish me for following my heart, for choosing love over blind obedience. But in doing so, you have proven that none of you are worthy of the light you claim to uphold. Issei crossed his arms, watching the chaos with amusement. Poetic, isn't it? His tone was mocking. You tried to cast Gabriel down, but instead, heaven cast you out. Let's go. I think we are done here, Issei. Gabriel spoke up, as Issei nodded. He used an aurora curtain to teleport himself and Gabriel back home. Although he knew that Gabriel could teleport herself back to her home. They had long left, letting the chaos unfold back at the funeral site. As the darkness spread across the wings of heaven's former elite, the panic only intensified. Cries of disbelief and outrage echoed through the funeral site, but no one had any answers. The other factions were horrified at this, with Azazel speaking, "What is happening?" "I don't know, the heaven system can only be accessed by Michael. How can he fall then? He even had contingencies to prevent his own fall," Ajuka added, to which Seraphal responded. "Gabriel, she is the one that did this." Seraphal's tone had a mixture of anger and despair at this. Her former rival turned enemy was the sole reason why this is happening. All she could do is curse them, with Sona asking, "How Seraphal-sama?" "Simple, she is an archangel, just like Michael, so it shouldn't be beneath her to do so." "Damn you, Issei, you are not going to stop till you see our ruin, don't you?" Seraphal spoke with a scowl, hating her former rival even further. They could only watch and comfort the former angels who had been reduced to mere fallen angels. Amid the growing hysteria, Irina Shida stood frozen, her breath caught in her throat. She stared at her now blackened wings, the soft, familiar glow of her angelic form replaced by a cold, shadowy hue. No, this can't be happening," Irina whispered, her voice trembling. Why am I? Why are all of us falling?" Her wide, desperate eyes turned to Michael, hoping and praying that he would provide some kind of explanation, some reassurance that this was all just a mistake. But Michael stood silent, his face pale, his fingers still brushing against the dark feathers at his back as if unable to accept the truth of what had happened. Irina's panic rose. "Lord Michael, please tell us. What's happening to us?" He didn't answer. He didn't have any answer for this. They didn't understand why they are falling. Michael was also speechless at this. His black wings made him shiver. He was starting to fear even more, as he screamed in anguish. Seeing this, many were calming and assuring the angels that nothing happened. They were aware that Issei and Gabriel somehow managed to find a way to counter what plans they had in store for them. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei playing his games while Chibi Reiha is sleeping next to him. 2 weeks later. Issei's house, Los Angeles, United States of America, 10:30 a.m. Issei was seated in his house, eating some of his food. It was soup with some vegetables and chicken. He then looked at his vegetables and looked at Gabriel's soup. She was focused on feeding her daughter food. As she spoke, "Reiha, you cannot say no to your veggies." Reiha looked at her mother, and seemingly pouted. She didn't want to eat veggies. Gabriel had to try various tricks to get her to eat. Even using the famous airplane trick, which did work, fortunately. Seeing this, Issei decided to remove the veggies and put it in Gabriel's bowl, while she was focused on feeding Reiha. Soon enough, Issei pretended to eat his soup while she didn't notice the transference of vegetables. Once she was done, she spoke with a smile. "Good girl, Reiha." Reiha seemed to have a little bit of a pout, before making a small huff in response. The girl was smarter for her current age. Gabriel turned to her food and showed the awfully high number of vegetables. Turning to Issei, she asked, "Issei, would you explain to me why I have more vegetables?" Issei responded to her nervously. "I have no idea what you are talking about." Gabriel looked annoyed. She knew that Issei was a terrible liar, which made her even more frustrated, to which she asked one final time, "Issei, tell me the truth, now." Gabriel's tone was commanding. It wasn't like the sweet girl he married. this side of hers, was only when she has to scold or chastise someone she cares for. Issei became even more nervous. He didn't want to deal with his wife's anger. Guess I have no choice. Gabriel curled her fist into a ball and hid behind Issei, while making a thumb gesture from her hands, speaking, laughter pressure point. She used the Hikari secret technique which she learned from Natsumi Hikari, much to Tsukasa's nervousness. She used it on Issei, jabbing her thumb near the side of his neck, causing him to uncontrollably start laughing, leaving Reiha confused at this. Lying to others is a bad thing, Issei. Remember that. Gabriel chastised Issei, who had fallen to the ground laughing without any control. She looked towards him, as he soon got up, catching his laughter after a while. He then responded. You know how much I hate vegetables, right, Gabriel? Gabriel responded to him with a sigh, speaking. That doesn't mean you put it in my plate. You aren't a child, you know that, right? Plus, what example will you set your daughter if you are going to not eat vegetables? You know how much a fast learner she is, right? Gabriel scolded Issei, making him nod in understanding. Issei sat down, curling his legs. He understood what she said, to which he spoke. Fine, I won't do it. It just brings back bad memories, having rotten vegetable soup in my home. Meat was more of a miracle. Gabriel sat beside him, speaking. But you know it is not true, right? I gave you even meat. It is something that you like. Plus, you have us. Your old family is just what it is, your past. We need to think of the future and what we do. You have me, you have Reiha, and I don't think we will have more friends, but if you asked me, I am fine with living a quiet life here. Gabriel spoke with a smile, as she gave her hand to help him up, with him nodding. Reiha looked at her parents with a confused look, tilting her head sideways. Gabriel spoke up. Nothing much, Reiha. I was speaking to your papa about some things. Gabriel soon lifted Reiha in her arms, speaking, Come, let's head to the mall. She turned to Issei and spoke, Papa. Yes, Papa will also come. Now let's go. Gabriel spoke with a smile, kissing the girl on her cheek, causing her to giggle. She then turns a glance to Issei, who nodded, with him also heading with Gabriel to explore the city. They knew the news reports of several meteors falling was erased due to the supernatural using memory magic to keep themselves hidden. The only ones unaffected were Issei and his family due to Gabriel's barrier, which she had set up after the attack. The family could enjoy some traveling around the location. Scene change. Hades' realm, underworld, 11:30 a.m. Hades was seated in his office. He was in the form of a tall and handsome man with a specially designed eye patch on his right eye and long, stylish silver hair that spikes up at various spots on his head. He's shown with a leaf-like pattern tattooed across his forehead, a spiked choker necklace lined, and a bead-like earring on his left ear with many smaller piercings. His attire is shown to be quite formal and extravagant, with a collar that spans all the way to his upper chest, and badges decorated on the left and right side of his coat. Finally, he wears long white jeans and a pair of shoes filled with square patterns. He was reading the news, checking what had happened. He had a smile on his face, speaking, Oh, it has been some weeks since the Bat King has been killed. Nice. Hades was happy with the fact that the devils, especially Xerxes Lucifer, finally got their well-deserved karma for his policies, and was looking forward to seeing the devils suffer even more for trying to enter into his realm without any permission. He had also heard that Zeus was afraid of Issei, when he had heard that Omazeo had terrified all the factions, and he was happy that his younger brother was finally getting his comeuppance for his arrogance. He was looking forward to have a confrontation with Issei, wondering if he is up for a mock battle, but he decided to let him live his life in peace, intending to meet him soon in the future when he is more relaxed and open to visitors. However, soon someone barged inside his room, catching Hades off guard. The person was Persephone. She had long flowing brown hair, wearing a flower crown on her head, and her clothing, which was now comprised of petal crowns around her shoulders, a bluish-black dress, which had a design pattern in the form of an hourglass. She had worn a brown skirt with its insides being red and brown slacks that extended all the way up her upper thighs, attached by a clothing that she had worn. Her shoulder sleeves were white, and her dress was fully sleeved. She also wore a necklace that had a ruby at its center. Anada, I have some bad news. Some people from our pantheon are invading our place. Hades got up. He had a look of seriousness. He then asks, The girls? They are safe. I have asked them to enter their rooms and not leave them. Hades got up and responded, Go, Purse, head inside the room. Things are going to get messy. Hades reveals the SB-315B Saiga driver, with him speaking to her. Let's just say Issei-kun isn't the only one with rider powers. He held the driver, ready to defeat them. I have the power of all evil riders, Hades spoke with a smile, which made Persephone nod. She hoped that he would be fine. She headed inside, and waited for what would happen. Once he reaches outside, he sees several Greek minor gods that had ambushed them, and held many of the Grim Reapers hostage while others were slain by him, with him speaking with a serious tone, "Leave them, now." Hades ordered them. He was only going to give these gods one chance to leave since they belonged to his pantheon, else they would have been dead without hesitation for killing his people. He was not going to tolerate the Greek pantheon anymore with their harassment. He then spoke. That wasn't a request. Hades used his aura to send the gods flying. He then spoke to the Grim Reapers. "Head indoors. I will be dealing with them myself." "I apologize, my lord, if we were." Hades cuts him off by placing his hand in front of them, speaking, "No, don't apologize, you did your best to hold them back. If I hadn't gotten later, my people would be alive. Now go, these gods will regret ever coming here." The Grim Reapers nodded, as they left. Once they did, Hades was surrounded by several gods, as he brought out the Saiga belt and placed it on his waist. He removed the Saiga phone and placed it in his hand. It was a small flip phone used in the early 21st century as a way to contact people. The minor gods then demanded, "Hades, surrender us the devices that were granted to you, or else you will die, along with the rest of your family." Hades seemingly looked angry, waiting for a while before smiling, as he spoke, "Of course I will." His smile turned sinister, before speaking, "And it is good to see you guys." He speaks, opening the SB315B Saiga phone, "Taking care of all of you." He presses the 315 buttons on the flip phone while speaking, "Is also part of my job." Hades presses some buttons in the phone and closes it, as an announcement plays. Standing by. Hades flips his phone and places it in the Saiga driver, as he gets into his position with the gods trying to charge a magic blast. Hades only exclaims, "Henshin." Complete. Hades transforms into Kamen Rider Saiga, much to the shock and horror of everyone, as if dealing with one rider wasn't enough, now they have to deal with another one as well. Hades spoke seriously, "Let the game begin." The gods fired their shots, only for Hades to dodge successfully, as he turns his Saiga phone and changes into a firing mode, typing the command, 103 foot with an announcement playing. Single mode. Hades fired several shots that had injured the gods, making them scream in pain. He continues to fire several shots at the other gods, making them shout in pain, making them lose their concentration of magic, and continues to fire at them. He switches his phone to burst mode by pressing the buttons on the phone. 106 foot with an announcement playing. Burst mode. He fires 4 burst shots, killing one of the minor gods, making them scream in pain. However, Hades realizes that he would need to recharge his gun. He presses the buttons on the phone. 279 foot. Charge. The god sees this, as minor goddess charges at him, with her screaming, "You'll pay for this." I should be saying this. Well, it could be just be you and me, but it matters not anyway. Hades struck her, kicking her in the stomach, sending her flying. He knew the 5-second timer was over, and he soon fired 3 burst shots at her, killing her instantly, with the goddess only screaming in pain before falling to the ground dead. He decides to once again repeat the process, by typing the numbers, 279 foot yet again. Charge. Hades knew he still had to deal with 3 more gods, as he decided to bring out the SB315F flying attacker. He then wears it, and decides to activate it by pressing the buttons 3-1-7-6 quickly. This was the weapon Hades decided to wear till they dealt with them. He took to the skies, with the gods using their magic circles to constantly fire at them. Blue energy blasts were fired towards the gods, forcing them to block with their own magic circles. But Hades didn't stop. He knew that he had more ammunition, as soon their barriers broke and they were rained down by a barrage of bullets that had forced their barriers to break. The 2 things shattered, and soon bullets were rained down on them. Hades soon dashed forward, grabbing the weakened lower gods and threw them towards the river Styx, where they were burned due to the properties of water being akin to lava because of all the negative emotions that were present. Hades landed next to them, removing his Saiga phone and pressing the end call button, de-shining into his normal form. He then spoke with a cold tone, "After all, you all are only low-ranking gods, having the arrogance of a high one." Hades looked as their skin melted from their flesh and bones, revealing it. They tried to leave, but the water was too deep for them to escape, as they soon passed away into the water. Once this was done, Persephone had arrived next to him, speaking, "So Anata, where are they?" Hades only pointed to the river Styx, making her understand that they are all dead. Persephone then asked, "So what will you do now?" "I will pay a visit to Zeus. After all, he can't just get away with what he has done," Hades spoke, as he turned to his wife speaking, "Come back soon, honey." Scene change. Westfield Century City, Los Angeles, USA, 1:30 p.m. Reiha was happy. She headed out of the nearest movie theater with a smile on her face since the family went to watch a new movie for her. They made sure the movie had good rating. She was carried in Issei's arms. He soon turned to Reiha and spoke, "Was it a good movie?" Reiha kept giggling and remaining happy, much to the parents' happiness. As Issei spoke, "Going out was a good idea, especially to the mall." "Well, I thought I should take Reiha for a proper stroll. It's been a few days since we headed to the park. But I thought of heading to the mall since Reiha would like it if we did, and it seems like my intuition was on the mark." Gabriel brought her hand closer to her daughter and rubbed it, causing her to nuzzle to her mother's hand. Gabriel gave a smile in response, to which she continued, "Issei, let's head to the playpen here," Gabriel suggested, to which Issei nodded. He then continued, "Sure, why?" Before Issei could continue, the dimensions suddenly changed and the trio were transferred into a pocket dimension. Gabriel looked at Issei as she spoke, "Issei." "Yes, I think they wish to try their luck again." Issei was about to give Gabriel Reiha, but she spoke, "No, Issei, I will deal with them myself." Gabriel brought out the Beyond River. She then turned to her attack and waited, and when the person showed in the form of two pigtails, she then spoke with sarcasm, "So what brings you here, great Mao Leviathan?" The person was revealed to be Seraphal Leviathan, who responded, You will regret what you did to the Michael and his angels, and supporting this person." Seraphal pointed to Issei, who had a look of annoyance, to which she continued, "What did you two do to them?" "I don't think I am obliged to tell you in any way, Mao Leviathan. And besides, it is a trade secret. Why would I tell you anyway? It is because you are still part of heaven, and it was you that tampered with the heaven system. Because of you, all angels have turned into fallen angels except for the two of you." Seraphal was about to unleash a magic blast, but Gabriel only brought out her future note and wrote the words. For an unknown reason, Seraphal Leviathan can no longer use her magic. The text she had written soon appears on the note. It lights up, showing the outline of the cover and the page, and what was written takes effect. Seraphal was about to aim it at her daughter, but to her surprise, nothing happened. She tried to use her magic, but it once again didn't have any attempt, to which she shouted, "You! What have you done to me?" "Sorry, like I said, trade secret." Gabriel spoke with a smirk. Before losing it, she then spoke with a serious and cold tone, "You once again tried to harm my little girl. You devils are truly rotten beings, that think that they will get away with their actions, but not anymore. I won't let you harm my family." She brought out the Beyond River, and placed it in her chest, activating it, which wraps around her chest. Beyond River. She brought out the Waz Mirrored Watch and speaks, "Issei is not the only rider that you will deal with, Seraphal. I am also a rider, like my husband." She presses it on, and an announcement takes place, opening the Mirrored Watch. Waz. She places it in the mapping slot of the driver, with an announcement happening once she again presses on the Mirrored Watch. Action. A Chinese-themed electronic music was playing. As Seraphal started to back away in fear, she wanted to teleport, but she had lost access to her magic. She watched as a smartwatch is projected behind Gabriel as geometric shapes appear around them. Gabriel soon exclaims in response, "Henshin." She closes in the crank and handle, when upon doing this will send the data of the Mirrored Watch to the mirrored scope, initiating transformation. The next announcement takes place. The music also stops. Toei Future Time. As Gabriel pushes in the lever, as he pushes the lever, green watch bands surround him to form the suit. As the katakana forms onto his visor, an announcement goes in the meantime. Suk Jidai, Mirai, Kamen Rider Waz. Gabriel had transformed into Kamen Rider Waz, and was ready for a fight. Iwi, the angel of love, has turned into the prophet of future. The prophet who would dedicate herself to living her own life, alongside her Mao, no longer bound by the false rules led by the factions. Gabriel turns to Seraphal, who had a mixture of anger and fear in her face. She decided to rejoice in order to honor the original Kamen Rider Waz, who was Black Waz, which he had gained his power from White Waz. Both have a tendency to rejoice. Iwi. When Sugo or Geese reach a new transformation or gain access to a new rider power, depending on which Waz it is. Now then, Rivalcoin, let's begin. Gabriel brought out her Zekin de Pair in its Yari mode, with an announcement following. Zekin de Pair. Yarasuji. She charged at Seraphal, who flew using her wings, as Gabriel responded by leaping in the air. She slashed Seraphal, making her scream with pain. She soon dodged a punch from Seraphol with her jabbing multiple times, making her scream in pain. She backed away with fear, trying to flee from the attack. She decides to only use her base form since Seraphol was barely a threat at this point. She then presses the Kamen button and swipes her finger on the button scanner up and down multiple times and performs a powerful thrust. She unleashes her finisher Bakuretsu Lance from her spear. An announcement soon follows. Finish time, Bakuretsu Lance. Gabriel unleashes and shoots out a green energy-based spear to the enemy. She soon screams with pain, as she cracks up electricity making her scream in pain causing an explosion, with her body falling to the ground rolling. "You," Seraphol growled angrily looking at Gabriel with anger in her eyes, "I will make that brat come from that BAS." Seraphol was unable to complete, as Gabriel stomped her with her leg, making her cough up cutting her off, and speak with a cold tone. "Didn't anyone tell you to not speak bad words in front of children? We need to keep this fight PG." Gabriel turned to Reiha who was cheering for her mother. She gave a nod to her, with Issei only smiling. She was also trained by Tsukasa and Zio in the power of riders and learnt well. Turning back to Seraphol, she spoke, "As much as I would like to show you my other mirrored watches, I believe I would rather spend my day with my husband or daughter." Seraphol angrily glared at Gabriel but felt fear when she had heard this. She hated that she was afraid of Gabriel of all people. She hated her new rider powers, she hated that she was capable of this. And worst of all, she hated that she chose Issei as her lover and had a daughter with him, someone she saw as nothing but a plague and a rapist to this world. She wanted to kill her more than anything else. Gabriel looked at her anger and shook her head internally. She never understood why Seraphol held this much hatred for her, even before she had chosen Issei. However, that was not important. She tried to harm her daughter, and there is no forgiveness for those that harm her child. She initiated the finisher. Gabriel opens the crank and handle before closing it again. An announcement played. Beyond the time. From there, Gabriel sends a green energy cube behind Seraphol, as she backed away. The devil slowly tried to get up. She sees Gabriel in the air, her entire body surrounded in a green energy tornado with a green kick character swirling around Gabriel. An announcement plays. Time explosion. She then corkscrew kicking Seraphol into the cube that transforms into a timer that explodes the minute it hits 0. Once the attack is done, a massive explosion happens behind Gabriel as she got into her pose. Reiha was cheering for her mother, with Issei having a smile on his face. As she turns back to Seraphol who was unconscious, she had several broken bones and bleeding wounds on her body. Her body was charred from the attack. She walks to him, and speaks, "As much as I would like to see you dead, I don't want my daughter to see death just yet. Be lucky that I am not going to kill you." Seraphol Leviathan. Gabriel uses magic to send her back to the underworld, let them see her state of what happens to those that mess with her family. Once this was done, she walks back to her family and dehensions and returns to her family with a smile speaking. "So Reiha, what do you think about Mama?" Gabriel asks with a smile, with the dimensions returning to normal. She keeps the belt back in a futuristic pocket dimension only accessible by the Kamen Riders which were Issei and Gabriel for now. "Mama, Mama," Reiha spoke her words. She was motioning to come to her mother. Reiha soon lifted her up, speaking with a smile. "So you finally call me Mama. It took you 2 weeks to do so, but I am glad." "Mama, Mama, Mama," Reiha kept repeating the words, as Gabriel lifted her up with the little girl giggling at this. The couple then decided to continue enjoying their day at the mall. They decided to have their lunch before heading back home. Scene change. Zeus's throne, Olympus, Greece, 4:30 p.m. Zeus was seated on his throne. It has been 2 weeks since the death of Cersei's Lucifer. He felt fear at what Issei had done, given that he tortured Zeus and broke him, almost had killed him. He remembered the word, survive, which was ringing in his ear. Why am I afraid of a mortal? That damned rider. Zeus cursed Issei at the top of his lungs. He feared Issei even more. His broken state made the Greek gods afraid and furious at what he had done. Especially Artemis and Hera, who wanted to get back at Issei, but Zeus out of fear warned them to not go after him, at least not yet, since Issei killed Cersei, and they can be next at any given time. However, soon a voice spoke up, so someone decided to show his true colors as Zeus. Zeus turned around to see none other than Hades, who had a cold look on his face, as he spoke, "Sending goons in the form of your gods to bring me to your knees." Hades, what are you doing here? Zeus had a mixture of fear and surprise present as he spoke in response, checking his hands. "Visiting my dear younger brother. After all, You tricked me to choosing the underworld despite me helping me, and even then I still didn't hold anger against you. When my wife died by the Longinus wielder all those centuries ago and I lost my way, but none of you ever showed up, I never held any anger against you. Hades soon grits his teeth in anger, as he continues, but then you decided to try to hurt my family and kill my people. That is when I decided to hold my anger against you. Zeus backed away. He knew he stood no chance against Hades. He felt even more fear, with Hades seeing this, speaking, "But worry not, I won't kill you, Zeus." Zeus felt a bit relieved by this, as he watched Hades bring out a Zeki driver, a different one that Issei used. He then placed it on his waist, much to Zeus's shock and his now increasing fear, since he feared what is going to happen next. "I will make sure you never dare pick on my family ever again." Hades brought out a different ride watch, which was the Baux's ride watch. He then turns the ride watch 360 degrees clockwise. An announcement playing. Baux's. He places it in the D9 slot of the Zeki driver, with him summoning a giant analog clock similar to Issei when he transformed into Kamen Rider Zio. However, his was a shade of green. The clock also resembles the Sunriser. He then announces, Henshin. He turns the driver 360 degrees clockwise, and an announcement taking place. Rider time. Hades soon forms the armor, and it is placed on him, as a final announcement takes place. Kamen Rider Baux's. Hades had transformed into Kamen Rider Baux's. He was ready to fight his opponents. Zeus then asks with fear, while backing away, "Why, you are our rider too?" "Yes, but fair warning, I am not as merciful as Zio." Hades responded as he charged at Zeus, who desperately tried to block his attack. Hades punched him several times with a red energy releasing from his fists, as Zeus backed away. Zeus flew in the air and unleashed bolts of lightning, only for Hades to leap in the air and land a kick that sent Zeus to the ground. He looked around and landed a kick landed him to the ground. Deciding to take things to the next level, he brought out his sword, which was Baux's own personal sword. It was a Revolcane-like sword that he uses as his own personal weapon. It was a glowing photon saber belonging to Kamen Rider Black RX of a different era, with an announcement playing. Revolcane. He glowed his sword, which glowed a bright blue in color, with Zeus responding by throwing his master bolt at him, only for Hades to deflect the attack, causing an explosion alerting the others. He leaped towards him and thrusted him multiple times, making him screech in pain. "What's the matter, Zeus? Is that all?" Hades spoke mockingly. He was effortlessly overpowering him, as Zeus decided to unleash even more lightning, but Hades deflected all of them with the saber he was wielding. He knew the others would come, so he decided to end this, as he pressed the ride on Ruzer and rotating the Zeka circular 360 degrees. An announcement follows. Finish time. He leaps in the air and performs his rider kick against Zeus, his leg coating with red energy, as an announcement plays. Baux's time break. His kick was a one-leg tuck kick rather than both, which was the case of Kamen Rider Black RX. He landed the kick onto Zeus, who tried to protect himself using a barrier, but the attack penetrated it and kicked him towards his throne, triggering an explosion, making him screech in pain. Hades gets into his pose, as he turns to see Zeus, who was unconscious, bleeding and bruised. Hades scoffed, but before he could leave, he sensed the Olympians reaching to him, with Hera demanding, "You have some nerve of showing up here, don't you, Hyoudou?" Hades turns to Hera and speaks, "I am not Issei." He removes the Baux's ride watch from his belt, revealing himself to everyone present. Hera then speaks with surprise, Hades. "What is the meaning of this, Hades?" Poseidon demands to the Greek god, to which he speaks, "I have made my choice, my realm is no longer going to be part of this realm. Zeus sent some of his gods to kill my people and threaten my family, due to which my realm will no longer be a part of Olympus, and I shall no longer listen to this man-child." The words made many shocked. Hades declaring cutting off all ties with the factions shocked and horrified many. Hera then responded, "How dare you? Are you really going to fight me, Hera? I am a Kamen Rider like Issei as well, and if I can do this to the man-child of your husband, then I can repeat the same procedure to you as well." Hades showed the ride watch of Baux's, which can even combat with the likes of Grand Zio on even ground. He then continued, "Just keep in mind, Issei held back, but I am not Issei, don't expect me to hold back." The Greek gods minus a certain goddess were furious but fearful at this, as Hades narrowed his gaze before speaking, "I have made my point clear, it looks like." He soon creates a magic circle and speaks, "Goodbye, former family." He teleports out of there, leaving many of the Greek gods furious, excluding one who looked down sadly at what has happened. Hera decided to take charge of the situation, speaking, "I will be taking temporary charge of Olympus till my husband recovers. Hestia, Apollo and Dionysus, heal Lord Zeus and bring some of the healing nymphs and other beings to do so. I want him healed as soon as possible." The three nodded, and lifted up Zeus's body, with Hera continuing, "Hermes, send a message about what has happened here, and Hades, being a rider as well, ask for the next meeting. All riders are stated to be killed on sight." "As you wish, mother," Hermes responded with a bow, as she continues, "The rest span out and hunt down any rider you find, but make sure to keep yourselves in your territories however." The others nodded, leaving Hera alone pondering on what is going to happen next. As if Issei being a Kamen Rider wasn't enough, even Hades was another one, and she feared their power. Those devices needed to be captured or destroyed at all costs. Seraphal Memorial Hospital, Underworld, 10:30 p.m. Ajuka was watching over Seraphal, who was badly injured from her fight against Gabriel. He then asks, "How did this happen?" He remembered Seraphal had fallen from the ground and was sent directly to the hospital. She was badly injured and nobody knew how this happened. They presumed this was Issei's doing, however the truth was far from it. "It was Gabriel, she was the one to do this to me," Seraphal growled in anger, responding to Ajuka with a similar tone, to which Ajuka checks a report and speaks, "Not only this, but also the fact that you possess no magic. It is weird. It is not just sealed, but it seemed like it never existed." Seraphal grunted. Foam could be seen forming on her mouth due to how furious she was with what Gabriel and Issei have done. "Gabriel, she did this to me. I don't know how, but the fact that she was able to make it such that I never had magic was her doing. Not to mention she is a rider like that damned perverted rapist. Even the fallen angels from heaven, I firmly believe was her doing. Curse that angelic bitch." She scowled the last part, making Ajuka ponder on how did Gabriel manage to turn the entire angelic race into fallen angels, as well as find a way to strip Seraphal of her magical power. Due to this, he was forced to find a way to remove the Brave Saints cards due to Michael and many others asking it. They had to prevent the heaven system's malfunction, with many reincarnated angels being regular exorcists. No angels can ever exist with the exception of Gabriel, since they believed that Reha was still dead. This caused the complete dissolution of the Brave Saints. Something that Michael hated Issei with all his life. Either way, you should rest. Gabriel being a rider is going to cause us problems, especially with what a rider is capable of. They had to find a way to deal with them, and gain access to the devices. Ajuka spoke analytically, from what he had heard from speaking to Azazel and the other victims of the rider known as Omazeo. Someone that is considered a true demon king. Seraphal nodded, albeit reluctantly, as he continued, "I have a feeling that history would repeat itself. We ousted the original demon kings 500 years ago due to their aggressive and war-bearing nature, and I have a feeling that Issei might be the one to do the same. Then we need to stop him and take those devices before he kills us. He is clearly out for our blood and wants us dead," Seraphal declared angrily, to which Ajuka seemingly nodded. He had to agree that Issei won't show any hesitation or mercy when it comes to killing them. Ajuka then spoke, "We will find a way to take those devices, you needn't worry about it." However, soon another magic circle had arrived in their location, which was of Greek origin. He turned to see it was none other than Hermes, as he spoke, "Lord Ajuka, Lady Seraphal, I have some bad news." "What is it?" Ajuka asked with concern, as he responded, "Hades, the god of the dead, is also a rider like that perverted disgrace." The two were even more fearful. They didn't have to deal with not one, not two but three Kamen Riders, all of whom have a beef against the supernatural due to what they have done and are afraid of what is going to happen next. And that is not the worst part. He has abandoned Olympus and has left it completely. He no longer wants to associate with the factions by cutting all ties with us. He is no longer part of the alliance. Ajuka and Seraphal had become pale at this. They hated what was happening to them. First, Issei becoming a rider and killing Serzex was not enough, but both Gabriel and Hades also became Kamen Riders. They are now afraid that the odds are not by their side, since the three can easily kill them if they want to, and they had to find a way to deal with them before it is too late. Issei's house, Los Angeles, United States of America, 10:30 p.m. Reha was fast asleep. She was exhausted by playing in the playpen. Gabriel gently tucked her in. She then spoke, "Sleep tight, my baby girl." Issei soon came out from the bathroom and spoke, "Who knew that heading to the mall can be too exhausting? But we did some shopping for all three of us." Gabriel nodded in agreement. She did saw several bags belonging to branded companies. Several carry bags that belong to the same as well. She looked at Issei and spoke, "Now that Reha is gone to sleep, shall we?" Gabriel walked up to her husband and wrapped her arms around him. She wanted to be intimate with him. She then spoke, "I want a baby boy, Issei. A small boy that I can spoil just like you spoil Reha." "Well, I don't mind, plus," Issei pulled her closer to him by her waist, as she made a small blush and had a smile on her face. She could feel his breath in such a close proximity. The hot breath made her whole body flush in response, her cheeks heating up. "It's been a while since we have gotten this intimate, and with Reha sleeping, I don't mind giving her a little brother." Gabriel was blushing even more, as he started to lift her to the bed in a bridal manner. Even Issei was having a blush on her face. He and Gabriel did desire to spend some intimate time with each other since it was a while since they have gotten this intimate with each other. But before they could even get a move, they sensed a presence that caused them to lose all intimacy that they had, earning a scowl on their faces. Gabriel then spoke with annoyance. "Just when things were getting good, once again they annoy us. And this time they had to send the Karen goddess to ruin our peace." Issei gently placed Gabriel down, with him speaking, "I will be back, then we can have our fun." Issei kissed on her forehead, causing her to blush slightly, as he turned to leave, but Gabriel stopped him, asking, "Wait." Issei turned around and she asked, "Which Kamen Rider are you using?" Issei turned to her and spoke, "A rider known to disperse his enemies gorgeously." Issei ended with a smile, making her nod. She understood which Kamen Rider Issei was going to use against the Karen goddess. She could only hope that she survives the whole ordeal, else another one will fall due to their own shred of arrogance and misguided hatred towards the men gender. Scene change. Angeles National Forest, Los Angeles, USA, 11 p.m. Issei reaches the location where the person was trying to locate them. He soon saw several women with tattered clothing but akin to those of a huntress's, which included that of a small shirt and short pants. Some even wore tracks, and they wore emblems near their shirt sleeve that belonged to Artemis. They were led. The woman that showed up was described to be a young woman with round blue eyes and long white hair, with the bottom of her hair attaches to a large circular ornament. She wears long white dress with red tip at the bottom, a silver necklace, and a pair of sandals. She wields large bow which is capable of firing arrows made of pure energy as a weapon. This was Artemis, the goddess of hunting. "Alright, we are here, Lady Artemis. The boy should just be a few more miles away before we can assassinate him." One of the hunters spoke to her, to which Artemis responded, "That's excellent. There is no way I am letting that man-beast live after what he has done to father." Artemis spoke with a smile. As the huntress nodded, another one then spoke, "Plus, we have to deal with his daughter. What should we do with her?" "We will take her away, erase all her memories of her parents, and bring her to the factions." Same goes for Gabriel as well, but with her, we find out a way to fix the heavens system, Artemis responded, not intending to harm the child. They continued to walk forward until Artemis stopped, suddenly with the youngest asking, "What's the matter, my lady?" Artemis stopped her with a hand gesture and turned to the bush and aimed her bow, firing some shots at them, to which a barrier was summoned in front of the attack, making everyone surprised. She then shouted, "Come out, whoever you are." Soon enough, Artemis turned to see a figure appearing in front of them. It was revealed to be none other than Issei. Well, what brings you here, Artemis?" Issei spoke with a mocking and uninterested tone, causing many of the huntresses to get angered by his attitude, to which one of them speaks. "How dare you disrespect Lady Artemis? You will pay for your insolence, Rider," one of them shouted, as Issei spoke in response. "Be grateful I showed a little respect for a goddess with a terrible reputation, else I can just call you a Karen goddess. Does that sound good?" Issei's tone was calm and collected, something that annoyed Artemis and many of her huntresses herself. She was getting irritated by how Issei was behaving and how he was treating her. You will regret what you did to my father, along with that dastardly god Hades. It was you that gave him the rider powers, didn't you?" Issei lost his calm tone, and actually surprised, he then asked, "What do you mean? Hades has the rider powers?" "Yes," Artemis exclaimed with anger, as she continued, "and because of him, he is critically injured, and for this, you will pay for it." Artemis was ready to fight, while Issei was even more concerned. He never gave Hades the power of Kamen Riders. He didn't give him access to the powers, and neither did Tsukasa or Sugo. He knew Gabriel was also not fond of it, and hoped that Hades wouldn't try to hurt those he cares for. "Now perish, mortal," Artemis shouted, as she fired a powerful arrow blast aimed at him as he rolled to dodge the attack. He looked at his enemies, which included Artemis and her entire huntresses that had arrived to eliminate him. He had to deal with the current situation at hand before finding out the truth on Hades. Well then, guess I have to finish this gorgeously and return home. Issei brought out a new rider, which was the Legend River, and placed it on his chest. He brought out a Chemi card TCS-029. Kaguya inserts the Legend Rider Chemi card into the slot, summoning a gate and golden flakes behind. An announcement following. Kamen. The huntresses and Artemis themselves were on guard, as they heard the beeping noise that was present, as he speaks while bringing his hand to the mouth and kissing his finger, Henshin. As he pulls open the driver, an announcement follows. Lula Legend. The gate turns upright and opens, summoning symbols of past riders, as they form the silhouette of his rider form, which then come together along with several cards that form his helmet and jewels that form the golden sash. Issei had transformed into Kamen Rider Legend. Issei was ready, as he dashed forward and punches one in the face, sending her flying. He soon rolls to dodge several arrow shots and unleashed a kickboxing towards one of them. Soon several more that many more are joining, as he spoke. Yes, I have to disperse some of you gorgeously. He closes the driver and opens it again, allowing him do an attack with his TCS-029 card, as the following announcement plays. Gorgeous attack ride. Lula Legend. Issei performs a kick similar to Kamen Rider Decades Dimension Kick, as he summons a row of final attack ride cards projections that resemble Decades, with Legend's own rider's crest, when he kicks some of the huntresses. The attack causes them to explode, killing several of them in an instant. The attack shocked Artemis, as he spoke. Well, what do you know, some of them died even when I held back gorgeously. Artemis was furious at this, as she demanded, You will pay for killing my huntresses. You attacked me once not gorgeously, and then you tried to ruin my legendary night with my gorgeous wife. And then you threatened me yet again. Issei soon brought out the draw holder, and pulled out a card which was the Ride Chemi card, which had the Kamen Rider Kuga on it. Artemis and the other huntresses were furious at this. They now despised Issei for outright mocking them. They wanted to make him pay, but were worried on what is going to happen next. Issei then continued, Now let's make this a legendary moment. He pulls the table to close the gate, inserting the card into the closet, and then pulls the driver open again, transforming into Kamen Rider Kuga. A stuttering announcement plays after this. Kamen Rider, GGG Gorgeous Kuga. He leaped in the air and unleashed a rider kick aimed at the huntresses, sending her flying, triggering a small explosion, as he landed down. He could see several huntresses and Artemis aiming their bows at him, as he leaped around and dodged them, dashing to one and forcefully dispelling the bow and kneeing one in the stomach, sending her flying. He soon dodged a close-range strike, and forcefully grabs the huntress forward, as she exclaims, Let me go, you damned. She was unable to complete, when Issei unleashed an elbow stomp, knocking her to the ground, as he quickly knees her, sending to the ground. He decides to take it to the next level, bringing out the next Chemi Ride card, which was Kamen Rider Agito, and placing it in the driver, repeating the same process, with a Chinese dragon symbol showing. The same stuttering announcement followed. He had transformed into Kamen Rider Agito. Kamen Rider, GGG Gorgeous Agito. He landed near some huntresses rolling into the fray. As he saw one aiming at him and landed a kick, forcing her to drop her bow and arrow, as he grabbed another's bow and snatching it out from her hands, and kicking her to the ground, as he uses the bow and fires a shot at another huntress using his own magic, making her shout in pain. No, Artemis exclaimed, as she watched Issei throw the bow the huntress wielded, as he decided to finish the four huntresses quickly with a finisher. He closes the driver and opens it again, allowing him do an attack with his Agito card, as the following announcement plays. Gorgeous attack ride. AA Agito. Issei's form changes into Agito with his horns opened, as he braces himself for a rider kick, drawing energy into his lower body as he performs his rider kick. The attack sends the three huntresses flying before engulfing them in electricity, causing them to explode. Artemis watched with horror, as she immediately decided to get into a counterattack. She was not going to let Issei harm anyone else. Issei sees this, and knows that she was going to use her signature move, Shooting Star Ortigia. He had to deal with her before that, bringing out his next Chemi Ride card belonging to Kamen Rider Ryuki. He quickly repeated the procedure, which was inserting the card into the closet, and then pulls the driver open again, an announcement playing, transforming into Kamen Rider Ryuki with AV buckle transformation noise playing. Kamen Rider, GG Gorgeous, Ryuki. He used his weapons, the Ddraig Claw and Ddraig Saber, equipping them in his hands, and struck down several of the huntresses down with golden energy slashes, with them barely able to block due to how strong the attacks were. These were closest to the goddess. He saw Artemis ready for her attack, as she exclaimed, shooting. "Oh no you don't." He aims the drag claw and unleashes a fireball at her, making an explosion of flames, causing her to exclaim with pain. The huntresses looked in shock, only to see Artemis surviving and using healing magic to recover her wounds. He then brings out the next Kamen Rider card belonging to Kamen Rider phase. As the huntresses tried to aim their bows and arrows to stop him, but Issei was faster, he placed it in the legend river and repeated the procedure. Kamen Rider, GGG gorgeous, please. Issei had transformed into Kamen Rider phase, with a final announcement playing. Complete. He had brought out the Elfie's edge, the blade glowing bright red as he blocked several shots from the huntresses, deflecting them like they were nothing as they destroyed the nearby fauna. He then dashed forward and delivered a fatal stab to one of the huntress, as she falls to the ground, with him doing the same to the other huntress as well. Behind him, he elbows one that tried to aim a shot at him. He twirls the Elfie's edge and executes a curved slash strike. An announcement following, but with a different voice belonging to Kamen Rider phase. Ready. He soon drops the Elfie's edge, and brings out the Elfie's pointer on his right shin, and makes a sprint towards 5 huntresses who aim their shot at them. An announcement soon follows. Exceed charge. He leaps into the air and shoots a red energy drill in an instant that he kicks through, making it massive and golden as Issei kicks into the huntresses, causing an explosion with screams as the phase insignia appears. He lands down, as he turns to the rest of the huntresses who were into formation, as he notices that Atlanta, one of the well-known huntresses, has joined the fight as well. He decides to take it to the next level. He brings out his next card, which was belonging to Kamen Rider Blade. He repeats the same process as earlier. An announcement following soon. Kamen Rider, GGG gorgeous, Blade. Issei had transformed into Kamen Rider Blade, as a final announcement was added. Turn up. Atlanta then exclaims, fire. The huntresses do just that, as Issei charges onto them, sprinting at his top speed. The minute Issei was close enough, he strikes several of them multiple times, with 2 or 3 strikes enough to send them to the ground. He tries his luck against Atlanta, but she dodges, leaping around gracefully. You cannot strike me, Hyoudou. Issei shakes his head, speaking. 1 it is Tokiwa, and 2 behold my gorgeous trump card. Issei responds, he manages to slash, forcing her to back away to exactly where he wanted. He quickly brings out Kick Locust and Thunder Deer Ruse card and slides them on the L-Blade Rouser, an announcement soon following. Kick. Thunder. He stabs the sword onto the ground and then gets into his stance and imbues his foot with golden lightning before he jumps to the air and aims a kick towards Atlanta. An announcement following. Lighting Blast. Atlanta once again leaps in the air, but unfortunately Issei was aiming right where she was leaping, as she gets struck right in the face. A burst of golden energy erupts after, sending her to the ground, causing an explosion. Atlanta. Artemis screamed in horror, revealing a battered and bruised Atlanta, seeing undamaged one of Artemis's prized huntresses are. The others rushed to her, to heal her up, while some had to keep an eye on Issei. Unfortunately it was too late, as he brought out his next Ride Kemi card and repeated the process, an announcement following with an Henshin Ansa sound in the background. Kamen Rider, GGG gorgeous, Hibiki. Issei had transformed into Kamen Rider Hibiki. He soon dashes forward equipped with L on Jekabureka. He notices 2 huntresses aiming their weapons and firing their shots at him. He ducks the shots and strikes one with the L on Jekabu and repeats the same procedure with the other, bringing them closer, causing a burst of explosions to happen, sending her to the ground, but he was far from done. He then exclaims, while initiating the signature attack, putting the L Ken Suzumi on her chest. Anjakita. Gorgeous style. Issei executes a combo at her, with an intricate drum appearing and encircling the 2 huntresses, which grew in size, numerous size, as the sound waves explode the 2 huntresses. Artemis looked at the scene. The sound waves are enough to daze her sense of hearing, and she knew this was a losing battle. We need to retreat now. I will call in reinforcements till then, and lure him to a location to trap and kill them. The others nodded, and tried to flee, but they failed to realize one thing. Issei heard it, despite the sound, and knew which Kamen Rider card would be good. He brings out the next Kamen Rider card belonging to Kabuto, and repeated the same transformation for the previous 6. He then spoke, clock up, rushing outside from an explosion that he did using Hibiki. An announcement following in response. Kamen Rider, GGG gorgeous. Kabuto. Issei had transformed into Kamen Rider Kabuto, with a final announcement playing. Change Beetle. He blitzes forward, which was seen to be teleportation. The huntresses and even Artemis herself failed to keep an eye on him due to him being this fast. It made speed magic obsolete, as he kicked one sending her upwards, his leg being coated with electricity, triggering an explosion. He then continues and strikes another one with another kick, sending her flying, exploding, grievously injuring anyone caught in the path. Artemis managed to fully recover. As she contacted some of her gods about what has happened, she then spoke, "Athena, I need." Artemis was unable to complete, as Issei closed the gap in an instant and landed another kick aimed at her, sending her up in the air before following it up with another one being coated with electricity, unleashing a corkscrew kick sending her to the ground and triggering a massive explosion. Once the dust settled Artemis was barely standing. She managed to recover, but was badly bruised. Issei then spoke, "Nice try, but I am afraid that you aren't calling anyone to help." Artemis gritted her teeth in frustration. She was about to send a message to Athena, but failed due to Issei interrupting. He brought out the next Ride Chemi card, and an announcement soon followed when he repeated the procedure, with a standby music followed by trained sounds. Kamen GGG Gorgeous, Den-O. Issei had transformation into Kamen Rider Den-O. He was holding the Ddraig Asher, as he slashed several more huntresses and taking them down relentlessly. Issei decided to end this. He had already taken down 70 to 80% of Artemis's huntresses at this point, with only 20% remaining. He then spoke. "Witness the gorgeous attack of Issei Tokiwa." Issei quickly initiated the finisher of Den-O's sword form extreme slash, delivering 2 slashes from both sides before doing a downward slash, taking out what remained of the huntresses, leaving only a measly 5% left. Issei soon turned to what remained of them, terrified of what would happen to them. He brought out the Ride Chemi card belonging to Kamen Rider Kiva and repeated the procedure. An announcement soon follows with Kivat standby, followed by the sound of attachment to Kivat belt and transformation noises. Kamen Rider GGG Gorgeous. Kiva. Issei soon looked towards the huntresses and smirked. He decided to end this once and for all. He jumps in the air towards them. An announcement soon follows. "Wake up." He flies towards them and kicks all of them in a single line. He then charges and slams all of them in a nearby rock formation, creating a large spider-like crack, along with the Kiva insignia imprint, as they scream before an explosion happens. Landing on the ground, he jumps to avoid a powerful bow attack courtesy of Artemis, who was beyond furious to see her huntresses being defeated in this manner. She charged at him, starting with a punch, as she struck him with her godly strength, but Issei blocked it with ease. She tried to once again sock him, but he had used his free hand to block the second attack. She tried to kick him, but Issei dodged, as he soon turned his hands and placed her in a handlock, making her unable to move her hands, as he pulled her and surrounding his arms around her. "You," Artemis growled, as she continued with tears in her eyes, "you will pay for what you did to my huntresses. I told you, it was your fault for ruining my night with my wife." Issei soon kicked her in the air, making her push back, as Issei pulled out his final Chemi Ride card belonging to none other than Kamen Rider Decade. He repeated the procedure one final time, as he spoke, "And I saved the most gorgeous one for last for you. Kamen Rider GGG Gorgeous, Decade." He starts by firing shots at the weakened Artemis, who was forced to get rid of the bow as she had dropped it to the ground. Issei soon decided to end this, by finishing the fight using his finisher. A final announcement soon followed by repeating the procedure for all finishers. Gorgeous Attack Ride, DD Decade. Issei jumps in the air, now performing a variation of Decade's dimension kick with the cards becoming golden. He goes through them and delivers the kick, hitting the goddess of hunting, as she was met with a massive explosion with Issei landing behind them. Legend. Lady Artemis, Atlanta shouted with fear. She was one of the few standing and surviving huntresses, with several of them whether passing out, and others being dead. She watched Issei, standing over her in victory, with Artemis having several burns, bruises, and broken bones. Artemis had passed out from the brutal blows, as Issei returned to Legend and spoke to Atlanta. "Atlanta, right?" "Why yes," Atlanta spoke, being afraid of the warrior known as Legend. He then spoke, "Take her back, cause if I see her again, I will see to it that she is killed for good. I want to make her live in fear and anger that a man has beaten her. She should live with that realization." Atlanta felt anger at Issei's words, but she didn't want to lose her chance of surviving against the man that defeated Artemis and her entire army. He then continued, "And tell the factions this, since all of them are so hellbent on annoying me, I will be fighting against you and ruining your peaceful life, just like you did mine." Issei had brought out an Aurora curtain, and decided to teleport back to his house. But Atlanta asks, "Jay, who are you?" "Just a Kamen Rider passing by, remember that." Issei had dehensioned into his regular form and returned back to his home where he would be resting for the day. Atlanta could only contemplate on what would happen. She would give the message to her pantheon. However, she had to focus on the injuries of her fellow sisters and her lady herself. She weakly walked to her, in the hope she could help her recover. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Dan Kuroto bullying the faction leaders. The next day. Kuo Academy, Kuo, Japan, 10:30 a.m. The Gabrie peerage along with the Citri peerage had arrived in the Orc clubroom. They all had just recovered from 2 back-to-back disasters. First was Serzex's official death, and then was Sarah Fall being completely depowered. They were all part of the college division in Kuo Academy, with some being part of the post-graduation section of the college division. The ones that were in this division were Rias Gabrie, Sona Citri, Tsubaki Shinra and Akeno Himejima to name a few. "Rias, how are you doing after what has happened to your brother?" Sona asked the question, to which Rias responded, "I am fine, Sona. My big brother wouldn't want me to see cry constantly." Speaking of which, how is Sarah Fall-sama doing? Rias asked, to which Sona gave a sigh and spoke, "Not pretty. What Gabriel did to her, rendering her powers completely null and void, she was really livid after that." The mere mention of the name, Gabriel, makes her froth with anger. "I haven't seen my sister this defeated. Did her powers get sealed by the former Archangel?" Akeno asked with surprise, to which Sona shook her head and spoke, "No, Akeno, it was as if she never had any magic to begin with. It is just like the situation with the angels becoming fallen angels. Like we don't know how they did it, but they managed to do so." Irina flinched upon this. The woman was no longer an angel, or a fallen angel due to an emergency recall of all Brave Saint cards. She was just an ordinary exorcist, and she hated that. She hated that she had to lose all her powers because of Issei, or more or less Gabriel. "You doing okay, Irina?" Zenobia asked, to which Irina shook her head and spoke, "I am fine, still just recovering from losing all my powers of an angel which I had trained hard in for the past 5 years." "We will find a way, Irina, find to restore what is right," Asya responded, as she continued, "God is with us, and we will see to it that we restore the light of heaven. We will also make Gabriel see the error of her ways and join Max like she was always supposed to be." "I agree, we cannot give up like this. Rider powers or not, Issei will be defeated one day." Zenobia responded, to which the others agreed to this. Rias nodded, happy with the amount of support she is having, completely oblivious to the damage she had a hand in causing Issei to become this way. She hated Issei even more, for being the sole reason why her brother is dead with no chance or way to revive him in any manner. "Let's change the topic. There is going to be a supernatural tournament that is going to happen, right?" Mia asked, intending to change the topic. She feared her brother for what he had done, and the lesser they talk about him, the better. She still remembered what those bats from the Kiva Ride Watch did to her. Just seeing them brought her to shivers. "Oh yeah, the tournament is called Royale, correct. It is basically a free-for-all, and all teams are allowed to participate," Zenobia added, to which Sona and Rias were also made aware. It was Serzex's request to do an faction tournament. Since it was his last request, they agreed to do so, and they had no disagreement for this. Sona then responded, "Yes, it should start soon. Provided Issei, Gabriel or Hades doesn't attack us again." "Why Hades?" Asya asked innocently, to which Rias responded, "Hades is a rider too. Lady Hera just informed all factions about him, coupled with his leaving the factions and abandoning Olympus as well. So now we have to face the power of 3 Kamen Riders," Genshiro asked with fear, remembering on how Issei's Ghost Rider armor made a mockery of him. To which Sona nodded, and spoke, "Yes Saji, all of them are our enemies now. There has been no attack as of now, but soon a future attack will happen soon." The others nodded in understanding, wondering what has happened next. Max was quiet, gritting his teeth in fury, hating what was happening around here. He is supposed to be the hero, he is supposed to be the greatest, but here Issei is ruining his life now. This was not how it was supposed to go. He should be rotting in the ground by now, like the pathetic lowlife he is. "I will get back at you, Issei, just wait and watch." Max thought with anger, vowing to make Issei's life miserable before either killing him or breaking his mental spirit, while Apophis spoke with a mocking tone, "Keep dreaming, Max. He killed Serkant without any mercy, and soon you will be next on his list, but I hope he lets me expose you for the pathetic lowlife that you are." "Just shut up," Max shouted to Apophis in response, with anger. He hated the evil dragon almost on par with Issei, since Apophis used to always mock and torment him mentally. Scene change. Alleyways, Kuo, 10:45 a.m. A car can be seen zooming past the roads, leaving behind a trail of dust and debris in its wake. The vehicle they are in is called the 3-stage transforming Trideron, a car which serves as the personal rider machine of Kamen Rider Drive. Inside, the ones driving are Issei, with Gabriel being seated on the passenger seat. Gabriel was wearing a soft pink kimono adorned with delicate floral patterns, giving off a traditional, elegant vibe. The kimono is paired with a red and gold obi belt, beautifully detailed and tied neatly. What makes her look unique is the modern twist. She's also wearing blue jeans underneath the kimono. So what is the plan, Issei? Gabriel asked, turning to Issei, who responded, since the factions aren't going to spare us, we decided to confront them head-on. They tried to ruin our life, so we did do the same as well. We will be dealing with Kuo Academy students. Well, I know that, but what I am concerned is the fact that Hades would interfere with our attack. Gabriel responded, remembering what Issei had spoken about Hades being their third rider. They knew that he had somehow gained access to becoming a rider, and they theorized that he must have used the rider gene to allow him also to wield the rider belts and other devices. I hope he doesn't, we aren't enemies, so I don't think he has got any reason to have beef with us, Issei mused in response, to which Gabriel nodded, as she asked, but is it true, did Venelana Gabrie actually prevent you from graduating? Yep, she actually gained no advantage from doing so, but she still did it. The worst part, Max or Mia didn't actually do the task, it was Venelana that tried to appease Rias and my siblings. Issei mused with anger, to which Gabriel understood how these devils behaved with Issei, and that made her really furious. Fortunately, Issei managed to graduate from a different college and from a far more prestigious college because of that, graduating from Princeton due to this. But even then, it was far from easy, and Issei hated that so many years of his life was ruined because of that. So you wish to settle scores with her as well, right, Issei? Issei gave a nod, speaking, I won't deny it, at first I wouldn't do so, but I know she and the factions will keep annoying me till I get some peace. Gabriel nodded, as the rest of the ride continued in silence, which was not actually a lot. Issei soon stopped at the location, speaking, we are here, back to this hellhole. Issei looked at Kuo Academy. With Gabriel also noticing this, she remembered what had happened with them. Issei then speaks, you ready for this, Gabriel? Gabriel nods, as she brings out the mock driver Hana, as someone soon speaks. Are you really willing to do this, Issei-kun? A voice speaks up, this was the driver that housed the consciousness of owner Krim Steinbelt. He was here on Sugo Tokiwa's request, who had woken him up from his slumber. He then continued, I never thought things would come to this. Sorry, Belt-san, I know that you don't like doing things like this since Kamen Riders are meant to protect this world, but given them annoying us, we got no choice. Furthermore, you do know that they control humans, right? The driver hummed in response, being annoyed by how Issei's world operates. He then spoke with a sigh. I guess that is true. Issei then speaks with a smile. Well, Belt-san, wanna go for a drive? I do plan on dealing with them before they try to take revenge against me. Okay, Belt-san responded with a slightly cheerful tone. It was a while since he had a partner that he can choose to be with. Gabriel then asked, Belt-san, what about Reiha? You said that you have someone that can keep an eye on her, right? I do, worry not, Gabriel. My shift cars are keeping an eye on her, along with that small mechanical grasshopper. What is it called again? Gabriel thought for a moment, speaking, Hopper one, you asked him to keep an eye on her. Correct, I did. Your girl seems to like them, so why not let them look after her? Plus the shift cars are sentient, so you don't have to worry about Reiha-chan accidentally consuming them. But even then, let's finish this and head home. Issei and Gabriel nodded in agreement, as they opened the car doors of Trideron, and Issei picked up the driver and headed outside. The couple soon headed inside the building, with Gabriel using magic to keep the security of the building asleep. They soon walked inside the building, and decided to head towards the office of Venelana Gabrie. Fortunately, there were minimal students, who were speaking things behind their back, some speaking insults towards him, while others wondered who they are, but Issei and Gabriel kept walking forward. Some tried to take her, but she spoke, I am taken. Gabriel released a bit of her aura to make the students back away, as they started to run away from the location out of fear. They all headed as far as they could from the location. Thanks, Gabriel. Gabriel stopped releasing her aura, and spoke, it's fine, even I can't stand them. Just some lies really annoys me. Soon, they will be thinking very, very differently, Issei responded, as they eventually reached a door that stated the following. Venelana Gabrie, Principal of Kuo Academy, degree in Masters of Business Education, Arts and Child Psychology. Issei had a scowl, just by the name, while Gabriel wondered how did she get so many master's degrees, but it was possible she could have paid the institute's money to get the degrees. You ready for this? Issei asks, as Gabriel nods in response speaking, I am. Issei soon prepared a powerful magic spell and burst open the door. He soon saw Venelana, who had a look of surprise as she demanded, Who do you think you are barging into my room? Leave before I call security. You don't recognize us? Issei asked, his tone amused. Even Gabriel was surprised and seemingly annoyed by this. Venelana frowned, her brow furrowing as she examined him. Despite his striking appearance and the quiet power emanating from him along with a very obvious angelic aura coming from the woman, she couldn't place them. I've never seen the two of you before in my life, Venelana spoke coldly, and you're trespassing. Identify yourself, or I'll have you two removed. Issei let out a soft chuckle, shaking his head. I expected better from someone like you. But then again, forgetting those you've wronged is probably second nature, isn't it? Venelana only took a minute, a black-haired man, and a blonde-haired woman who was stated to be extremely beautiful. She could sense the angelic side inside of her. Issei then spoke, Remember the kid whose life you ruined for no reason. Venelana's eyes widened in shock, her composed facade shattering. She stood abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor. Impossible, she whispered, her voice trembling, Issei Hyoudou and Gabriel. Issei smiled faintly, though his eyes held no warmth. There we go. You do remember me after all. And it is Issei Tokiwa, not Issei Hyoudou. He has given up his old name, a long time back. Venelana gritted her teeth in anger, tears pooling in her eyes seeing the two people responsible for her son's death. Or in this case, one person responsible for her son's death. What are you doing here? Here to continue your revenge against me? Venelana asked with a mixture of anger and grief, to which Gabriel responded, Doesn't surprise me, you wouldn't take accountability for your actions. He killed my boy, and then he decides to ruin our lives. How dare you show yourself here, Tokiwa? Issei scowled. She refused to take accountability or ask forgiveness for what she had done. He then spoke in response. I go where I want, and besides, I was expecting some contemplation, but then again, I have to remind you what you have done to me. You, Venelana growled in response, as Gabriel added, and let's not forget on how most devils are, they only care about their greed, status and convenience, and ruin those in order to achieve them. You think you can just walk in here and lecture me? Do you have any idea who you're dealing with? Venelana spoke with an anger tone, to which Issei responded, arrogant, expected from the woman that birthed Ddraig and Rias. She scowled at the way Issei spoke, as he continued, and I do remember who I am dealing with. The woman who tormented me for her daughter and that pathetic excuse of a soon-to-be husband she is going to marry, Max. The one who used her influence to ensure I couldn't graduate. Twice. Venelana stiffened at the mention of her son-in-law, losing some of her anger, her expression hardening with her retorting with anger. I did what was necessary to protect my family. Protect your family? Is this some kind of a twisted joke? Gabriel retorted with her tone turned cold. By destroying someone else's life, by tearing down a boy who did nothing to deserve it. Her silence was all the confirmation he needed. Issei took a step closer, making her instinctively back away. I'm not that boy anymore, Venelana. And you're going to learn just how much I've changed. If Ddraig's death wasn't an obvious clue on what has happened. Venelana's confidence faltered again as she realized the full scope of the power standing before her. This was not the Issei she had known. This was someone far more dangerous, and far less forgiving. Issei, let's bring in the rest of our guests here as well. Including the peerages that ruined your life, Gabriel suggested as Issei nodded, to which he continued, let us begin. Outside the Orc building, Rias and the others headed outside, when they picked up an angelic signature. This meant that Gabriel was the one that did it. She then spoke, we need to head to the location fast. This is their doing. We need to stop them before they harm any innocents, Sona added, as Akeno responded, we will make him regret ever coming here. The others nodded as they rushed quickly to where the presence was coming from. They had to stop Issei and Gabriel from enacting what plan they were going to do. Back with Venelana, she was being ragdolled around like it was nothing. With Issei and Gabriel walking outside, she stood no chance against an archangel, with Gabriel either sealing her powers or using angelic power to counter her base abilities. Issei grabbed her by the neck, as she used her power of destruction to kill Issei, but he only landed a kick at her abdomen, making her screech in pain. "Let's continue, shall we?" Issei gave a serious look, as he decided to bring her to a location. Vanillana was seen flying, crashing to the wall at a huge empty store location that had a lot of room space, which was a new place built in the academy, as she groaned in pain. She was looking at her attackers with a mixture of anger, fear and hatred. The attackers were revealed to be Issei and Gabriel, both whom had a look of fury in them. As Issei spoke, "This is for our daughter whom you tried to kill. Dealing with you is going to be a favor." "You," Vanillana growled, as Issei and Gabriel brought out their drivers, that being the driver, and Gabriel brought out the mock driver. "Well, Vanillana, let's begin the race." Gabriel spoke mockingly, with the two placing the respective belts on their abdomens, as soon several shift bikes surrounded her, with shift cars surrounding Issei racing near them in what seemed to be a racetrack. The two grabbed one car and one bike respectively. As soon the Gabrie peerage and Citri peerage arrived, Rias then exclaimed, "Mother, no." "Well, Rias and company." Issei turned to them and spoke, "Let's go for a ride." He pressed the driver turner and twisted the car on the shift brace near his shoulder. Gabriel raises the signal landing panel and inserts a signal bike before pushing it back down, as it announced, "Signal bike, rider." Flames are then emitted from the cylinder amplifier, and the formed signal current then appears along with the components of the armor that assemble around the user, completing the transformation. "Let's henshin," Gabriel announced, raising her hands and twirled it around, getting into her pose, as she transformed into Kamen Rider Mach, as an announcement followed. "Mach. Now my turn, ready for this belt-san," Issei spoke while rotating the red ignition key, causing a jazz upbeat music to form, with the driver responding, "Okay. Start your engine." Issei nodded, bringing the red shift car, as the Gabrie peerage and the others tried to fight with Rias commanding, "Don't let him transform." Alas, it was too late, as Issei called out, "Henshin." Issei soon pulled the lever of the shift brace, with a red glow surrounding him and a tire hitting near his shoulder, as an announcement followed. "Drive type. Speed." Issei had transformed into Kamen Rider Drive. "My brain feels like it is in top gear," Issei responded. As Gabriel nodded, she then rushed forward, ambushing the Citri peerage, while Issei decided to deal with the Gabrie peerage and Vanillana. Sona was ready for a fight, as she immediately brought out her water attacks, only for Gabriel to dash towards her and sock her before she could react, sending her flying. She then spoke, "Tracking." She points, as she twirls around, dodging some more strikes as she clenches her fists in a battle position, terminating. She then pulls her hand and responds, while posing, both done at Mach speed. She then dodges some lines courtesy of Saji, as she then twirls her hand in a rotating circular motion, Kamen Rider. She then gets into a pose, Mach. The Citri peerage were getting angered by this, as Tsubaki responded, "You think this is a joke? Compared to a Kamen Rider, you are a joke, ex-Shinra." Gabriel dashed forward, socking her and bringing out her weapon Zenrin Shooter by hitting the shooter panel 4 times, causing an announcement to happen. Zenrin Shooter. To fire several shots at the group, making them block with their magic circles. Relying on magic, well, that can be fixed at Mach speed. Gabriel dashed forward and intercepted them at different angles. She kept firing shots at them, as Tsubasa and Mia charged forward ready to punch them, only for Gabriel to somersault and leap over them, like a gymnast, and land 2 kicks to their backs, sending them backwards before Gabriel spins the Zenrin Striker and fires a bullet of white energy blast shaped like the signal Mach, causing them to scream in pain. She then decides to land her finisher. She quickly taps the signal, raise the signal landing panel, press the boost igniter and presses the booster igniter, with an announcement following. Hisatsu, full throttle. She then pushes the signal landing panel down. She soon gathers energy into her feet, then runs forward and jumps up. Momo and Tomo tried to defend the girls, but it didn't matter. Afterwards, Gabriel somersaults like a buzzsaw, spinning until she reached the target. Mach. Just before he makes contact, Mach extends a foot out to strike the target. This was her finisher kick, Macker. The blow was enough to send them flying, causing a barrage of explosions. Sona and the others looked in horror, as Gabriel turned to them and asked, "Who's next?" Tsubaki and the others had to defend what remains of their peerage. Already 4 members have fallen to the ground, and all that remains were Sona, Genshiro, Tsubaki, and those that have temporarily lent a hand like Lu and Benia. In the meantime, Issei was combating against the Gabrie peerage as well as Vanillana Gabrie, with Max leading the charge in anger, using Ascalon against Issei's handle Ken, as he demands. "You think you can attack me? You should have known your place." Issei only scoffs and speaks. Using the sword, he slashes him in the stomach, forcing him to back away, speaking, "My place, it is clearly above you." Kiba tried to ambush him, with him blocking the strike. As he spoke, improved, but not enough. He slashed him as he dodged, only for him to once again lunge. But Issei was much more faster than him, as he slashed him multiple times, in the stomach, grazing him. He easily outsped Kiba even in his base form when he had transformed into Kamen Rider Drive. Kiba grunted in response. "Damn," Kiba exclaimed with annoyance, as Issei leaped in the air, and brought out the Ddraig and fired 6 shots at Kiba, which caused him to deflect them before he charged at Issei, who recharged the gun by opening and closing the panel shield with an announcement following. Charge. Once he had closed the gap, Issei had decided to fire straight at his chest, as he unleashed several shots at him, causing him to screech in pain, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. He quickly reloaded the Ddraig with the same announcement following. Charge. How pathetic, is that the best the Knight of Gabrie can come up with? Issei taunted Kiba, causing him to grit his teeth in anger, with him soon coughing up blood in response. The attack struck him at his chest, as Issei continued, "Well, that's what you get for putting all your points in speed instead of defense." Kiba, Zenobia and Irina shouted, as they charged at him. Zenobia then shouted, "How dare you hurt my friends?" Issei only dashed forward and struck her with the handle Ken multiple times, as she desperately tried to block the attack. Irina tried to ambush him from the behind, only for Issei to aim the Ddraig and fire 2 shots at her face, causing her to block it with her Hauteclair. As he slashed her in the stomach, making her gag in response, she held her stomach in pain. "Because of you, I became a fallen angel, you will pay for this." Irina tried to lunge at him, only for Issei to sidestep with his faster speed and fatally slash her in the chest, making her screech in pain. Turning to her, he spoke, while keeping his leg on her. "If anything, had you not tried to get Gabriel, none of this would have happened, but then again." Issei stomps her on her chest, making her cough up. To Irina it felt like a huge weight is placed on her chest. He then speaks, "For someone that listened to lies and rumors over checking them, I shouldn't expected more from you, airhead exorcist." Zenobia tries to lunge at him from the other end, as Issei only shot her 4 times in the chest, causing her to screech in pain, forcing her back. He soon kicked Irina towards Zenobia, sending the 2 towards Kiba, who was trying to recover. Issei activates his own finisher, as he turns the advanced ignition and presses the red igniter button on the shift brace, located next to the advanced ignition. An announcement follows with revving noise being looped. Hisatsu. The others try to assist the 3 girls, only for the shift cars to ambush and distract them for a while, causing them to focus on them, using their abilities to distract them, although less, it was enough to keep them at bay. "Focus on the finisher, leave these hypocrites to me," the driver responded, as Issei spoke, "Got it." Lifting the shift car afterwards would then give Issei an exceeding amount of power, as an announcement follows. Full throttle, speed. Trideron lunges into the location, leaping from a nearby ramp and crashing into the wall of the school, breaking it. The Trideron has 4 spinning tires manifest to surround the arena, Zenobia and Kiba, while Issei turns his back to them as Trideron races around him, focusing his power. The tires then fully close in on the target, making the 3 shoot forwards towards Issei, who instead jumps at Trideron and kicks at it, making him bounce off of it and kick the target. Issei then keeps bouncing off Trideron and kicking the 3 in a pinball-like manner until he comes in with the final kick, skidding to a stop. This was a variation of his finisher known as Speed Drop. The 3 soon scream in sheer agony and pain, as it triggers a massive explosion. Issei soon gets into the pose, as Trideron stands behind him. He then speaks, "Now then." Gabriel stands beside him, looking at her next opponents, who are being distracted by the shift cars, as she speaks, "Want to change forms? No need to tell me twice." Issei responds by bringing out the wild shift car, and Gabriel brings out the signal Megao bike. Trideron also joins in, controlled by the driver to shoot at them, forcing them to defend from the combined attacks. Gabriel raises the signal landing panel, removing the inserted signal bike, and inserting the new signal bike before pushing it back down, with an announcement playing, followed with a heavy metal electric guitar riff. Signal bike, signal Kokon. Gabriel initiates a signal, replacing the current current signal with that of the inserted signal bike. This was the current signal Megarl, an announcement following suit. Megarl. Gabriel had transformed into Mach Megarl, which allows her to change the direction of her projectiles. Issei soon does at the same time, removing the shift car for speed and replacing it with the wild shift car, as an announcement follows. Drive type. Wild. Issei had transformed into drive type, wild, allowing him to gain more strength and power in the battle against his next opponents. Issei clenches his fists and speaks, "Let's go on a wild drive." He dashed forward and dealt with Koneko and Raswise, the hard hitters of the group, while Gabriel went after the Citri Peerage. "That stupid car, how can it be this strong and fast?" Rias exclaimed with annoyance, which got the driver irritated by the insult she had spoken, as he asked, "Did you have to deal with this person on a daily basis?" "Yes, Belt-san, she was a pain to deal with," Issei responded, causing the driver to hum in response, and spoke. "I see, I pity you, Issei-kun." Issei dodges a punch from Koneko, and kicks her hard in the stomach, making her cough up. He soon sees Raswise ready to unleash a barrage of magic spells aimed at him. Driver then suggested, "Issei-kun, leap in the air and tackle her from the behind. If what you have told is correct, you should be able to use will drop from above." Driver spoke to Issei, to which he nodded. He saw Koneko once again ready to pummel him, as he dodged and grabbed her hand and placed her to the ground, making her unable to move, putting her in a lock. "It's a shame I cannot remove that strength-enhancing evil piece of yours, since I need to be in technique to do so. But I guess I have to deal with this first." Issei turned to see the barrage unleashed, as he decided to wait for the last minute, and when the attack hit right on close with Issei, he leaped in the air. An explosion was triggered on impact, which earned a smirk on Raswise's face, with the hope that Issei took the brunt of damage, sparing Koneko. Only for him to leap from the dust cloud, speaking with total contempt, "To beat me, harming your own teammate, that is a new low even for you, right, Raswise?" Getting behind her, he quickly decided to use the will drop finisher like driver suggested, as he turns the advanced ignition and pressed the red igniter button on the shift brace, located next to the advanced ignition. An announcement follows with revving noise being looped. Hisatsu. Lifting the shift car afterwards would then give Issei an exceeding amount of power, as an announcement follows. Full throttle, wild. Issei's leg is coated with powerful black energy as he dashes forward and lands a brutal kick aimed to send her flying towards Koneko, as Raswise blocks the attack with a powerful barrier. She grits her teeth in frustration and annoyance, as Issei manages to break the barrier, which lands the kick at her chest, making her cough up blood before sending her towards Koneko, triggering a massive explosion with Issei landing at the top. Seeing this, Rias only looked in horror as she shouted, "Koneko, Raswise." The others could only watch, seeing both the girls badly injured and unconscious with several wounds on their bodies. Issei turned to the rest and decided to hold them off. "You will pay for this," Akeno exclaimed, entering her fallen angel form, which had 8 wings, as Issei spoke with a mocking tone, "Make me." Gabriel was dealing with the rest of her peerage, using the Zenin shooter to fire shots, as Tsubaki used her mirror Alice to block and double the damage, as Gabriel activated her ability, turning the shots elsewhere and striking her from the side, making her screech in pain. She glared at Gabriel, as Genshiro spoke, "Use your balance breaker and shut her down." "I will hold her off, let's go, Vritra." Vritra nodded, seeing that he had no choice but to comply with Genshiro's request, as he was about to activate his balance breaker, exclaiming, "Balance." Gabriel didn't let that happen, as she used her Zenith shooter to keep firing shots at him, distracting him, forcing him to dodge, but some of the shots were struck, as Tsubaki activated her balance breaker. "Nostalgia Mad Tea Party," Tsubaki shouted, as the whole ground surrounding her peerage and herself, along with the Gabrie peerage and Issei alerting them as well, allowing her to summon several demons to assist her based on the Alice in Wonderland story. That being the Mad Hatter, the Dormouse, and March Rabbit. "Guess I have no choice." Gabriel and Issei grouped up and spoke, "Superform, right?" "Needn't tell me twice." Issei gave the dead heat shift car to Gabriel, and he brought out the formula shift car, as they once again decided to repeat the same procedure, with Gabriel removing the old shift bike and replacing it with the shift car, with a new announcement following. "Signal bike shift car, rider." Gabriel transforms into Kamen Rider Death Eat Mach, with flaming explosions forming behind, with a final announcement followed by a guitar riff. "Dead heat." Issei removes the wild shift car, replacing it with the formula shift car, and repeating the same procedure. An announcement follows with the formula car sounds being heard. Drive type. Formula. Issei had transformed into Kamen Rider Drive, type Formula. Tsubaki commanded the beasts to attack the two, as Issei dashed forward and ambushed Akeno and Max, along with Asuya, who tried to summon Fafnir, but Issei was quicker, as he kicked the dragon's spear away and decided to deal with the three personally. Gabriel also joined in, seeing the Dormouse unleashing the sleep gas, as she immediately socking the Dormouse, sending it packing behind. she soon notices the Mad Hatter and trying to confuse Gabriel by sending illusions, as she noticed the March Rabbit trying to leap and crush her, only hitting the booster igniter for emulating the dead zone. This allows Gabriel to significantly boost her stats and break free from the illusions and dodge the March Rabbit. She soon landed a kick aimed at the March Rabbit, breaking the neck and destroying the demon. She soon followed it up with a jump kick, sending the Mad Hatter to the ground, destroying that illusion as well. "Haven't forgotten about you," Gabriel turned to the Dormouse, as she landed a blow at the stomach, causing the mouse to scream in pain. She constantly keeps hitting the booster igniter even more, increasing her stats even more. The illusions were dispelled, much to Tsubaki's shock, as she asked, how can this be? Dead Heat Mach is one of Mach's strongest forms. Although nowhere near its stronger variants, it still packs a punch. She soon looks at Genshiro, trying to enter his balance breaker, which was Malbolge Vitra promotion, but Gabriel socks him repeatedly with her extremely improved stats, sending him flying, breaking his cheekbone. Genshiro fell to the ground, dazed, and passed out from the attack. Tsubaki watched in horror as she tried to activate her sacred gear, only for Gabriel to dash forward and sock her many more times and landing a barrage of kicks. The reason why Gabriel was capable of using rider powers was not only because of her rider gene, but also due to her eons of experience as a fighter and seraph turned archangel during the Great War of the faction. She is no stranger to combating with CQC and other ways of combat, but she became more capable when she trained alongside Issei to master the rider powers. Although she never intended to use them, until they threatened to hurt her family and force her back. "Time to end this before I lose control," Gabriel spoke, being well aware of the Dead Heat Mach flaws. She could see her DH Kurin's meter red lines. Once the system maxes out and the Type Dead Heat Tire's treads burst, the operator will lose control over their actions. She repeated the procedure for the finisher, as an announcement played. Hisatsu burst full throttle. She then pushes the signal landing panel down. She made a rider kick which resembles Mach's original kick Macker, but with a lot of red and blue energy as she spins until she comes in for the kick. The finisher became more enhanced due to Gabriel being in her burst state. Dead Heat Mach. The rider kick was aimed towards Tsubaki, making her scream in agony as she was sent flying towards Genshiro, Lu and Benia, who were dealing with the shift cars distracting them. This triggered a massive explosion that made the five scream in pain. As Gabriel landed on the ground, she then looked at Sona, who had a look of grief and fear, knowing she was the last one standing. "Now only the boss is left." Sona gritted her teeth in anger. She was not going to fall that easily, not to the one that ruined her sister completely. In the meantime, Issei was fighting against Akeno, Max and Asuya at the same time. The latter was healing the team from the damage, with Issei speaking, "It is always the damn healers." Issei decided to dash forward, looking at Akeno and Max, since he knew that the two are the main problems, since the shift cars were focused on keeping Rias and Venelana at bay. He used his speed, which was comparable to a Formula 1 car, which made even the fastest devils unable to keep up with him. In this one, Issei's running speed is 500 ms to 833 ms at the maximum speed, making him much faster than its previous forms. He is also armed with the trailer hoe, a trailer that he can use to attack with a range. Issei keeps firing a barrage of bullets aimed at them, distracting them for a while. He soon used his speed to grab Asuya by her clothing and drag her across the high speeds, all the while she could only scream in sheer agony due to the immense speed she was in. Fafnir tried to interfere, only for Issei to jump in and crush the sacred gear, completely severing the contract with the Dragon King. He soon ragdolled Asuya, with the girl having a look of fear towards Issei. "My regret is saving you from Rainier, should have left you to die by her hands." Asuya didn't say anything out of fear, tearing up due to the damage she was in. He then dragged her across and sent her flying to the wall, denting it, which caused her to cough up before passing out. He soon dodged a lightning strike courtesy of infuriated Akeno, as he fired some more shots using the trailer hoe he had used, and continued to injure her, causing her to block. He then used his speed to catch up to her, leaping around the broken crevasses of the building and land a brutal haymaker aimed at her. She was sent flying to the ground. As Issei had landed right beside her, he switched the trailer hoe to its cannon form, and started loading the shift cars that being into the trailer. Hisatsu, speed hoe, wild hoe. Once he loaded the second car, another announcement played. Full throttle. Seeing this as an opportunity, Max charged at him to intercept his attack, as he shouted, "Take this, you damned being. You are nothing but a monster." "And whose fault is that?" Issei dodged the Ascalon attack, leaping in the air and aiming the trailer hoe at the group. He fired a powerful blue energy beam at the two, making them scream in pain, as they soon exploded, causing Issei to land nearby, as he lifted his shift car 7 times. He wanted them to feel real pain. Hisatsu, full throttle. He saw them start to get up from the explosion, as the duo saw Issei leaping in the air, his leg coated with blue energy, and soon landed a rider kick aimed at them, causing a massive explosion, causing them to screech in pain. Formula. Once this was done, showing the unconscious, bruised and bleeding, he was joined by Gabriel, who had finished the Citri peerage. As she spoke, "Guess all that remains are the big 2. Tell me, I would really like to rest for a while once this is all over," Issei spoke while stretching his body. The 2 leaders along with Venelana glare at the 2 riders with hatred, as Rias declares, "You may beat us, but the leaders, they will one day beat you. You will suffer for what you did to my brother, you damned riders. Never taking accountability for your misdeeds, why does it not surprise me?" Issei spoke coldly, to which Gabriel spoke, "They have always been like this, Issei." "For real," Gabriel nodded, as she removed her shift car de-henshining to her normal form, speaking, "Bale clan is known to produce members that are power-hungry yet cowardly. In my time in war, they are known to do anything to gain power. It is in their very nature to act like that. There might be a few exceptions, but most of them that possess the power of destruction are like that." Issei looked at the 2, who are still seething in fury, as Issei speaks, "You gotta tell me more about them, and your time at war. At a later time, Issei, now let's finish them off." Issei nodded, and spoke, "You ready for this? It is time for Trideron." Issei spoke to the driver, as he spoke, "Okay, never thought you would be using that one." "You bet." Issei brought out the shift Trideron car, while Gabriel brought the chaser rider bike. She then placed it in the mock driver Hana by repeating the same procedure, as an announcement played. "Signal bike, rider. Let's henshin," Gabriel exclaimed with a serious tone, as she pushed it back down. Another announcement follows with a heavy metal riff. "Chaser." Gabriel transforms into Kamen Rider Mach Chaser. Issei also joins in, tapping the transformation button of the Shift Trideron car, which looks like it has all the car images being present into it when activated, with the added thing of being much bigger than the other Shift cars, looking like a limousine with an announcement following with the same jazzy tune. "Fire all engines." He removes the Shift Formula car, and replaces it with the Shift Trideron car, as he exclaims, "Henshin." He repeats the procedure for transformation. By placing it in the shift brace and pulling the lever, the Trideron car soon transforms into armor that forms the body, replacing the formula armor. An announcement following. Drive type. Trideron. Issei had transformed into Kamen Rider Drive. Type Trideron. Gabriel hitting the booster igniter multiple times, forming a purple flame, as she lunges forward, becoming even faster than before, unleashing punches and blows faster than ever. Sona was unable to keep up, let alone block the attacks, taking every single blow, as she fired a water magic blast, with Gabriel dodging with ease. "Where did she go?" Sona exclaimed, to which Gabriel ambushed her from behind, and followed by a barrage of punches and kicks aimed at her face. The attacks caused her spectacles to break, and she had several bruises on her face. Gabriel then mocked her, "Is that all you got?" Sona screams with anger, as she fires a water dragon at her, which Gabriel dodges. She unleashes another attack yet again, once again letting Gabriel dodge with ease. She continues to dodge, as the water dragon unleashes havoc across the fields, with Gabriel soon landing a kick sending her flying. She brings out her Shinga axe, with an announcement following. Shinga axe. She lunges at Seraphal, hacking her many times, causing her to scream in pain, releasing purple energy as she does so. She then strikes her again, continuing to make her scream. Despite being opposites in personality on first glance, you are same when it comes to reality. Sona stood up, trying her best to recover. She was staggering when it comes to this, as she unleashed another water dragon only for Gabriel to slice it in half using her Shinga axe. Sona looked in horror, as Gabriel quickly brought out the signal chaser bike into the signal landing pole and closed it, as an announcement followed. Hisatsu. She tapped the red button on the shaft, as another announcement followed. Matter oil. Gabriel sighed at this, as one of the major drawbacks of this weapon is its cooldown time before the finisher. Sona tried to ambush her with another water dragon, only for Gabriel to once again dodge and kickbox her multiple times. She was sent to the ground, as she holds the Zenrin shooter with the other hand, and fired a barrage of shots at her to keep her occupied, as Sona could only scream in sheer agony. "You bullied my husband a lot, made his childhood miserable when he was powerless and defenseless, and now you want to ruin his life." Gabriel looks at the Shinga axe, wondering if the wait period is over, as an announcement plays when it turns green. Itio. Now it is time for you to suffer karma. She was ready to unleash her finisher with the weapon. This was a cross breaker, as closes the gap and she unleashes a powerful energy slash at Sona, making her screech in pain, sending her flying before she explodes due to the finisher. She keeps the Shinga axe on the ground and watches Issei's fight against Rias. She fired a power of destruction extinguished star aimed at him, only for a red bubble to deflect the attacks, as Issei raised his hand to counter it. She watches as Issei dashed forward, releasing a red streak due to his immense speed, and landed a kick, sending her to the ground. He followed it up with a punch, sending her flying. This one is karma, for what you did to me when I was young. Issei grabbed her by the hair, and slammed her to the ground. He repeated the procedure over and over again, slamming her to the ground till her face was disfigured, and she was bleeding, as he soon grabbed her at extreme speeds and sending her flying. Rias, Venelana shouted, as she fired a power of destruction bullets at the shift cars, keeping her occupied, as they dodged the attack. Issei looked at Rias and flung her towards Venelana, striking both the women at the once, bringing them to the same location. Gabriel walks up to him, and speaks. Wanna end this? She places the shift chaser bike into the mock driver honor, repeating the procedure, and an announcement happens for the finisher. Hisatsu, full throttle. Gabriel uses her own finisher, as she focuses her whole body with purple energy. Issei then speaks, seeing this, bringing the trailer ho, yeah? Gabriel goes first, making it glow purple as he jumps up into the air, and lands her rider kick, with holographic versions of Kamen Rider Chaser appearing by his behind. The holographic Kamen Rider Chaser and Chaser Mach then destroys the enemy at same time. Chaser. Gabriel lands the rider kick, making the girls scream in pain, as Issei brings out the shift speed car, and inserts it into the shift landing slot of the trailer ho, with an announcement following. Speed cannon. Issei brings out the shift Trideron key, and presses the button transformation button as an announcement follows. Fire all engines. He inserts it into the shutter gate panel so that he may fire the actual Trideron at the enemy. An announcement plays. Hisatsu, full throttle. He prepares a powerful red energy beam, with Rias and Venelana looking in horror, the latter trying to use what magic she has to prepare a teleportation magic circle to escape, but it was too late, as Issei fires it. An announcement playing. Full speed Big Taiho. The beam hologram of the three-stage transforming Trideron striking the two, making them scream in sheer agony. They wished to escape, but they were unable to do so. The car sent them flying outside the wall crack, as they were seen flying. The two soon exploded, as the two watched, with Issei reverting to type speed drive due to the attack, with the Trideron appearing outside of Kuo Academy, as she was joined by Gabriel. She then spoke, "Guess we are done here." She removed her signal bike, raises the signal landing panel, removed the signal bike currently placed in the mock driver Hana, and pushed the signal landing panel back down. She returned to her normal self. Issei does the same, removing the shift car from the trailer ho, as he responds, "Yep, and that felt good. I couldn't agree anymore, you did quite well." The driver responded, with Issei nodding. He then removed the shift car currently placed in the shift brace and pressed the igniter. The driver then responded, "Nice drive." Issei nodded with a smile, as he spoke, "Now then, let's head home." Gabriel nodded in agreement. As they left the location, when they saw Rias and Venelana's states, they were battered, bruised and bleeding, with several bones broken, and were groaning in pain. Issei sat inside the Trideron taking the driver's seat, with Gabriel taking the passenger seat, as they drove off into the alleys, satisfied by what they have done. Issei's house, Los Angeles, USA, 10:30 a.m. Reiha was happily playing with a bunch of shift cars, these small toy cars that serve as the transformation and tire changes for Kamen Rider Drive as well as Kamen Rider Mach. She was enjoying herself a lot by playing with them. The girl was learning how to crawl to catch them, with the cars keeping her occupied, with the intention of keeping her busy. She was giggling playing with them around. However, another voice soon called out, "Hopper!" Reiha turned to see a medium-sized mechanical grasshopper, who had called out to Reiha. This was Hopper 1, the chemi that allows the user to transform into half of Kamen Rider Gotchard. Reiha giggled around when she heard the voice, crawling to the little grasshopper with it, exclaiming, "Hopper! Hop Hopper!" Reiha didn't stop laughing, as Hopper 1 kept leaping around but slowly letting the girl catch up to her. She continued to crawl to catch up with the grasshopper, before reaching to it. She then giggled as Hopper 1 responded by leaping slightly. "Hopper! Hopper!" It seemed like the chemi congratulated the little girl on passing the challenge. The chemi also was chuckling after this, as it was aware on how she liked to play around with the chemis. However, soon a car sound was heard by everyone present, as Reiha exclaimed, turning to the window, "Papa! Mama! Hopper! Hopper!" Hopper also exclaimed along with Reiha as the sound of keys opening the door. As soon enough, Issei and Gabriel had came inside the room with the driver attached to Issei's abdomen. "Mama! Papa!" Reiha crawled to them, as Gabriel lifted her daughter up with her, speaking, "Reiha, I hope you have been a good girl." Reiha only giggled, as Hopper 1 lunged at Issei, exclaiming, "Hopper! Hopper!" Issei grabbed the Kemi and responded, "Hopper 1, I am glad you agreed to look after her." Hopper 1 only responded with a happy tone, "Hopper! Hopper!" He rubbed the Kemi, as he turned to the shift cars and spoke, "Thanks, all of you, for looking after her." The shift cars jumped and moved around, as the driver spoke, "You did a good job. I am glad that I can count on you when someone is needed to look after Reiha-chan and there is no one to do so." Reiha turned to the driver, as he introduced himself, "My name is Krim Steinbelt. My conscience has been trapped in the driver. Call me Mr. Belt." "It is nice to meet you in person, Reiha-chan." Reiha only tilted her head in confusion, wondering what this man meant, as Gabriel spoke with a wry smile, "Sorry, Belt-san, I don't think she is able to understand what you mean." "I guess," the driver made an saddened expression from amongst the 6 expressions he can make, as he continued, "She is too young for this, despite her blood type." Reiha seemed to pout at this, as Gabriel looked at her little girl, speaking, "Reiha-chan, let's head inside. I have made for you some pancakes." Reiha looked at this, and started to beam at this, as she was ecstatic to have some pancakes. She soon turned to Hopper 1 and spoke, "I have even made some food for you as well." "Hopper! Hopper!" Hopper 1 exclaimed with happiness, as it leaped on Issei's shoulder. He then turns to Gabriel and speaks, "Speaking of which, you were going to tell me about the Bael and Citri family, right?" Gabriel turned to Issei and spoke, "But even I wish to hear more about this world's past." "Gabriel, would you inform me as well?" Driver asked in response, as she turned to her daughter, who blinked twice, to which Gabriel responded, "Very well, I will tell what I remember. Though I will blur out the mature parts for Reiha's sake." The others nodded in agreement, as she headed into the kitchen with Reiha being held by her. And she started to prepare the pancakes, as Issei watched during this time. Kuo Academy, Kuo, Japan, 4:30 p.m. The badly damaged peerages belonging to the Gabrie and Citri peerage were critically injured, as Sona, who managed to get up from the wreckage along with several others caused by Gabriel and Issei, were looking at the scene, and she almost fell into despair. "And no, this can't be," Sona spoke with tears falling from her eyes. This was supposed to be her last year in this academy before she completely became the leader of the Citri clan. She saw how badly and critically wounded her friends were, especially Rias along with her aunt Venelana Gabrie. The past few years did have some mishaps, especially with her father falling into a comatose state. "I will get back at you too, I swear on it," Sona exclaimed with distraught and anger, as she decided to contact the leaders to call for assistance. But before she could do anything, someone shot her multiple times in the stomach, causing her to get injured. "Lady Sona," the Citri peerage exclaimed, as they turned to see the attacker, and they widened their eyes in horror upon seeing who their attacker really was. It was none other than Hades. As he spoke, "Guess I came a bit too late. It's a shame I couldn't come for this combat." "Hades," Max exclaimed, as he continued, "What are you doing here? Is it not obvious, Bat?" Hades spoke with a mocking tone, as he continued, "I am here to finish what Issei and Gabriel started. I will defeat you. No matter what happens," Max exclaimed, which caused both Apophis and Hades to roll their eyes at this declaration. He saw Max falling into the ground, once again becoming unconscious. Seeing this, Hades shook his head in disappointment. Hades then had a look of annoyance, as he continued, "I must admit, you 2 peerages presumed that you could take on 2 riders, and look at what happened to you." Hades' tone was filled with mockery and contempt, as the 2 peerages were glaring angrily at Hades. They hated what Issei and Gabriel did to them. Tsubaki then exclaimed, "You damned god! We will not let you enter this place." Hades could only laugh at this, as he spoke mockingly, "Oh Bat, you truly know nothing. Issei and Gabriel aren't the only riders in town. And given the deceased king's state, I believe that you. There is a third one too, me." Hades used magic to bring out the driver, with Sona noting, "This is just like. Right on the mark, Bat. It is the same like Issei-kun's, but different, and it's time I start the mission." Hades brought a different shift car, and placed it on the bracer, as he spoke. Henshin. He pulled the lever of the shift brace, with a neon glow surrounding him, as an announcement followed. Drive type. Next, Hades transformed into Kamen Rider Dark Drive, and he was ready to deal with the Gabrie peerage and eliminate a target. After all, I am going to finish what they started. Hades spoke and commented at the broken states of Rias and Venelana and decided to focus on the Citri peerage, since he wanted to save the Gabrie peerage for the right time. Hades brought out his blade gunner, which was a weapon that could constantly fire bullets in the form of blue energy projectiles as well as be used as a melee combat weapon. This was made to keep them at bay. He soon aimed it at the unconscious ones like Lu, Ruroko, Koneko, and Yudokiba, making them scream in pain. Pathetic, this is just too easy. Tsubaki tried to bring out her mirror Alice to counter the bullets and protect them, but Hades expected this, as he kept walking forward and used the blade gunner to strike her in the abdomen, making her scream in pain. He knew that he can take down his targets right here and right now, as he decided to activate his finisher by pressing the igniter on his shift brace. Next, unlike Issei's variation, Hades's was much different since his drive driver didn't have Krimstein belt housed inside of it. Hades's blade gunner was charging a powerful slash aimed at them. Goodbye, Shinra. And frankly, good riddance, Hades spoke coldly, as he fired the blue slash aimed at them, triggering a massive explosion that had engulfed the entire location, with only the screams of the peerage members remaining. Sona could only have tears in her eyes, dropping from them and falling into her eyes seeing this. Hades turned to the broken states of them, and spoke, "Goodbye, bats, we will meet again or not." Hades started to cackle with joy and happiness, as he left in a magic circle, leaving the peerage to rot in despair and anguish seeing what has happened. Sona looked down in sadness, before contacting her peerage and explaining the situation to them. Scene change. Issei's house, Los Angeles, USA, 10:30 a.m. Issei was with his family, with Hopper 1 being by his side. The drive driver was nearby drinking from a bowl of milk with a straw. Gabriel soon came in with several plates with Reiha strapped to her back with magic that had pancakes in them. The Kemi then exclaimed, "Hopper, Hopper. Worry not, Hopper 1, I got one plate for you as well since you did help us, and decide to come and live with us." Hopper 1 started to leap in joy, exclaiming in response, "Hopper, Hopper, Hopper purper." Gabriel smiled and placed the food down, as the Kemi started to dig on the food with no hesitation. Gabriel then asked, "So darling, what do you want to know about them? Tell me everything if you can, and I'll keep the mature stuff with you, don't sugarcoat it." Gabriel nodded. She understood on what she had to speak about. If I were to start with the beginning, my first encounter happened centuries ago in the small remote village in the Northern America, back when it was still under native population. The Great War extended to almost the entire world, with some major exceptions left, that being the former India, which is now divided into India and Pakistan, along with all of its islands, Australia, and finally Japan. However, it would also get engulfed in war when my father and the four Satans got involved. Issei took note of this, as the drive driver asked in response. So this war extended all the way to the Eastern Territories, as well. I have heard that the war was catastrophic, but was it that bad? The drive driver asked, stopping to take a sip from his milk bowl. Gabriel looked at him and responded while feeding a small bite of the pancakes to Reiha, since hers was differently made due to her still being a 1.5-year-old girl. Yes, Mr. Belt, it was really bad. If I were to account for the war, it would take me the whole week, if not month, to do so, since the war lasted for centuries. And if you are wondering on why this was not accounted in human history, well, all I can say is that there is a reason why memory magic exists, and is accessed by all three factions. The drive driver hummed in response, making him understand that in order to keep the war from spreading to those that didn't wish to follow. However, that wasn't a problem since the war spread to almost every given location in this world. Humans were made to choose one side. What fate has for them depends on which side they were on. I am not going to get to the specifics nor be biased about it, but as much as I hate to say this, the ones that chose to side with the angels were the most luckiest, and the ones that were the most likely to survive. I can't say the same for those that sided with the devils or fallen angels. Issei was surprised by this. He didn't know how the Great War was before, due to Rias only giving a short description on the events that has happened. What happened, Gabriel? Issei asked, to which Gabriel spoke. I will recount a story that happened in the past, to make the two of you understand on what has happened. To begin with, I was tasked by my father to go after what seemed to be a location where a devil under the name of Megalophos Baal was present, and I was tasked with either his escape or his elimination. I was with a squadron of angels, both high and ultimate class, with the either being 6-winged or 8-winged angels, since the threat was a Satan-class devil along with many humans being cult worshippers. Gabriel recounted the incident, remembering being the leader of that squadron, as she continued, however, if there is anything Megalophos Baal was known for, it was his unique skill and power of destruction. As in, Issei asked, to which Gabriel spoke, he can destroy a person, but at the same time, he can use the soul of a human body to enhance his own strength. It is a trait that he is the most commonly known for. That is why Father wanted him eliminated, so that he could make sure no one challenges him. That is what Tsukasa-san stated. Issei continues, to which Gabriel responds, no, Reiha also got alert, as she looked at her mother in confusion, and so did Hopper 1, with the Kemi responding. Hopper 1 was confused, with Driver being concerned as well. I don't want to believe that my father is as what Tsukasa-san said. Gabriel spoke while shaking her body. She was afraid of her father not being the man she once knew, as she continued, I fear that the man that taught me to love no matter what happens, but given what Michael has become along with those that I grew up with. Issei rushed to her, and gave her a side hug, assuring that she was there. He could see that she was shaking and crying, a part of her still believing that God was good. He then spoke, if you say so, then I will believe, but even then, I am skeptical. If Michael is like this, who is to say that the biblical God isn't like this? But Gabriel turned to Issei with tears in her eyes, as she placed her head gently on Issei, with him rubbing it. Issei then spoke, regardless of what he was, it was in the past. Now you have a future with me, Reiha and the rest of us. Gabriel looked at Reiha, who seemed to be a bit saddened. Although she had no idea why her mother was sad, she could understand and sense her sadness. Even Hopper 1 was a bit saddened, making a low tone, Hopper. Driver remained silent, as he watched how the family bonded. Despite coming from their own pasts, they were still reunited by the simple relations, and that was unity, family bonds and love. Gabriel wiped her tears upon seeing this, as she looked at her daughter, who was concerned, as she spoke, I am fine, Reiha-chan, your mama won't cry now. Gabriel lifted her daughter up as she spoke, now Reiha, let's eat your pancakes before it cools down. Reiha giggled at this, as she started to munch on the pancakes. Issei then speaks, so what happened in the fight? Well, Gabriel thought for a moment, speaking, it was hard at first given his hunger for power, but in the end I was able to pull off a victory. I managed to beat the man despite him reaching Satan-class devil on his own by absorbing the souls of other people. The long story short, Baals are power-hungry in nature, and no matter what happens, they will always hunger for more and more power. That is how Lucifer Morningstar made these devils. A Gabrie devil will always go for love, no matter how twisted and amoral it can get, and a Citri devil will always be a follower of rule, no matter how twisted, amoral and callous it can get. Issei took a note for this, as he added, so that means, Serzex and Rias have this love for power. Gabriel looked at him and responded, yes and no, they are still a family for their familial bonds, which is something that they own and treasure, and their love for one another in family can sometimes blind them to the ones outside the family, causing them to suffer immensely. Hence that is why you notice that their bonds amongst the family are strong. However, all of them have a desire for taking in more and more, which is the love of everything that they own. Issei took note of this too, as the driver asked, are there any exceptions? Who knows, Mr. Belt? I always thought Serzex was an exception to this, but I was proven wrong given how he treated Issei based on false rumors, faked evidence, and many more ways. He always hated Issei when I first saw them interact, and it didn't make sense since when I saw his heart, it was different from what many saw him as, and when I saw Max. Gabriel felt a chill remembering when she had seen Max's heart. She felt sick when she saw how evil and rotten the person is. Gabriel was taught to love all beings, but Max is the only person she felt repulsed from. She couldn't ever bring herself to love him. Driver nodded in understanding, as he looked concerned for Gabriel's state. Issei then asked with concern, Gabriel, you okay? Gabriel looked at him and nodded. She then spoke, Issei, is it okay if we have a proper breakfast? I don't wish to talk about the factions, and it is best we continue eating. Issei nodded as they continued to eat, with Issei asking, speaking of which, any idea which school we will be sending Reiha to? That is something we can discuss another time. She is still too young for school, maybe in a month or two. But it would be best if we find a school that is nearby. Gabriel mused with a smile. This was a topic they can discuss and research on, as Issei and Gabriel continued to discuss on more and more schools till they could get on the school that would be perfect for their little girl. Scene change. Serafal Memorial Hospital, Underworld, 9:30 p.m. The attack that Issei and Gabriel and later Hades performed on the Kuo Academy students was disastrous to say the least. When the leaders got the information on what happened, they rushed to aid the survivors, many of whom were found in critical condition or badly injured from the assault that had happened with them. They had to mind wipe any humans that had witnessed what has happened as well as fix the academy. Get them help, as soon as possible, Sarah Fall shouted. Seeing the terrible condition of her younger sister, she knew this was Gabriel's or Issei's doing. She scowled and gritted her teeth in anger, remembering that it was one of the two that did this to her baby sister. She remembered the first responders, almost gagging and passing out when the attack happened. She then waited for a while, as soon the rest of their loved ones arrived. That includes Gabriel, Ziasidus Gabrie, Kuroka to name a few. Sarah Fall, what happened? How did my wife and many others suffer these injuries? Ziasidus asked, but it felt more or less of a demand. As Sarah Fall spoke, the riders, they are the reason why this is happening. Issei and Gabriel did this. They are the reason why your daughter and her peerage along with your wife, or Aunt Venelana, are in this state. These riders, they really want us dead. Sarah Fall spoke with anger, as they were horrified and furious at this. As Ziasidus clenched his fists in anger, he then spoke, how could this happen? Kuroka and Gabriel were also angered by this. But Kuroka felt fear remembering on how she was thrown into space and crashed into the world like a meteor. She feared Issei, as her hands were shaking. Her whole body felt the shiver when she fought against ZO4's armor. Either way, we need to. Gabriel was about to speak, when the doctor came inside. As he continued, I have some terrible news, everyone. The treatment is going as we proceed. However, some passed away long before the treatment could even begin. Those were Tsubaki Shinra, Lu Garu, Ruoko Nimura and Yudo Kiba. They all are dead. Koneko Tojo, Rias Gabrie and Venelana Gabrie are in critical, due to the wounds they all endured. All of them are placed under induced coma to keep them alive. Things aren't going to get better till we get Phoenix Tears as soon as possible. Kuroka fell to her knees and started to tear up, closing her eyes in response. While Ziasidus clenched his fists in anger, Issei already has killed his son, and now his wife and daughter are in comas. He is going to destroy everyone that he cares about. Others that are awake are getting healed up quicker, but others they aren't lucky. You are fortunate, Lady Leviathan, that your sister has survived what the riders were going to do to them. Sarah Fall nodded, with a hopeful expression, as soon enough, Sona arrived outside. She was bandaged but was recovering. Sotan, Sarah Fall wanted to rush as she immediately gave a massive hug to Sona, relieved that she was alright. With Sona speaking with confusion, Our Lady Leviathan, I need to speak something important. Please let go of me for now. Sarah Fall looked confused as she continued. While Issei and Gabriel did torture us, it was Hades that ended up delivering the final blow. He is the one that made sure to kill whoever Issei and Gabriel intends to torment, are the ones getting killed by Hades. I shouldn't be surprised, terrible criminals do work together. Sarah Fall pointed out, separating from Sona Citri as Sona added, but Ne-sama, Hades was not working with Issei. He himself denied it. It is possible that he could be lying. Sarah Fall pointed out, as she continued, after all, people like him do lie. Sona wanted to retort, but she could see that Sarah Fall had made up her mind. She then spoke. But even then, he has already killed my peerage, even if Issei and Gabriel aren't responsible. Hades needs to be dealt with. Worry not, Sotan, your sister will see to it that he regrets his choices. That is something that is going to happen. Gabriel spoke in agreement, as he added, I agree, whether it be Issei and Gabriel or Hades, both parties need to be stopped. They are honestly becoming a threat even more at this point. Ajuka has already begun discussions with the other factions to find a way to deal with that perverted rapist. Even the Hyoudou clan is doing damage control for Issei's actions. It is a mess to begin with, Ziasidus spoke with anger. He knew the problems the Hyoudou clan is enduring due to what Issei has done. Max, sitting at the far end of the hospital table, seethed with frustration. His arms were crossed, and his eyes burned with resentment. His dark gear pulsed faintly, reacting to his turbulent emotions. He's the reason why my life is now going downhill. Max muttered under his breath, his tone venomous. Apophis's voice echoed in his mind, filled with disdain. No, boy. She died because of you. Because you were too blinded by arrogance and lust to realize that you were never worthy of her. Max clenched his fists, ignoring the dragon's rebuke. She should have been with me instead of him. Max insisted, his thoughts spiraling, remembering the beatdown that Issei's drive-type formula had given him. If they hadn't resisted, If he just accepted his place, she'd still be alive. And she'd be mine. The sheer disgust from Apophis was palpable. You are truly repugnant. Even now you think only of what you couldn't have, rather than the destruction you caused. You don't deserve to call yourself a warrior, let alone a leader. I am looking forward to another beatdown. Who knows, maybe Issei cripples you for good. Mia sat silently. She remembered what had happened when Gabriel brutally tormented her using Kamen Rider Mach. Her hands were clasped tightly in her lap, her knuckles white from the pressure. Tiamat's voice whispered in her mind, a mixture of anger and disappointment. She was shivering in fear, remembering the brutality. You're no better than Max, Tiamat said with contempt. You destroyed your brother's life because of your selfishness. And now you sit here, pretending you're innocent while the world falls apart. I wish for the day when I head to Issei's side instead of yours. Mia flinched but didn't respond. Her mind also reminded the dead niece of hers, that almost had died, and after that the brutal torture that was replayed when Issei used the Kiva ride watch to torture her. She hated her brother, but was afraid of him to the point of not wanting to confront him. In another room of the hospital, Ajuka was speaking with the other faction leaders on holograms, with the exception of Shemhazai who was with him. What now? Issei has already started to attack us. We need to find a way to counter him, Shemhazai spoke in response. Azazel is already working hard on a device that can shut down all rider devices that allow for a henshin. The other gods seemed satisfied, as Hera responded. That's good news, we can finally take down the perverted disgrace and the Archangel to deal with them once and for all. Hera added, as she continued, he needs to pay for what he has done to Artemis. I agree, he needs to be stopped at this point, and so is Gabriel. I will see to it that she pays for what she has done, Michael added, to which Shiva responded. And his kid, what should we do with her? I believe that they haven't attacked us till we attack them, since they could have done so at any given time. Shiva responded, to which Michael spoke up, we will take her in, miracle children are rare. We can use her to stop the war, she is the key to everything. Shiva seemed uncertain, but agreed regardless, since he was concerned that Issei might attack them. However, he decided to only fight back in an event Issei attacks them first. But he believed that Hades will be the one to attack him, and that made him even more worried. Regardless, we need someone that can match Issei's strength. Odin spoke, as Shiva added, when it comes to strength, I can handle it, but that is uncertain whether Issei will attack us next. That is what we are concerned about, but we will be prepared. Azazel will find a way to counter to him. We should believe in that to happen, Shemhazai responded, as the other leaders agreed and ended the meeting, before they decided to head back to their own factions and see the problem. They hoped that Gabriel will come back to them, one day to become as one of their own. Scene change. Issei's house, Los Angeles, USA, 3:30 p.m. Reiha was deep asleep. She was being watched over by Hopper One, who agreed to watch over the little girl, as Issei responded, Hopper One, look after her while we are away and don't hesitate to call us back, okay? Hopper One responded with a low tone, as Issei spoke, you ready for this? He turned to Gabriel, who had brought out her Gashikan bug visor too, speaking, I am. She activated it, and placed it on her waist with an announcement playing, Gashikan bug visor 2. Issei brought out the gamer driver and placed it on his waist, as he spoke, let's go. Issei soon brought out his Aurora curtain and took him to Grigori's entrance where they would begin their attack. Gabriel was ready. She wanted to teach Azazel a lesson as well, such that he wouldn't even dare act perverted in front of her. Scene change. Grigori, 5:30 p.m. Azazel was pacing around his laboratory, his mind racing with ideas as sparks flew from various machines and prototypes scattered across the room. His focus was split between analyzing the data from their last battle with Issei and Gabriel and perfecting the inventions he hoped would turn the tide in their favor. The speed, it is almost like dealing with multiple powers at once, Azazel commented, seeing the battle of the ride watch armors that he had to deal with, and then dealing with the summons that were brought along with the ride watches when Issei had transformed into Omazeo. Not only that, witness accounts of Vali team and Citri Peerage stated that they were taken to space and even dealt with a literal ghost. This is impossible. Azazel commented, highly doubting his capabilities to have become a ghost. It was still impossible. Azazel turned to see Penemu with a small plate having sandwiches and a juice, speaking with a stern yet concerned tone, have some sleep and food. Azazel waved a dismissive hand, sleep can wait. We're dealing with a force of nature here. If Issei comes here, we won't have time to play catch-up. Barricchio crossed his arms, his expression grim. Do you think he'll target Grigori first? Azazel nodded without hesitation. If I were him, I would. He knows how I operate, and he knows that my creations are capable of turning the tide in battle. He'll want to eliminate that threat before moving on to the other factions. Shemhatsi frowned. And what's your plan when he gets here? Because if the reports are true, we're dealing with someone who's stronger than anything we've faced before. Azazel smirked, though there was little humor in it. That's what these are for. He gestured to a row of metallic suits lined up against the wall, each one pulsing faintly with energy. Anti-magic exosuits, designed to withstand and counter demonic and divine powers. It's not perfect, but it's better than nothing. Penemu raised an eyebrow. You're planning to fight him head-on? Not just fight, Azazel said, his tone turning serious. We need to contain him. If we can't stop him here, the rest of the world won't stand a chance. In the meantime, Issei and Gabriel were outside, as Gabriel unleashed 2 light blasts that easily killed the fallen angels, as Issei turned to her, speaking, Sorry Issei, these fallen angels tried to kill my baby girl, and I am not letting this slide. Issei looked down, and nodded. The couple soon headed ahead, and inside the doors, where they were surrounded by 1,000 fallen angels. Kamen Riders. That is as far as you go, the fallen commander named Amaros exclaimed, as Tamil exclaimed, and Gabriel, you should be ashamed of working with this rapist. Tamil was unable to complete when a light blade went past him, revealing to be a very angry Gabriel. She then continued, anyone that insults my husband will get a Papi Pipapo penalty. She brought out the Tokimeki Crisis gas hat, as she turned to Issei, and he nodded, bringing out his Mighty Action X gas hat. Gabriel was the first to press her gas hat, as a female voice called out in the form of an announcement followed by a Funko Technic music. Tokimeki Crisis. She turned around, as the fallen angels felt weird, unable to move, as she soon spoke with a cold tone, Henshin. She inserted the gas hat into the Gashikan Bug Visor 2 slot, as an announcement played. Gas hat. She soon pressed the Bugle Up trigger button, as another announcement followed. Bugle Up. She soon starts the transformation, as a profile icon, resembling the Tokimeki Crisis was placed on her body, with an announcement following. Dreaming Girl. Wow. Koi no Simulation. Otom Waitsumo Tokimeki Crisis. Wow. Gabriel had transformed into Kamen Rider Poppy, as she exclaimed joyfully while turning around, Kamen Rider Poppy. She turns around to Issei, as he speaks, game on then. He pressed a button activating his gas hat, as an announcement played. Mighty Action X. The world changed into a game area, and spawned bricks around the world, tackling and sending some of the fallen angels behind. He flipped the gas hat and called out, Henshin. He placed it into the slot, with a transformation screen showing up of his icon and various unknown icons, with an announcement soon happening simultaneously while he tapped a profile icon. Gas hat. Let's game. Mecha game. Much a game. What's your name? I'm a Kamen Rider. The profile icon is placed into him, as Issei transforms into Kamen Rider X-Aid, level 1. I will clear this, with no continues, Issei exclaimed with a serious tone. Issei then turned to Gabriel, as she spoke, you are still holding back, aren't you? Issei didn't say anything and headed forward, causing Gabriel to sigh, as she spoke, I hope level 1 is enough. Issei dashed forward, leaping around gracefully, platforming from block to block, as some fallen angels decided to strike him at their lower end. He soon leaped in the air and landed a kick to their head, as a hit sign showed up. He soon brought out the Gashikan Breaker with an announcement following. Gashikan Breaker. He soon landed several strikes, with 2 sending them flying to the ground. Another fallen angel tries to ambush him, but Issei hits them in the stomach with a new sign showing, Great. He continues to strike, with every single strike showing hit on their body. How pathetic, is that all some fallen have got? Level 1 is surprisingly good even for you guys. Issei spoke mockingly, causing many of them to lunge towards the Issei, who all decided to take him down completely. He pressed the B button on the Gashikan Breaker and twirled his breaker around, striking all of them at once, making them scream in pain, as they soon exploded, sending them flying. Gabriel was dashing around, removing her Gashikan Bug Visor 2 and using it akin to a weapon with an announcement following. Gashin. Gabriel kept tapping the A button to strike many fallen angels, taking them down without even a problem. They all exploded without hesitation due to how powerful Kamen Rider Poppy was as comparing to level 1 X-Aid. She leaped to dodge another barrage of spears, before shooting them yet again and continuing to shoot even more. They soon exploded into a bunch of feathers like it was nothing. Gabriel then spoke with a cheerful tone. So what do you think? She twirled around and spoke. Not bad for a game that involves dancing and keeping a game female character happy. In the meantime, Azazel and the others were sensing tremors in the entire base, as Shemhazai asked, "What's going on?" Azazel turned to the screens and widened his eyes in shock, seeing Issei and Gabriel clashing against the fallen angels, in completely different rider armors. He then spoke, "It's them. This is bad, never thought he would come after us next, after what he did to Akeno," Barakil exclaimed with anger, as Penemu responded by speaking, "Calm down, Barakil." Barakil's only response was to grumble in response, as Penemu responded, "Shemhazai, contact the others. We need to find allies that can combat his powers, and stop them." Penemu looked at Gabriel with anger, seeing her as nothing but a traitor, as she turns to them, and exclaims, "Shemhazai, now." "No," everyone turned to Azazel, who had exclaimed with anger, as Penemu spoke, "But why?" "Because by the time they get here those two would have destroyed us all. They are here for retribution, and with Gabriel under his words, they aren't going to listen to us. We have to defend this place ourselves." Azazel's words were believable to some extent. They could see on how Issei used his Gashikan breaker to defeat any fallen angel that came towards him. Still, many were unconvinced, believing that teleportation spells could easily make them intercept the two riders. By the time the contact even gets to them, and given the way they are just defeating the fallen angels like it is nothing, by the time the call ends, those two will be here. Just recently, Issei managed to take down the defenders in Kuo and even brought Venelana in comatose state, along with several others. By the time they get here, it will be too late. Azazel added, to which the others nodded. They once again felt helpless when this had happened. Barakil then interjected. "We can't let them slaughter us." Barakil interjected with anger, to which Azazel spoke with a serious tone. "We won't." Back with Issei and Gabriel, they were effortlessly slaughtering and taking down the fallen angels, triggering explosions everywhere they went, leaving only the injured cadres behind, which were Tamil and Amaros, as Issei soon exclaims, taking it to the next level. "Dii Henshin." Issei soon turns his gamer driver actuation lever to the left side, as an announcement played. The sliding profile soon consumed him, as he leaped in the air, his arms and legs going inside his chest, and soon two larger ones came. He had completed his transformation to level 2. Gakken, level up, mighty jump, mighty kick, mighty action X. Issei landed beside Gabriel, as the two looked at each other nodding, as they started sprinting and lunged at the two, with Issei using the Gashikan breaker to strike the two multiple times, with every strike showing a hit. On it. Amaros, who was fighting against Issei, shouted, "Take this, you damned rider." Issei dodged it and platformed around the chocolate bricks, as the fallen angel kept throwing light spears aimed at them. However, this performed something that would lead to his downfall. The surrounding location soon exploded, revealing the muscular power-up, while looked like a strength icon. There were 7 of them. Muscular. The power-up entered into Issei's body, as he smashed Amaros, sending him flying and him ending up crashing to the wall, as he exclaimed, "Time to clear this level." He removed from the slot, as an announcement followed. "Gasun." He then placed it in the Kaimwaza slot, as another announcement followed. "Kaimwaza." A screen soon arrives between him and Amaros as another announcement followed. "Mighty critical strike." Issei leaps in the air, and energizes his right foot in turquoise energy before leaping into the air and delivering a series of kicks to the enemy that was Amaros. The following sign shows, hit. After a while it showed, great, and finally it showed, perfect, upon contact, making the fallen angel scream in pain as an explosion soon happened. In the meantime, Gabriel was gracefully dodging the light spears aimed towards her, as she spoke, "What's the matter, can't keep up." Tamil was furious as he threw many more spears, and a barrage of spears, as Gabriel removed the Gashikan bug visor too, and pressed the up button, firing a barrage of shots aimed at her, making him shout in pain. He soon fell to the ground in agony. "Well, you should know that better than anyone else. I was quite the fighter in heaven, wasn't I?" Tamil rushed forward and exclaimed, "Once I am done with you, I will go after your damned husband next, and then your." Gabriel pressed the up button in response, firing many more shots, making the fallen angel scream in pain. She was now furious, and was not going to hold back. She then spoke, "Well, you have just breathed your last rites, Tamil." She decides to activate her finisher. She pressed the B button, with an announcement following. However, unlike Issei's, Gabriel was much more sinister. "Kaimwaza." A slash screen was showed between her, and an announcement followed. Critical choose 8. Gabriel starts to cheer happily, charges herself with rainbow energy, floats in the air and twirl around continuously, sending pink heart and yellow star-shaped energy attacks rapidly at the enemy. All the while Tamil could only scream in pain. As soon there was a massive explosion with the fallen angel bursting with feathers killing the fallen angel. A final post-finisher announcement soon was brought out. Shuren no Ichigeki. Issei soon reached next to her and spoke. Well, I am pretty sure that Azazel and his platoon is going to show up. Gabriel nodded, to which soon a magic blast struck them, as Issei and Gabriel leaped in the air and landed on 2 chocolate blocks. He could see the 4 cadres in their armor. Issei then spoke. Took you a while to show up. You damned bastard, Azazel growled, as he continued. You will regret what you have done. Well, I am sorry cause this match is more or less of a game. Losers have to get the ending they deserve, Gabriel countered to them, to which Penemy responded. How far have you fallen? Penemy was unable to complete when a shot was sent towards her grazing some of her armor, making her back away. Gabriel then spoke. I wasn't the one that ended up falling because of a misunderstanding, you betraying whore. Penemy was internally scowling. Gabriel then continued, and then we have the fact of you guys attacking first for no reason other than to catering to that dog known as Issei Hyoudou. Making you lose any sense of decency. Attacking my daughter, and showing hardly any remorse. Make that common sense and shame Gabriel, that is how foolish they are. Issei added, to which the fallen angels were scowling in anger, at this. Barakiel then spoke, you will regret what you did to my daughter Issei. That girl got what was coming for her. Years of bullying on my end, and when the victim fights back, you decide to do something about it, but in your case, it is blindness to what she has done. Your daughter is nothing but a pathetic excuse of a human being, Issei spoke with a cold tone, as he could see Barakiel getting furious at his words, as he continued, then again, I pity Shuri however, having a daughter this cruel, this vindictive and this callous could make any parent ashamed and embarrassed of their child. Barakiel snapped at this, as he shouted with anger, I will kill you. However, before anything could happen, an announcement caught everyone's attention. Gakken, level up, Maki Maki, Tatsumaki, Hurricane Ninja. Everyone turned to see a figure approaching them, and this was Kamen Rider Fuma, which was someone that surprised them. Kamen Rider Fuma. Issei asked surprised for a moment, unable to understand what is this rider doing here, when it is designated as an evil-turned-good rider. Gabriel sensed him for a moment, and spoke, Hades. The figure raised his head, and spoke, seems like we meet, Kamen Riders Poppy and X-Aid. Hades, what are you doing here? Hades only chuckled speaking, here to clear all the players, till one remains. Hades removed his gas hat, and placed it in the Kanwaza slot, as an announcement followed. Kanwaza. Hades brings out 2 Kodachi, as another announcement follows with a dual screen, one with Issei and Gabriel on one side, and Hades on the other. Hurricane Critical Strike. A ninja sound plays, as he empowers and spin his dual Kodachi before doing tornado-like slash at the 2 gamer riders. They scream in pain before they fall to the ground damaged, with their rider gauge being close to critical. They were groaning in pain, as well, with Azazel and the others smirking, realizing that Hades was on their side. I am glad that you have finally decided to help us, Hades. Azazel spoke happily, with Shemhazai speaking, indeed, now dispose of Issei and snap Gabriel out of his brainwashing. Along with all the devices they possess, it will be useful to us. Especially the one called Zio, Max would be so happy using it. Penemy was the next to open her mouth. Issei and Gabriel looked at Hades, to which he soon walked forward. Issei was about to use his Aurora curtain to escape, but what Hades said surprised them. Sorry, but these crows are my targets, Hades spoke, as he continued, besides, if you think I am here for supporting the factions after my declaration, then you must be bigger idiots than I thought. Issei and Gabriel were surprised by this, as Issei asked, then why did you attack us? Because you two are my rivals, the most interesting players of this game. These fallen angels, they are just mere cannon fodder, Hades spoke, which made all the fallen angels angry, as Shemhazai retorted, we are 4 and you are 1, you are surrounded. Hades only gave a small chuckle, as he spoke, you needn't worry about that crow, after all. Hades removes the Gashikan bug visor too, which surprises everyone. He then closes the actuation lever and removes the gas hat from the Kaimwaza slot, and pulls the driver out, putting it in a sub-dimension before replacing it with the Gashikan bug visor too. Shining to his normal state. Gakken. Issei thought for a moment, which possible Kamen Riders he can use, before he speaks with a shocked tone, don't tell me is. Issei, what rider is he going to use? Before Issei could respond, Hades makes a shushing motion speaking. I don't think you two are allowed to speak during Judgment, Mighty Action X and Tokimeki Crisis. Gabriel also realized which rider he is going to use, and knew that only one person spoke the way Hades did right now. Hades soon brought out a gas hat. That was the Master Kamen Rider Chronicle gas hat. Kamen Rider Chronicle. He leaves the gas hat which automatically goes to the slot, and he quickly presses the up button on the bug visor. When the rider gas hat enters into the slot, an announcement takes place. Gas hat. Henshin. Hades then makes the announcement. He presses the small red button next to the gas hat slot, as another announcement plays. Buckle up. A sliding screen showing the silhouette of a Kamen Rider is shown, with a clock depicting Roman numerals is shown behind him. The sliding screen slowly falls down, with an announcement playing. 10 Kamen Rider. Wow. Kizami Chronicle. Ayame Kaso Toki wa Kiwamareri. Wow. Hades had transformed into Kamen Rider Cronus, and he spoke. Let's begin your judgment. The fallen angels rushed towards him, ready to kill him with their strongest attacks, using light spears and elemental magic, only for Hades to speak while making a shushing noise, placing his finger near the mouth. There will be judgment. He pressed the A and B buttons at the same time, as this triggered Cronus's most powerful ability, which was the very ability to manipulate time. An announcement played. Pause. Time stopped, freezing everyone in place with the exception of Issei and Gabriel, who could see what was happening. With the fallen angels, you all will be discontinued soon. He removed the bug visor too with an announcement playing. Gas on. He walked towards Azazel without any problems, pressing the A button and fired a powerful green shot and sent him flying. A hit sign was being shown. His armor was broken, but stopped due to time still being frozen. Walking towards Shemhazai, he spoke. You will be discontinued as well, Governor General. Along with that baddie wife, and freaky hybrid of a son of yours. Hades pressed the A button and fired 2 shots aimed at his chest, destroying his armor completely, and making him fly, with time stopping as well. Once he was done, he started walking towards Penemu speaking. You too, nobody will be left behind. He changed it into a blade mode, as he unleashed a powerful green slash, making her armor shatter like it was nothing. He soon turned to the last person left, Barakiel. You, on the other hand, shall be discontinued right now. We have no need for you in this world. Hades placed the Gashikon bug visor too near his chest, as an announcement played. Gakken. He pressed the B button twice, and an announcement played. Kamwaza. Hades's body glows a bright green, as a split screen arrives with an announcement playing. Critical choose aid. Hades performs an energized counterclockwise reverse roundhouse kick with his left leg. While in action, a holographic clockwork appears beneath Hades's feet, with the clock hands moving in synchronized manner with his counterclockwise kick. A 12 appears below Barakiel, with the clock being pointed towards the location. Shurin no Ichigeki. Holy lightning shall be discontinued, permanently. He decides to resume time by pressing the A and B button at the same time. Restart. Time resumed back to normal, as massive explosions happened where the attack struck, triggering massive flame whirls surrounding them, destroying their armor like it was nothing, making all the cadres fall to the ground, bleeding, bruised and battered. Shemhazai then exclaimed. Just what the hell happened? Shemhazai could see his wings destroyed. However, a scream garnered everyone's attention, which was Barakiel's, who not only lost his armor, and fell to the ground, as he soon exploded, leaving nothing but feathers behind. Barakiel was the first to perish by Cronus's hands. No, Azazel muttered in horror seeing this, as Hades turned to them, and spoke. How pathetic. He has been discontinued. Hades soon turns to Issei and Gabriel, who had gotten up, speaking. Maybe next time, take your kills before you lose them. That is what this game is all about. After all, your pacifism would have become your downfall. Had you used Maximum Mighty or even Hyper Matiki, you would have not only been able to stop me, but also taken the kills. But you have to hold back, and that is what costed you this state. Hades calls out. He was right about the situation yet again. But before Issei and Gabriel could retort, Azazel called out. You will regret this, I swear, Azazel shouted with anger and in hatred, to which Issei speaks. Keep dreaming, Crow-sensei. Just as pathetic and delusional it is, you should be blaming yourself for your screw-ups. Had you left us be, I highly doubt you would have lost Barakiel or even the amount of fallen angels. The cadres were furious with these words, as Gabriel spoke. There is no point, Issei, it is like talking to a wall at this point. Hades didn't say anything and watched their faces. It was marred with grief and anger. As Issei spoke, We are leaving, I think we are done here. Issei, wait. I wanted to say this to Azazel for a very long time. Gabriel removed her gas hat as an announcement followed. Gasun. She had dehensioned to her regular state, as she continued looking at Azazel. This is something I always wanted to say to you. I will never be yours or Max. Both of you have seen me for one thing, and that is my body. I was naive to this at first, but thanks to Father, I saw the truth. You and Max are no better, only see them for their bodies and their position. I thought I had only one purpose, but now, I had a reason to live, and that is my husband and my daughter. I will never be yours or Max's, drill that into your mind, otherwise there is no hope for you. My heart always belonged to Issei, and it will never belong to the two of you. Gabriel turned to Issei. She had a gentle smile on her face. With her speaking, let's go, Issei. I believe our girl would have woken up. Issei nodded and spoke, yes. The other fallen angels could only watch them leave. They were furious at what has happened, especially Azazel, who was downright furious. Blood can be seen dripping from his hands when he heard Gabriel's words. Issei removed the gas hat and moved the lever, with an announcement following. Gasun. Issei summoned an aurora curtain, as he took them, teleporting them back to their home. With Hades shaking his head in amusement, he had no reason to stop them anyway. Angel of Love, interesting. Hades turned to the rest of the defeated fallen angels, and spoke the words. If you are wondering why I did this, consider this payback for the sins you fallen angels have committed, and plus I wanted to see the defeated look of yours for a long time. After all, judgment is still remaining, but soon it will complete. And yes, I am not working with those two, clear that misunderstanding. Hades summoned a portal and teleported out of there, leaving the fallen angels completely defeated, with Azazel cursing from the top of his lungs. Damn those riders, he fell to the ground defeated. There was nothing they could do. The riders have destroyed Grigori, with a handful of them surviving the whole onslaught. They wondered what was next for them. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching AMD supporting us. See you in the next part.